set, and that was our year, but they hijacked our calendar. Okay. And then on top of that, we have the stars that are going slightly faster than the sun to the point where they lap the sun once every 365 days. So the sun will slowly drift back into each zodiac for about a month. That's when they say, when you were born, I was born in Cancer, the sun was in the Tropic of Cancer when I was born. That's my sun sign. I used to laugh at astrology, but now I laugh at astronomy. Astronomy is pseudoscience. Astrology is the real science, okay? So that's just the beginning of what the app does. Every day I told you the featured video here. If you missed the videos, you go here and you can pull up sorted by year and month all the way back to 2018. These are all videos that you won't find on YouTube. If you have questions, you hit the frequently asked question button right there, the question mark, and up come, hey, what about, if I say, what about eclipses? I'll click the eclipse button, and up comes videos that are hidden from you on YouTube, right? If you want to know about eclipses actually prove the earth is flat, not the other way around. They tell you, well, how do you do an eclipse? Well, the eclipse isn't what you think it is. It's not the Earth's shadow on the moon or the moon blocking the sun for a solar eclipse. I encourage you to watch these two videos here, which are videos that I made on my DITRH channel, but you'll see them in the eclipse there. Watch all of these, and then each one you'll watch, you'll have more questions than before. Okay? Don't think you're ever going to be like, oh, I got it now. Now what am I going to do? Flat earthers are never bored, because every day there's more to learn than there was the day before, even though we learned a ton of crap the day before. Right? So going back here, there's I have the images page, right? And we're adding tons of images. Before I had the images all kind of organized in groups, and you still had to scroll looking for them. But let's say someone's like, what do you mean there's no photos of Earth? I could just type in Earth. And here are a bunch of images that relate to, no photos of Earth. Like, look at this one, right? And then I can click here, share it with anybody in any means that I want. But here's the United States, and here's the United States. What happened? Right? Why does it look like that?
Somebody got better at Photoshop.
Yeah, I don't even think that's Photoshop, right? And like this one here, right? Look at this. So this is the photo of Earth, and here's all the land that we see, and all of that other land is on the other side of this ball. All of this other land has to be on the other side of that ball for that to be a real photo. Okay. Right. Here's 9 pictures from NASA. Which one do you like? Okay. Which one? Here's the blue marble is on everyone's iPhone. Then they come out with this, right? These are all just paintings. Right? So that's the images section. There's a homeschool section if you really want to get into it. Schooling Globers. Each one of those will blow you away. It's with Austin Whitsitt. If you haven't discovered him yet, blow you away. Here's a great one. This is I'm the Improbable Dreamer on Instagram. All about the old world. He does these short little Instagram videos. Mind blowing. Sit back and watch the last 20 of his videos. You're forget it. You thought the rabbit hole. There's no bottom to the rabbit hole, so just enjoy the fall because there's no bottom. All right. So it goes on and on and on. But my favorite part is the friend finder. Right. And the friend finder. When you're a flat earther, there's 2 things you want to do. You want to wake up everyone you can to the reality of this world, and you also want to hang out with other like-minded people. You're like, man, it used to be a few years ago, people were like, oh, it's so lonely being a flat earther. I can't talk to anybody. I don't know what's going on. Well, these are the flat earthers that are near me, okay, that have my app, right? And I could click on one of their names and on one of their dots, and I could look at their profile. I could, I'll pull up one here. Here's one. I'll pull up their profile, and up comes. This person hasn't filled it out yet, but you can, you can find people. You can go into groups. You could have chat messages. If I go into the chat right here, And so these are my chats, right? Just like regular chats, kind of like Telegram.
Yeah.
And should I show people that? How about the video calls?
Yeah, let's do it.
So here's a group I called beta test, and this is where I was testing people. And I would say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do a video call so I'm ruining the magic, so you can see how I'm really set up. And so now it's everyone's got a message, a push notification. Hey, there's a Dave started a call. So if you give him a couple seconds, people will jump on here if everyone's available. Here comes there's one. You guys won't be able to hear unless I hold the microphone here. Can you say something?
Let's go, Dave.
There you go. You can hear. So I'm on a show. I appreciate you jumping on. And you can have these great conversations. You just jump into random conversations. You can call somebody. You can do all sorts of stuff. Where are you located?
Florida.
Florida. Nice. Nice. How you liking the new version of the app with the profiles?
I absolutely love it. I'm a beta tester. Awesome, man.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Thanks so much. I'm going to go. See ya.
Dude, that's so freaking cool, man. Oh my gosh.
There's so many things that yeah, and it's just a great way. There's already people that have, there's people that have had babies already, let alone just met each other. So, and then also, like, if I go into the profile section, one more thing. There's people that have found like-minded people that have gotten together. They've gotten married. They've had kids. There's people that have started working together. There's people that are prepping or doing whatever, or just become best friends. There's, I showed you earlier when I'm on the map screen, I could say, all right, 50 kilometers. And it says, all right, there's 520 people in 50 kilometers. I could send them a group message. Everyone will get a separate message saying, hey, we're having a meetup at Rico's Pizza at 4 p.m. on Saturday. Bam, we did it last fall, and about 85 people showed up. And it's a great way to meet. And by the way, I've never met a blue dot I don't like. Okay? Right?
Yep.
Everyone is awake and aware. The conversations are phenomenal. So here's my profile. I got some more friend requests I gotta respond to, but I can search for people. But in your profile, you can put all your keywords. So let's say I'm a real estate broker. So I wrote real estate broker, residential. I'm in Florida. Just putting all the keywords that I want. So if anyone says, hey, I think I want to move to Florida, I could search in real estate Florida, and bam, those person will come up. And guess what? I'd rather work with a real estate agent that is awake and aware to this world than somebody that thinks they live on a spinning ball, right? And you got your wall.
So
You can put images and stuff down, and and videos, post videos, whatever. And so when like if you're in a conversation with somebody on Comet Chat, you can go check out their profile, see if they're like, hey, you know what? Let me reach out to this person. Hey, this person is looking for a job, or hey, if you're a cook, a chef, you have a lawn care business, whatever, you can find the other people around you. So we're creating our own network. It's our own LinkedIn. It's our own Facebook, and it's only filled with purebloods that understand where we live. So there you go.
That is a fantastic app. Make sure you guys swing over to the Apple Play Store or the Google Play Store. It's on the Apple iTunes Store as well. You guys can download it. Promo code META. You got something else to throw in there, Dave?
There's already knockoffs. There's people. There's on the Google Play Store. There's Globe Trolls that have created a really horrible app. If you accidentally buy their app, before you ask for a refund, leave them a proper review. But if you want to make sure you're getting the right app, just go to flatearthdave.com. Gigantic banner at the top. Click it. The app's $3, a one-time charge. You do not need to subscribe. But if you want to support me and you want to enjoy some of the other amazing features on the app, subscribe. It's $11 a year. Or, I forgot to show you, in the referral area, and you're going to put in MATA, M-A-T-T-A, because when you download the app, first thing is going to say, do you have a referral code? Put in MATA. That way he gets a point. And the point just put you on the leaderboard. And it basically, I always say, when you're at the pearly gates and the God is looking at your scorecard, if you woke somebody up to the flat earth, you help them find the creator. You help them break away from the heliocentric model. So that's a point in your favor. So let's say you're right on the borderline of making it in. You show them your app and go, look, I've got 63 points. That could be the tipping point. I'm just saying, and that's no, it's possible. It's a possible.
Yes.
You can't rule it out.
No,
Okay?
can't rule it out. Everything's on the table.
And then hopefully we can get him on the leaderboard. And this shows the top 100 people. I did Man in America one show. He got 237 people that signed up. And
he's in our network, right? He's on LFA TV. You know that?
No, I did not know that. So
yeah, that's awesome.
That'll be a lot of fun. And again, it's all fun. Now, why am I pushing this app? I'll tell you why I'm pushing it. Because even if it wasn't my app, I would push it because it is the single best tool that everyone has in their pocket at all times to help wake people up. Like you're stuck in traffic, you're waiting in line somewhere, you got some time to kill, right? Well, and you want to watch a flat Earth video, you're going to spend hours. You're going to spend the entire time looking for a good video. You're not going to find it because YouTube doesn't want you to see it. But they're all here on the app, all of them. Any good video that comes out is here. It gets featured on the app.
You want to know what's funny, Dave, is the first time I started to go down the flat Earth rabbit hole, I was going to do a show on LFA TV. People kept asking me in the live chat what I thought about it. And I was just, the Earth's probably round. I don't know, but everything they've told us so far is a lie. I started going through all these conspiracy theories and you start really learning how everything in your reality is pretty much a lie or it's directly connected to a lie. And I got on YouTube. And even on Twitter, now that Elon's there, it's fairly better. I found a few clips on Twitter, but I scoured YouTube, couldn't find anything. I tried to do, I think I spent maybe 30 minutes one day watching all of the videos that I could collect from the places that I could find them that seemed somewhat relevant. And I couldn't even put together a full hour stream on it. And I was driving last week and one of my subscribers actually sent me a link to Level With Me. He's like, have you ever seen this? You got to watch it. And I was like, oh yeah, I started to watch it for a second, but I got busy. And then I was headed down to California to expose how our government's trafficking children. Our government's actually running one of the largest child trafficking organizations funded by these NGOs. And I was going down to film one of these camps down there and speak with this whistleblower. And I had a really long drive and I just started to watch Level With Me. And 2 weeks later, here we are, my friend. It's been a nonstop roller coaster.
The whole series, level, the next level and Level With Me. I watched them. I'd watch them in reverse order, Level With Me first and the next level. And that's a great start. And then there's a whole bunch of other videos by Sean Hibbeler on some short ones on that FE movies list. There's one called, what the heck's it called? It's called One Shot at Redemption. It's only like 25, 30 minutes long. Fantastic. It's so good, right? The problem is getting a non-believer to, hey, will you watch this movie? Oh, that's 90 minutes. I'm not watching that. Trying to get somebody to watch something. So I start them off with my channel, my YouTube channel, DITRH. All my videos are under 5 minutes. Most of them are under 3 minutes. Okay. Start there. Bam, 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 bam. And then all you want is the longer ones and the longer ones. There's a button on the web button page on the app called The Lost History of Flat Earth. Have you watched that one yet? 5 hours. Okay, so check this out. This is by this one will blow you away. By the way, why I'm here, this is a shot that I show pictures, all stuff, and I get emails all the time. Dave, where can I that picture you showed the other day, can you send that to me? Right? And so you go here, I go to the image sections. What would you call that? What would you search for if you're looking for that picture I just
rocket launch?
So
NASA rockets, SpaceX launch, something like that.
Yeah. So rocket. That's just wrong.
Oh wow, it's right there.
There it is. Yeah, it should be right there. There, right there. First one. So that's how you find it. So if you're looking for something that I showed, just search the app for it, and it's there, and then you have it also. But I was going back here to tell you, what was I talking about just before that? It was
the movies. I was talking about Flat Earth Level.
Yeah. Level With Me. What was I saying about it? God, I just had a brain fart. Maybe I'll remember if I go down here. So you go here, go to the movies.
You're saying watch them in reverse order, and then you're like, because. Yeah,
no, that's okay. That's good. Watch them in reverse order. It really doesn't matter. But the right up near the top. This one is One Shot at Redemption, 25 minutes. It'll blow you
Oh
away.
no, you're on the 5-hour video. That's what you said.
Yeah. Woo, going down. I'm standing on a wobble board, right? Couldn't do that if you were spinning. So if you go to the web button page and scroll down right here. So when and there's a whole series here, but the first one is 5 hours. So you gotta hold on 1 second. I just gotta grab my power cord. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take it down.
All right. So people sent me this and I'm like, 5 hours, man. And I watch everything at double speed because I just don't have time for anything. And I don't get to watch a quarter of what I want to watch because there's so much content. And I was like, I'm not watching that. And then someone else sent it to me, and someone else sent it to me. And I was like, I just had it on a back burner. Then one night I was on a little after 11 p.m. I'm cleaning up and I was like looking for something to put on while I was cleaning up. And I said, let me put this on. 10 minutes later, I find myself sitting down, staring at the screen. Next thing I know, it's 4 a.m. And I'm like, what the hell? I watched it again that night. Okay. 5-hour video. I watched it again. Okay. Careful. Bring food and water. make sure you're in a good headspace because this one is going to blow you away. It's going to bring you down all of the rabbit holes. Flat Earth mostly, but ancient civilizations and everything. So there you go.
It's funny that you had mentioned bring up Flat Earth to a 10-year-old and watch them freak out. We were checking out at Walmart about 10 days ago. I was with my son. He's 9. He'll be 10 in October.
Yeah.
And he started talking about something about space. And I said, well, what if I told you that space wasn't what you thought? He's like, what do you mean? I go, what if I told you that the Earth wasn't round? And he's like, Dad. He's like, come on, Dad. And I'm like, no, I'm serious. If I could show you a couple of videos, what if? And he goes, well, how can the Earth not be round? I go, well, have you ever seen water stick to a ball? Have you ever seen a rocket that goes straight up, or do you ever see them they kind of curve like that? And it was like, I got his attention. He watched Level with me. He couldn't put it down. Like he was, and then it's funny as I post the video because he goes, well, Dad, what if what they told us in school about Christopher Columbus wasn't real? Do you think? I go, well, who would have created that lie? He goes, the government. I go, that's my boy.
Scroll down. We got Flat Earth Experiments. If you hit that, the first video, this one right here that has the different color lasers on it, watch the video. Okay. Watch all of these videos. These are experiments. People are like, well, did you go out and measure it? Yep, we did. Okay. And we did it for you. Okay. And we did it because going out and measuring, it's better to do it when it's cold out. And well, that sucks. And you have to do it at night if you're using lasers. And you have to go 20, 30 miles away from the other person, and you have to have communications and batteries. And it's not easy, but it's done for you in detail. But this one will blow your mind. These lasers are at different distances, but when you look at them with the camera literally inches above the frozen lake, you can see all of the, this is just an illustration, but they're all on the same plane, where the bottom one should be like 50 feet below the other one, but they're all on the same plane. Shouldn't be able to see any of them, but we can see all of them. Watch the video. Okay, this is the one that will seal the deal forever. Okay, seal the deal forever. But one more thing on the shopping cart page, and when you download the app, you're going to get a pop-up that's going to show you. Let me see. Let me just turn off my app. See if it actually. If I didn't tell it not to do it anymore. It's not doing it because I told it not to. You get a pop-up, but for this right here. This is another movie I was in, my third movie, called Origins Untold. We had a screening in South Carolina a month or so ago, a couple months, yeah, somewhere around there. And it just became available for download and purchase. It's $5.99. They're trying to get distribution. So if you're interested in Flat Earth and you want to watch a good movie, this is different than the Level series. Level series was awesome. I love it. But this is about a guy that heard the earth was flat, couldn't believe it. So he decided to travel around the country talking to other prominent flat earthers. I was one of them. Mark Sargent, Jay Tolan, the Founded Brothers, and Shelley Lewis, and a couple others. And it's a human interest documentary. It's phenomenal. And if everybody could rent it and watch it with the family, $5.99. Everyone watch it together. Bring your friends. Watch it with your kids. Your kids will love it. Okay. And it's a real, I don't think there's any other flat earth movie like this. So it's different, entertaining. It's only $6.
I want to watch. Me and my son have movie night every Saturday. That'll be our movie this week.
That's a great one. So it's right there on the app. You can download it, play it on your screen, big screen. And they're trying to show the distributors. And if they get to a big distributor, then it goes out to all the people that we want, that don't know about this stuff. They want to see that there's an audience willing to pay. So let's show them, everybody. Let's share it with everybody, and $6. It's like, you ever buy anyone a drink? You can't buy.
Skip your coffee tomorrow.
Yeah, skip your coffee tomorrow. There you go. Exactly. Take some Shilajit instead.
What'd you say? It's cheaper than our margarita. You going out and buying a margarita with no and not tipping the bartender?
And people are like, oh, subscription $11. I'm like, it's like you bought me a margarita and you forgot to tip the bartender. People are like, spending $3 on an app. Who wants a round of shots of tequila? That'll be $75. Oh, no problem. And then how long do you have that for? Okay.
Yeah.
But not that I'm against tequila. That is my drink when I do drink.
So where did what are like the most common questions or rebuttals that people throw at you when you first start trying to tell them the flat earth? Where would you start with people? Like if you walk up to somebody and you're trying to enlighten them to the realization that the earth is flat, where do you even start?
I get that question all the time, and the answer is it's never ever the same. It's never the same for anybody. It depends on where that person's coming from. So what I do is I tell people, does this ball have curvature to it? Of course it does. It's a ball. Okay. It has curvature. And there is a formula that we could say, if I move 1 inch this way, how much off of that plane, off of that tangent will I be? There's formula that'll give us the information as we go around. Well, they tell us that the earth is 24,901 miles around, and that has a curvature formula. There's actually 4 different formulas that are good. One of them, the simple version, is 8 inches per mile squared. First mile, there's 8-inch drop. Second mile, it's not 16 inches because it's dropping away faster and faster, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's 8 inches per mile squared. And the Globers will go, that is a parabola. Yep, it is. After like 3,000 miles, it becomes not accurate. But up to 2,000 miles, which nobody could ever see, we'll get into that. It's off by a couple of feet, I think. It's ridiculous. And by the way, with all of the other formulas, 8 inches per mile squared gives the globe the best benefit of the doubt. It says there's less curvature than there actually is. Okay. But, the first couple 100 miles, it's dead on accurate. So here is a photo. Oops. That is not what I wanted to show you. Here's a photo from a mountain. No, when you're on the ground, the air is the thickest. When you look over water, there's moisture and everything becomes distorted. There's refraction. Now, refraction, not bringing things up that are hidden, but just blocking your view. But when you're up high, the air is clearer, thinner, less pollution, thinner air, cooler, less humidity. And we could see all of these mountains. We can see there's 8 of them, okay? They're in their proper positions. They're the right shapes. They're not clouds. They're 100% provably the mountains. You can go to a place like this or this place and do it yourself. The tops of these mountains should be over 40 miles below a physical curve, okay? My face is behind the physical curve of this ball. You can't zoom in and see it because it's a physical curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can zoom in and see these mountains. They should be behind 40 miles of curvature. There is no explanation for this other than they're magically all rising up, refracting, and they look clear as day sitting right at eye level. Why don't they refract up higher so you're looking up at them? Okay. Why would they refract up at eye level unless they are just on the Earth plane? Right?
Yeah.
You know, then and people say, you know, well, you know, it's refraction, right? We have this shot of Chicago, which I'm sure you've seen, right? Across Lake Michigan, Chicago, 52 miles away. The very
Every 10 miles, the Earth drops 662 feet or something like that, isn't it? Every 10 miles.
it goes more and more. At 10 miles, it's 66 feet. At 100 miles, it's 6,600 feet. Okay, it's exponential, right? There should be 1,800 feet of curvature at this. The tallest building, I think the top of this building might be 1,800 feet, or maybe it's less, but we can see all of them. And so this picture was on the news, and the weatherman goes, well, this is because it's a mirage. The temperature is colder and warmer and blah, blah, blah. This is not a mirage, right? A mirage, if it's on certain conditions, well, as the atmosphere changes, it would change. Here is a time lapse. Okay. Now this is hard to see. The buildings they're right here. And so this is going throughout the whole day into the evening. The buildings are still there. They're not miraging up and down. These buildings are behind a physical curve if the Earth is a globe. Okay. They're going and the sun is setting and you can see the lights coming on. They're there.
Get the fuck out.
They are. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
No, that's all right. The people say, well, the very bottoms are missing. The very bottoms are missing. Yes, the very bottoms are missing because they're blocked by imperfections and atmosphere on the ground. Like if you're looking, the ground ramps up to you. I'll show you. Let me show you. So the ground ramps up. Where are we going? Here we are. So this is a perspective grid. Okay. So here's the ground. It ramps up. The sky ramps down and the sides ramp in. And so there's your vanishing, almost to your vanishing point, right? So we'll put a guy here. And his eye level is right here on this line. Okay. And so now I put this mountain in front of him. The top of this mountain is thousands of feet above his eye line. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
The sun is way above the mountain. So now I'm going to push this mountain. I'm going to push the sun. It's going to go away. It's just going away. It's not going down. It's going beyond the mountain. Just like if you were standing next to a building looking at it and the sun is over your head and the sun is moving away, it goes beyond the building. It's not below the horizon. It's just blocked by the building.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the sun is blocked by the mountain. It's just beyond the mountain. Like if he climbed up to the top of the mountain, he'd be able to see the sun. Right. It's right there. It's right behind the mountain. So we move this mountain into the distance and it reveals. So we'll spread it. You can now see wider, fill in the foreground. This top of the mountain is thousands of feet above his eye in reality, but he sees it at his eye level. The sun is above there. So now we'll move the sun farther away and it's just going again beyond this. This is thousands of feet above his eye level. The sun just went beyond it, just like when you're looking up at that building and the sun goes beyond it. It's just beyond it. It's behind it. So now we'll fill in the clouds, and the clouds, the atmospheric deck, it also ramps down to eye level and it becomes another opaque line here. So the sun, so this mountaintop is thousands of feet above his eye level. These clouds are thousands of feet above this mountaintop, and the sun is above all of that. And as the sun moves away, it just goes beyond all of that. Goes beyond it. It's not below it. That's not the horizon. This is tens of thousands of feet above his eye level, but it looks like it's at his eye level. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
But people think that's going behind a physical curve of a ball.
That is such a good explanation. Oh my gosh. That
Yeah.
just made everything make sense.
It's really hard. It's hard to pull it together, right? And people say, well, when I go up higher, I can see the sunset again. That works on a flat earth, right? Here's a guy's eye level, right? And let me see what I got here. And if he is watching something here and it goes below, this is his horizon, which could be thousands of feet above his head. If he goes up to the top of this building, he can now see farther. He can see the sun again
Mm-hmm.
on a flat earth,
Yeah.
right? This guy
Yeah.
can see farther than this guy. Got it?
Yes. And if we were on a globe, they should be able to see the exact same.
Well, they say if you're on a globe, you got up higher, maybe you can see over a little bit, but if we're on a globe, we'd all be dead.
And why do you say we'd all be dead?
Because we're spinning in space with with atmosphere adjacent to a void, a vacuum, which is scientifically impossible, right? You'll come across a video one day and go, oh, that's why he said that. So it's actually a taboo conspiracy video talking about how ridiculous the heliocentric model is. And he kept throwing in, the best way to tell that we're not on a spinning ball is because if we were, we'd all be dead. It was a funny video, and
Yep.
I just say it all the time. So,
And when you say heliocentric model, for people that are new, what do you guys mean when you say heliocentric? Can you give it? I hear that a lot in the flat earth. It took me a minute to do some research and dive into it, so I know people are going to be asking.
yeah, the heliocentric is what they teach us in school. The helios is the sun, it's the center, and we're orbiting around it. That's called the heliocentric model. That's what they, in science, which is truly scientism, tells you that we live on the heliocentric model. We live in the heliocentric world. Okay. And so that's not the case. We are geocentric. We're not a disk floating in space. We're not a planet floating in space. We are the center. All of the luminaries in the sky are within the Earth system. While we're on perspective, let's stay on perspective for a minute. All right.
Yeah, let's go.
So what do you see here?
I see a boat, a pier, maybe, a road into the ocean.
A boat, a pier. Did you say a pier?
Oh, I meant like a boardwalk, not a pier.
Yeah, a boardwalk. You got a boat, you got some clouds. Now, these clouds in your mind, you know that they're the same height. It's just perspective that brings them down, right? Got a boat here. This grass could be
No
the
way.
or maybe slightly higher than the pier, right? And the pier, of course, is higher than the water because the water would be going over the pier, right?
Huh?
This is an illustration also. And these lights are all the same size. They just look like they're getting smaller because of perspective. This is how we see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You see the Great Pyramid of Giza?
No. Wow. What? Do that again.
This is the Great Pyramid of Giza. This is a photograph. This pyramid is way higher than this person, right?
Yeah.
Here it is. It's all how we perceive things. Okay. Do another one. Got another one for you. Okay. Let's see how smart you are. Got a yellow line, an orange line, and a red line. Which is the higher line?
I'm gonna say yellow.
What's the highest line? It makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. Which one is the longest line?
Red line.
Red line. Okay. What if I told you you're wrong? Okay.
I don't believe you.
I'm sitting on my patio in Mexico, and this bush is about 5 feet above the deck. So I have this red line.
Mhm.
This deck is the edge before the beach, the orange line, and this is the water, which is 10 feet below the deck. So this line is 15 feet lower than this line. This is about 6 feet across, maybe. This is about 20 feet across, and this is probably several miles. Okay. All right, let's see what you learned. You ready? So here we got a line. And I'm going to add some more lines. Right? These lines appear to be getting higher and higher. Okay.
Mhm.
Which is the highest line?
The highest as in height or the highest line? Oh shit. I'm going down that rabbit hole. I would say the highest line would be the very, very bottom one.
This one here. Right?
Mhm.
In reality, you're wrong. They're all the same height. They're all the same height as.
Oh, got me. That's what I was wondering. I was like, height, length. I know length. I'm like, height. I don't know.
And when you look at it, this line here doesn't even make it between the two lights. So this line here, this is way longer, right? So these lines are all wider, 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 getting thinner, thinner, and thinner, smaller and smaller. This is how we see. Okay. And this also happens, you know, when you watch the huge moonrise. Wow, look at the moon. Right? If you catch a moonrise, it's gigantic. It looks amazing, right? Take a picture of it. It looks tiny. It looks horrible. It's like, what happened to the giant moon? You can't take a giant moon, right? Next time there's a giant moon on the horizon, turn around backwards, bend over, look at the moon upside down through your legs, and it will be tiny.
What?
Rewiring your brain. Your brain makes all sorts of assumptions. It's how we navigate through this world, in this three-dimensional world, right? Where, you know, these are all the same height. Your brain has to know that to navigate, right? Your brain has to know that this area here is just as wide as this area here, okay, for you to navigate. So you're processing all this information, but you're seeing the world in a different way. And if you don't understand what you're seeing, you can't navigate this world. So again, the giant moon thing, it's quite amazing because one of the big arguments is, why doesn't the sun get smaller and smaller on your flat Earth, you know, as it goes away? And the quick answer is it does, but you don't always see it that way. But there's several things that are happening, and they all affect how you see it. They all affect how you see it. There's magnification going on. There's the thing that your mind does that makes things bigger as they're closer to the horizon. There's a whole bunch of things. I'm trying to find my sunsets videos. Oh, and I got another one. You're new. I got a lot. I can blow you away with a lot of things. So
I got one for you in a minute when you finish this one. I got a question for you.
No problem. No problem. Here we go. So here's one in a soldier filmed this in Afghanistan, and the sun is just going away. It's not going down. It's going away. There's no humidity. It's dry. They're up on a high plane, and the sun's just going away, getting smaller and smaller, taking its light with it. This is just going away. Why do I have Paul McCartney up here? Because he's singing, "The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round." Remember that song?
Yes, sir.
Never put it together before today, right?
Never.
Yeah. And there's all sorts of stuff. Like, this is in Bulgaria. Okay. Now, is this sun just moving away, or is this photographer on the top of a ball falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, just making the sun appear to go down? Because if he's on the sun, he's falling over backwards, making the sun appear to go down. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this light, whatever it is, just moving away, taking its light with it? You're going to go with B, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, and there's tons of people that have taken the time and done these time lapses. Look at this sun. Are we spinning towards it, or is it just coming towards us? It's just coming towards us. Perspective is making it look higher in the sky. right?
Yeah.
Right. And have you ever seen my sun fade out?
I'm not, I might have, but
Forget what you were going to tell. You wanted to tell me something. So here is here's the sun. Pause for a second.
Yep.
We watch the sun. It's going down, 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 down. Now, if the Earth was spinning, it should just keep on going, and it shouldn't stop. But what it did is it went down, 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 and it stopped. I'm filming this. It's below freezing with my drone. Got it up super high, super clear day, and it just stopped. And I have this sped up like 2,500 speed. Okay. It's just sitting here. And now this you think is your horizon, but this is an optical horizon. It's a apparent horizon. And the sun isn't going down. It's just going away. And at some point, its light can no longer push through. Repeat it again over here. Its light can no longer push through, and it just takes its light away with it. Going back and forth.
yeah,
Isn't that crazy?
dude.
There's a button
So how,
on the app that has a whole bunch of those. Go ahead.
so my question was this. So we have a solar eclipse and we have a lunar eclipse. One is where the sun is in front of the moon and the other where the moon is in front of the sun, correct?
Are you trying to trick me?
No, I'm asking, like, I'm trying to remember what they taught us in school. Like I remember in school, like making these little boxes and we'd go out there and watch the sun. Like if they're saying, hey, well, which one is where the moon is in front of the sun? If the sun is 92 million miles away, how is the moon getting in front of the sun? Or the sun getting in front of the moon for the opposite?
Well, they tell us that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther away. Therefore, they look like they're the same size, or maybe they're just the same size. Okay, kind of weird, right? So they tell us the sun's 400 times bigger, 400 times farther, and the chances of that happening are slim, and the chances of them lining up to form a solar eclipse are 0. Okay, but let's say it's 0.0001. The chances of them doing that a second time are infinitesimally small. The problem is there's solar eclipses all the time, and every 18 years they repeat the cycle again and again. They come in cycles and patterns, and every 18 years plus whatever number of days, the whole cycle repeats again and again like a perfect timepiece. All right, so this is a solar eclipse is when allegedly the moon goes in front of the sun. But nobody has ever seen the moon approach the sun, eclipse the sun, or exit the sun. Right? If we had the moon eclipsing the sun, you would see the moon coming to it. Well, the sun's so bright, you can't see it. It blinds you. But when there's a total eclipse, it's dark where we're watching, right? You're looking, and we should be able to see the moon with some way. I mean, with a zoom lens, with a infrared, with your naked eyes. And we're told that we see the full moon because of the light that's bouncing off the moon coming to Earth. And if you go out in the middle of nowhere and there's a full moon, you can read a book. It'll cast your shadow on the ground. Well, the Earth is 6 times bigger than the moon, and with all the water, it's a lot more reflective. So when you're looking at a total solar eclipse, from the moon's point of view, there's a full Earth. The sun is shining on that whole side of the Earth. So that Earth shine should be lighting up the moon. You should be able to see the moon. No one's ever seen it. But when we look at eclipses, are you seeing the moon? Are you seeing just missing sun? At any point in any of these, do you see the moon, or do you just see sky and missing sun? There's just missing sun here. Missing sun. Missing sun. You don't see the moon. You see something you assume is the moon, and it very well might have something to do with the moon. I personally, and I don't know, a lot of flat earthers say the moon has nothing to do. It's a whole nother nodal thing, dark bodies. Very well might be true. But I think whatever it is that's blocking the sun is not in front of it. It's behind it. Okay? Do you see the moon, or do you see missing sun? Right? Mind blowing, because we were always taught, right? Think of this. If the moon was eclipsing the sun, how come they don't have a camera on the moon filming eclipses? Think about the learning for every kid in school. A camera filming the earth spinning in space, filming the eclipse from the moon. Never. From the space station. Never. Okay? Never, 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 never. Right? So let me show you how I think that the eclipse happens. Right? Here it is. So this is on the app under the eclipse section, right? So this is an actual eclipse. I filmed it. There happened to be a lot of haziness in the sky, so it was really easy to film without any glare. And this is an eclipse that's going on. It went to like 85%, right? This is a model eclipse where I have a light on the other side and I'm projecting it and I'm blocking the light with a round object. And I'll show you how that's done in a second, right? So this is an eclipse that was filmed prior to that. And we saw this. What is this? It's locked to position with the sun. This is a lens flare. It's moving around as we move the camera. But this is staying in perfect sync with the sun. Now, this was happening. There was like a 90% eclipse at this time. The reason you don't see it here is just because it's so bright. But if you looked with sunglasses, you would see that this eclipse is just about that much. But what is this eclipse here? And if it was a lens flare, it would be moving around, but it's not. So I say that the sun that we see is not the actual source of the sun. It's a projection. It's like we're seeing a rear projection on our sky screen, just like my experiment here. The paper towel is the sky screen, and I have the rear projector, which is here. This is the source of the sun, and I'm eclipsing it with a dark body. Now, I don't see that dark body coming in here. I only see the missing sun. I don't see that dark body because there's no light coming off of that dark body. It's just blocking the light. I don't see it. I don't see it exit. And so I did it again with a thinner tissue. And as I bring it in, we see it right here. There's the source. I'm seeing through the sheet. I'm not being blinded by the bright sun. And I'm blocking the source. And that's exactly what we see. And when we compare it to what reality actually showed us, looks pretty damn close. Right? You're muted.
It just opens your eyes to everything. It makes everything make sense, and it makes you question everything.
Yeah,
Like, it really makes me question why did they assassinate Kennedy? It was because he was trying to make the world a better place. He was trying to what? Or is Kennedy about to expose and let the world in on their hidden agenda?
I got one. I haven't looked into this yet that much, but remember when Nixon called the guys from the moon? Remember?
Yeah, 28 minutes.
Yeah. He called the guys on the moon. Remember? He's talking to the guys on the moon. Okay. This is the actual footage. They're showing the thing, they're showing the moon, right? There he is. The television does that. Whoop, I lost the signal thing, right? And so he's talking to them on the moon, right? But when we go back to the scene in the White House and we zoom in on his wall, he's got a picture of the Earth from the moon already. How do you get that in 1970? How do you get that picture? Whoa. Now, the Globers will say they sent a probe around the moon and it took a picture, and I don't know what they're going to say, actually. I really don't care because this is ridiculous. And by the way, we've taken these pictures off of NASA's website, put them into Photoshop, cranked up the levels, and there's a friggin' square box around the Earth that it was clearly just it was photoshopped in. Right?
And wasn't there a video you guys showed of was it Reagan on Air Force One, where on the back of the Air Force One or in one of the rooms there, he's standing next to a map, which is a flat Earth map?
I think that was Admiral Byrd, wasn't it? Where do I have that?
It was definitely Reagan. I'm almost positive it was Reagan.
Maybe. But there's a couple. There's one with Kennedy on Air Force One, I think.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah. So, where do you want to go from here?
Utah. So let's talk a little bit about what might be out there. These other worlds. I have a video, and I'll probably insert it right here, right now. You have this map, and it's what is outside the Arctic Circle. I know I had asked you if they could go under the Arctic Circle.
Yeah. So what's outside now? Again, this is speculation. And where am I going here? Or here we go.
Did you make all these?
Some of them. That was made by an anti-flat earther that was claiming that the flat Earth was just pulled off the globe when it's actually the other way around. They took the flat Earth and wrapped it around a sphere. So here we are, right? Africa, United States, South America, right? Antarctica. What's out here? We don't know. We're not allowed to go. We want the right to go. Is there more land out there, or is there no more land out there? I don't know. If you said, Dave, we're going to find out tomorrow, let's make a bet, I'd bet you $1 million there's more land out there. Okay. But again, making no hard claims, right? A lot of biblical people say, well, God said he created the earth. Well, maybe the earth goes out for another 100,000 miles. And the controllers have just said, no, this is earth. This is all there is, right? This is the heliocentric, nonsensical model, right? So what else could be out there, right? So here is how they do it. So they take this, they cut out, and they wrap it around a sphere. And they say, this is where you live. You're not allowed to explore down here. You're not allowed to explore down there, right? So imagine this. We have you're in school, and they say, here's the world, and they actually just cut out this part of the world. You got a little bit of South America, Mexico, a little bit of Canada, United States, right? They get rid of the rest of the map, and they wrap it around a sphere. Now, we don't have any communications with anybody in any other country. There's no radio, there's no internet, there's no telephones. We just have no planes, just boats. You can sail anywhere you want out here, but you can't go beyond 60 degrees south, which they say is right here. Okay? GPS says that, and they're guarding it. You can't go explore here because we have to protect the penguins. This doesn't exist. This is all that there is. You don't know about Australia, Africa, England. You don't know anything about it. And if one day somebody from England landed on an airplane and on the White House lawn, you'd be like, oh my God, an extraterrestrial. Damn right they're extraterrestrial. They're from the extra terra, the extra territory. What if the world was set up like this? We live in this pond right here. We live in this pond. And they did the same thing. They wrapped it around a sphere, and they said, you can't go down and explore this area. You're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south. We'll show you this little point right there, but that's it. This is a prison for your mind. This stops you from reaching your full potential, knowing that you're at the center of creation, knowing that your thoughts create your reality. Evil in this world knows how this world works, and they know that they can't break our free will. They know that they need our permission. That's why they have to tell us what they're doing. I know it sounds crazy, but they have to tell us what they're doing. And if we don't say no, we're saying yes. We live in this world of, of offers and contracts, and basically they can offer us anything. And we don't just say no, we have to say, yes, I'll do that under these conditions. And the conditions have to meet, your conditions. Hey, I want you to take that funny thing stuck in your arm. And you'll say, I'll gladly do it as soon as you show me that all of those ingredients have been tested and actually show benefit to the person that takes it. Mm-hmm. Right? And they can't do that. Right? So that's how this world works. I believe, and it's not just me, it's not new age thinking, that our thoughts create our reality, because it's actually a proven fact. Look at your life. Everything you have in your life is because of the way that you think. You are your worst enemy and your best ally, right? All of the things that you have in your life, you thought them into your life. You thought them and brought them in. Your car, somebody thought about that car and then ended up making the car. And then you thought about the car and ended up getting the car. And whatever it is not just material things, physical things, relationships, everything is the way that you think. Your vibration attracts other like vibrating things. Well, if that was true, how come I don't have $1 million? It's because you're sitting there saying, I don't have $1 million, saying I want $1 million. But in reality, the energy you're sending out is saying, I'll never deserve $1 million, right? When you understand that your thoughts create your reality, there's great abundance. Nobody has control over you. You have God-given free will, and that you're at the center of creation. You've now become a way stronger person. I have another theory. I believe that the population is less than they say. I also believe that 150, 200 years ago, there could have been 100 billion people on Earth. Certainly big enough. Can certainly support all of that, especially with free energy technology, which I believe they had then. But I believe that when you have that many people on Earth, your thoughts become an interconnected web of manifestation, and the elite can't control that. They need to keep our numbers very small. This is me talking. This is my thought. Maybe I'll be proven wrong one day. I don't think so. But I think by keeping our numbers low, keeping us separated, keeping us in fear, it lowers our ability to have the great power that the Creator gave us. And so that's why they do these depopulation resets all the time.
It's funny that we're talking about that funny thing that they put in your arm. And if you go through and I heard and don't you fact check me on this, but that if you got every one of those recommended, that they are recommending that kids get now, it's like 72 of them, that your body would contain, it's like 1,600 nanograms of aluminum and all these metals and different types of metals. And it made me think, when I heard you guys start talking about those vibrations, that these might not be what we think they are, that I think that there's something that has to do with messing up how your body vibrates. And
100%. And as long with the spraying in the sky, I believe that the heavens above are right there. And there's a war heavens above with all of the spraying that we see that's going on. And that's to disconnect us from source information. They talk about the Akashic records, how some people can meditate. The Akashic records are the records of all of everything is contained in one library called the Akashic records. I don't think it's a physical place. It's a spiritual, mental place that I have a Tesla coil that is an amazing device that fills your body with this energy. And the guy that built it got the information from the Akashic records by going into a meditative trance. They taught him how to build it, and he built it. And it's amazing. There's a lot of stuff like this in this world, but they don't want you to know about that. Okay. And so I think that when you have that many people, we all connect and we can all have access to the Akashic records.
Have you ever gone to a festival?
Yeah.
Like a big concert. I don't know if you've ever been into like electronic music where people are doing drugs and it's just like every person you walk by is like super, super happy. I say this when you go to Electric Forest and you walk onto those grounds and you step and you're around all those people, I swear to God, on my son's life, you can feel it. You can feel the energy. You can feel the positivity radiating off people. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced in my life.
I love festivals. We used to have a great one here in Connecticut called Gathering of the Vibes, a 3-day camping event. amazing, huge festival, and just amazing people. I'm actually going to a festival at that campground in 2 weeks or 1 week. It's like a week from this weekend. And it's a huge festival. It's not a camping one, but it's just an amazing time, and it's just about people being around good people and having great conversations. And of course, I'll be wearing a Flat Earth t-shirt, and so we'll see what happens there.
I just ordered my first one. It should be here. I don't know. Actually, another guy I was messaging, because Anna, my co-host on our morning show, and another LFA host, she's the one who was in communications with you originally. And I was talking to somebody else on Twitter, and right after she said we have this interview, this guy messaged me, Eric, I want to say Dubry. Am I saying that right?
Dubay.
Dubay, yeah. Eric messaged me and he's like, you should check out our Flat Earth gear. I was like, all right. And I bought one. I thought it was yours. I was like, oh man, I hope it's in there in time for our interview. And he didn't.
It was there. He puts out tons of great information. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know if the Flat Earth movement would be where it is right now. So
wow.
On the app, on the shopping cart page, here's my shop. And I've got some pretty cool designs. If you're, some that are in your face.
What does that top one say?
This one just says 100% chance it's flat, flatearthdave.com. That's on the back, FE on the front. This is a compass, a real compass, south, 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 north in the center, east and west are circles. That's how a compass works. People don't realize that. These are I'm a blue dot. Everything in the world proves flat. But I just put a new one in, which is where is it? Got a lot on here now. Flat Earther. I like this one.
I like that.
It's got the map inside of it. It comes in black, and I have them also without the flat Earth. If you're like, I can't wear that, it's too much. I've got them both styles, right? And hoodies, all sorts of stuff, and these are fun. Listen, you do support me by buying these, but it's also you're supporting yourself. You're getting out there. You're having a conversation. I love this one. This is one of my favorites. It's got the map on the back, right, and it's got just a big FE on the front. And it starts the conversation, 100% chance it's flat. And they go on and on. I got a bunch. So
man, I got the one that's like a North Face symbol, and it says the flat Earth instead of the North Face.
Favorites. And the girl that makes those, she's going to be at Flattoberfest in Vegas. You should make it if you can. It's
I actually think I can make it, honestly.
Perfect. So on the app, if you go, hold on, I just want to show you. This is one I make. Flat Earth Life. That's kind of cool.
Yep.
Right. So on the app, if you go to the shopping cart page or on flatearthdave.com, right here, Flattoberfest. You can click that, and up comes. There it is.
And how much are tickets, in case anybody's asking?
Ticket, I don't even know where they are. They're around $200 or something like that. It's a 2-day event. I don't know what it is. Don't quote me. I don't know.
Yep.
Will
you be speaking there?
I will be on a question and answer panel, but I'll be speaking. I'll just be with everybody because they're just talking to everybody. So just come up and talk to me. But I'll be on a question and answer panel, and there's going to be some great conversations. And we're also going to be going out on the street. We have banners says win $3,000 in chips, and we got big chips on them by giving us one globe proof. And it says no. What does it say? It says play as many times as you like. No cost to play. Play as many times as you like. And basically, we're just going to be out there. Everyone will have their apps or whatever paraphernalia they have. There we go. Like, throw my mouse on there. But check it out. Oh, that's a old ticket price. We can look right now. Let's see what the price is. So
let's check it out.
Flattoberfest. Get tickets. And tickets are buy tickets. Oops. Where is it? $254. But there's
ain't bad at all.
I think you can get there's a 10% discount if you use the code Thanks Bob, all one word. Thanks Bob.
Spell that.
Thanks, THANKS, Bob, BOB.
Thanks, Bob. Got you.
And definitely come. And it's at Sam's Town. I'm not sure how much room is left in the hotel, but if there is, I recommend staying right there because you're just going to want to be around everybody. And
sorry, what hotel was that?
It's Sam's Town, and Sam's Town is right off the strip. But all the information is there on the app, or if you don't have the app, flatearthdave.com. Big banner says Flattoberfest, and it's going to be a blast. September, I think it's 20th and 21st. It said that weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We get there on Thursday, and then we leave on Monday.
So let's pivot now. I want to pivot a little bit into JFK, because what makes me want to go down that rabbit hole, or to at least hear what you have to say, is we've talked about our government releasing these declassified documents, and one of the things that Trump was campaigning on in 2016 was that he was going to release or declassify all of the information related to the assassination of JFK. And one of his good close buddies was in an interview. This is probably, I don't know, like 6 months ago. I'm sure I could find it if I wanted to track it down. I'm watching this interview, and this guy goes, it's really weird. He's really close with Trump, like in his inner circle, still in the inner circle. And when Trump was getting ready to leave office, he said, "Hey man," he said, you promised us that you were going to declassify all of the JFK files. Why didn't you? And Trump goes, "Because the American people couldn't handle the truth." And I started thinking to myself, well, like Tucker's telling us the CIA assassinated the president. We already know what other truth could be so bad that we couldn't handle, that we couldn't wrap our heads around.
Maybe that the earth is flat. Maybe that's what he was trying. Maybe.
I think so. What else could it be? What could you think of something that would be that China did it? Our CIA did it? We already think the worst, don't we?
Yeah. No,
that type of reality.
I mean, it's a lot for people to deal with, knowing that, the Cold War wasn't a real war, right? It was all a put up, right? All of these conflicts we're having, and all of the stuff comes out, like the Korean War, it was kicked off by the Gulf of Tonkin, which is now admitted, declassified as a false flag attack. So the entire Korean War was put on as a ruse under false circumstances. Where's the revolution? Everyone that had a friend that went to Vietnam should be revolting. Nothing. The CIA admitted it came out that the CIA killed John Kennedy, right? Didn't that come out like last year?
Yep.
Nobody
Tucker did it. It's in November. Yeah.
Nobody cares, right? They've dulled us down, making people just complacent and non-caring and non-thinking. I mean, I go into New York City. When I was doing my Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole podcast on 9/11, we're out there with clipboards taking a survey how many buildings fell in 9/11, and nobody heard of Building 7. A couple people did, but they didn't really know that it fell or what really happened. And they're right in New York City, in the heart of New York City, right? There's
so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and most truthers don't even know that 7 buildings fell on 9/11. No, most truthers don't know about Building 6. Most truthers don't. You don't know about Building 6, right?
No, sir.
Building 7 fell, and it fell after they announced it fell, which is impossible. Okay, you know all that.
That's
right?
So crazy. Yeah, I heard that part.
6, 10 stories tall, full city block. Almost the entire inside of the building disappeared down to the basement.
How?
I don't know. It did. Therefore, there is a weapon that can make the entire inside of a building disappear down to the basement. If you look at the evidence, the buildings fell at free fall speed, and the big chunks that were already ejected from the building dissolved into dust when they were falling and never hit the ground. Therefore, there is a weapon that can turn buildings to dust in midair. I don't know what that weapon is. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know who uses it, but there's some sort of energy weapon that can do that, because that's what happened.
I don't doubt it one bit. After watching what we just watched happen in Hawaii,
Yeah. Have you seen the cars in Hawaii versus the cars on 9/11? They look exactly the same. You couldn't tell the difference. On 9/11, there's cars all over the place where their engines were gone and their doors rusted and the insides dissolved. But but on one part, well, the car was perfect, right?
there was papers in the back seat of the car that was fried or something crazy.
Yeah, there is a picture. I don't know if you follow Lincoln Kareem in New York City. He just showed a video of a truck in New York City that literally looked like a melted car in Hawaii, and there was cardboard in the back of it. It was completely burned out, but there was cardboard in the truck. In New York City yesterday, literally yesterday, right? I don't know what's going on, but something's going on, right?
Do you think that
But by the way, to anyone listening, if you want more information on 9/11, you want it on any of the other things that are very controversial with involving schools or marathons or anything else, stoplookthink.com. Stoplookthink.com. If you want to hear about the Covius Minimus, thing that's going around, stoplookthink.com. The fires, stoplookthink.com. Check it out. It's a good resource. Stuff that's being hidden from you.
Do you ever get the feeling that civilization was way more advanced back in the day and that something was done to, like, I always ask people the question, I said, if, like, say you're in the world that we're living in today with I don't even want to say those 5 letters here, but you guys know what I'm saying, with the dyed pink hair and all of the craziness that's going on and how it feels like AI and technology is outpacing humans. I think about if I could get in a spaceship, like, so let's say you were traveling from another planet, right, quote unquote planet, and you were able to escape this planet because your planet was collapsing, and you found Earth, knowing how detrimental all of that technology was to the civilization you came from. Would you give everybody here that technology to bring it right back to this Earth, or would you kind of just say, hey, we're gonna let these people figure out how to start a fire again and everything from scratch? I feel like that.
In the middle of the movie Idiocracy right now. We're literally have you seen the Idiocracy? You haven't seen Idiocracy? All right. Do you smoke weed?
Yeah. Or I shouldn't say that on here, but yeah.
Whatever. Have a beer, relax, and watch the movie Idiocracy. All one word, Idiocracy. It's basically about how the world just got dumber and dumber and dumber. And it's literally to the point where we're in the middle of that movie right now. It used to be a comedy, but now it's a documentary. That's what I say. It's just funny. So yes, there was way more advanced people 150 years ago. Okay, way more advanced. You ever see my interview with Ruth, 102-year-old woman back in February 2020? And I was interviewing her about the World's Fairs. What's that?
Is that the one where the girl walks by with the cell phone?
No. I'm interviewing.
Okay.
I'm interviewing a 102-year-old woman, and I have that. And basically, she was telling me about the World's Fairs and that she had gone to, and then I asked her what they taught her in school, and she said about the Earth, and she said she was taught the Earth was flat in the mid 1920s here in public school in Connecticut. Right, that she was taught the Earth was flat, and then we found people later, other countries in the 30s and 40s that said they were taught the Earth was flat. And then even here in America in the 1950s and early 60s, they were teaching both flat Earth and globe Earth. And then all of a sudden, the Rockefellers took over the school systems, and flat Earth disappeared. The Gleason's map that was in every encyclopedia and every library disappeared. And, they literally just made it go away.
That's crazy that you say that, because that's what made me think about that, knowing that the Rothschilds funded Byrd's expedition to Antarctica. That's what made me think that the Rothschilds named that island after them. Like, these people that are basically running the world today have been in control of things for way longer than most people think.
United Nations uses the flat Earth map, right? The World Meteorological Organization, these are the organizations that run the world, right? The International Civil Aviation Organization, flat Earth map, right? And then we have our flat Earth map. Like, okay, We got our maps. This is good. This is good. This is good. And oh no, this is no good. No good. Right? It's the same map. Why are they all using it, but we can't? Right? You ever see the in Africa, the United Nations building?
No way, dude.
Yeah. Seeing a lot of sixes there too.
So what is their logic? Do you think that you can go under Antarctica? Is that the edge of the firmament where it freezes because it's technically hitting whatever
You
the
know,
firmament is, I guess, or
I don't know what's going on underground because, I mean, there's a lot going on underground here. That's provable. But if you wanted to have a way to connect, right? If let's go back here.
because they don't have any radars for the water, right? They're only above Earth, right? So like you couldn't fly because your plane's going to be on radar unless you made it into quote unquote out of.
Well, there's buoys, beyond 6 degrees south that'll detect any boats going towards Antarctica, and they'll be intercepted. But imagine if the world was like this, and we have all of these ponds. These ponds, each pond is a world. This is our world. We're just at the center of this pond, okay? And these are all occupying a piece of the plane. Might call that a planet, if you will. Okay, what would be the best way to travel between them? Flying in the air? Well, that's difficult because weather and maybe there's a dome. Who knows? Water becomes frozen, but underneath in tunnels, to me, there could be a whole network of tunnels connecting all of these lands.
That's so crazy because Elon's talking about like vacuum sealing these tunnels that he's building under California that'll allow humans to travel at like thousands of miles per hour.
Well, they already have those. We find these pneumatic tunnels that they can send pods through with people in them that were here hundreds of years ago, all across the world. Right? They're here. There was a great civilization here. Again, in the homeschool section, check out I'm the Improbable Dreamer. Check out John Levy. Check out my lunch break. Trust me, check it out, and then use your own mind. Use your own mind. I keep out something I'm like 5 times I'm going to tell you, then I get sidetracked and I forget it each time. It'll come back. It'll come back.
Wait for it. Wait for it. I was talking about
beforehand.
I was talking about going under, and you're like, oh, I can't go under, and that's speculation.
I keep want to just shut Elon down real quick. So Elon Musk and his SpaceX. Have you seen this? Oops, what the heck happened?
And down.
Where is it? Transition. Not coming. Lost my. That's interesting. Oh, here it is. Is that right? Gone. Why isn't that showing? This is a Elon rocket. I'm just trying to. I have Where is there's a rocket launch that just shows how fake his rockets are. You know that he doesn't launch anything into space. You aware?
I'm coming to that conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've seen, Twitter is now X, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you see what happens when you mirror it. So that's the Freemason symbol.
What?
Just a coincidence, right? It could be. It's just a coincidence.
100% coincidence.
Of course. And that they come back with this picture of Earth, and that you have sex in the clouds. Have you seen that? Just-
What?
It said this is like the first picture they gave us of Earth recently, a couple of years ago, and it has this is from Elon, and it says "sex in the clouds," right? Because they love this imagery, right? Here's Elon's rocket going off. Okay, that could be me. I'm just perverted, right? That's kind of weird, right? But then you look at Elon versus Virgin Galactic. You got Elon with not Elon. This is Jeff Bezos.
Blue Origin.
Blue,
Yep.
Blue Origin. Could it look anything more like a rocket? Right? And then you have Virgin Galactic. Okay. That's just me. That's just a coincidence, right? Then when you watch Jeff Bezos, every time one of his penis rockets go off, the guy that is filming it has a shaking problem. Okay. This motion look a little obscene. All right. Okay. Why is this happening all the time? Right? They got a jerking penis rocket. Okay. The first Apollo mission, here's the flight plan. Okay. Right. Then on the space shuttle, this is their new mission patch. To me, this looks like a baby in a womb. Okay. That's just weird. Okay. But they're talking about how they miss drinking out of a cup in space, drinking coffee. And so they created this special cup that you can drink coffee out of. Okay. And if you watch the video of her doing this, it's so creepy. But if you look at this cup, what does that look like?
Oh, a vagina?
Yeah. I mean, look at it. It's bizarre. And then,
Wow.
yeah. Yeah. Pretty weird, right?
Do you think they all the people in these positions of powers, like they get off on this? Like they're just like, all right, let's.
Totally. Totally.
This is the most bizarre realization. Do you think we get to a point that we know the truth? And
think we're there.
do you think this has so much to do with why Trump has to be removed from power? Why they are so hell-bent
Maybe
of
some people say that the whole system is rigged and everyone's in on it and Trump's in on it. And I can't rule that out. But, Trump says some things that are so good. Maybe they're just to give us hope. Like I watched something he did a speech a couple days ago or a day ago. He said everything that we'd want to hear him saying. But is it all just nonsense? Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But let's go back to good.
I think that was one of the only reasons that he's still alive. I think he has their dirt. He has their secrets. They know he has them. That's why they raided his house, his agent's house, his lawyer's house, his doctor's house. They took all of his communications. They are on a mission to find out where he has this information hidden at, who has it, so that they can take him out.
Now,
that's my personal opinion.
Says he's playing 5D chess.
Mm-hmm.
If he's playing 6D chess now, maybe that's a point.
What you got there?
I don't know. I'm just kind of just stepping it up a little bit. It's fascinating. I'm happy to be alive. It's very interesting. So you have the Tropic of Cancer here. You have the Tropic of Capricorn here, right? You have the North Pole, the Arctic, and the South, which is the Antarctic on the flat Earth. You with me?
Yep.
So anything in between these two tropics, that's where the sun never gets far from, crosses over them twice a year. So those are the tropical areas. That's where all the tropical places are. They're in between the tropics. Why it's warm. The sun passes over them twice a year. It never passes over us. It comes near us, then it goes away, then it comes back. Once a year, it comes towards us, and then it goes away. Mexico crosses over them twice. Okay, that's why it's always warm in Mexico. Anything inside of this circle here, we can call this the Arctic zone. Anything outside of the Tropic of Capricorn, we'll call it the Antarctic zone. So we have the Antarctic, the tropics, and the Arctic. So they love their wordplay. What is the sun doing? If I'm standing anywhere in here, I'm in Connecticut. What is the sun doing? Is it arcing around me?
No, it's circling.
It's circling, but it's arcing around me. The arc tick. It's ticking. It's the time, and it's arcing around me.
Shit.
Now, if I'm out here, is it arcing around me? No. Coming towards me, going away. It's antarcing. The antarc tick.
Makes sense. The Arctic Circle.
The Arctic and the Antarctic,
Mhm.
because it's antarcing, not arcing. It's not going around me.
Yeah, I'm saying, but they call it the Antarctic Circle
Yeah, the Antarctic
or the Arctic Circle.
and the
That's what I just.
right. So I have a question. We were supposed to do the show today with Anna, and she got tied up doing something.
She got a new really good job offer for Stu Peters. So she just got her new show had to start tonight at 9 on Stu Peters Network, which she wasn't sure if she was even going to get the job.
So
But
Stu
yeah,
is constantly tweeting and all sorts of stuff about questioning the globe. Did you see my interview with Stu Peters?
no,
You go.
I have to go watch it.
Yeah, you can search my Flat Earth Dave interviews. But if you want to find all my videos, if you click the web button and then click here, interviews, it'll be in that list. It's a ways down that list. But you'll see a picture of me and Stu. But Stu gets it. And he just tweeted today one of my videos, a video of me talking about space and how ridiculous it was. Of course, he didn't mention my name or my website, which would have been nice too. Okay. He's out there poking everybody with flat earth stuff. But here's endless interviews. I was on the Blaze. These guys are great on the morning show on the Blaze.
Yeah.
Patrick, what's his name? Patrick Gray. And those guys were getting it. They were blown away. So my Stu Peters is in here somewhere, but there's Man in America. He's on your network.
Yep.
And it's in here somewhere, but you can search my Flat Earth Dave's Interviews 2 channel to find the Stu Peters one. But Stu, we had a great conversation. I think I was on with him twice now. So
those are all your interviews. Wow.
So they go on and on and on and on and on and on. I've done over 1,000.
Oh my Lord.
Over 1,000 interviews. So, if Flat Earth was a PSYOP, it would have been over a long time ago, right? Some scientists would have come out. It all started with after Eric Dubay. Mark Sargent put out a bunch of clues going, wait a minute, this Flat Earth thing can't be. So he put out a bunch of 10-minute videos going, what about this? What about that? How come this? How come that? And he expected some PhD, some scientist, someone to come back and go, well, here's why. Silence. Nothing. Okay? You have to watch out, though, because there's evil forces in this world. The way they get away with their nonsense is there is evil. There are evil spirits, if you will. There are possessions, if you will. And people give away their soul, their control over their body, if you will, to evil for whatever reason. And you have a lot of these possessed people. I say they're either paid or possessed. Everyone's like, there's a paid shill. He's a paid shill. He's a paid shill. I think there's very few paid shills. I think there's possessed shills. Okay. They're out there pushing. They don't even know why they're defending it. Right. There's people that are so lost in the sauce. They think that we're scammers. We're out here and we're a danger to the world. And they want to scare you into not looking into this. You Google Flat Earth, you get all nonsense. You end up at the Flat Earth Society, which is a government-run disinformation site to make Flat Earth look stupid. Why is it that you can Google fairies and Bigfoot and aliens and Loch Ness Monster and anything you want, it'll show up. But if you search Flat Earth, nonsense. Check this out. You can go into your YouTube history and say, I was checking out bicep workouts, boom, boom, boom. It'll show you all the videos that you pulled up on bicep workouts in all of your history. It'll show you all of them. Then you can search for, giraffe videos because, oh yeah, I watched this giraffe video 6 months ago. There it is. That's the one I was looking for. You can search your history. It's fantastic. So I recommend people go to my YouTube channel, DITRH, watch 10 videos that have the word flat earth in it. They all do. Then go to your history and you'll see that they're there. But then search your history for flat earth. Well, those videos should show up. None of them will show up. Only troll videos will show up. The pushed propaganda videos will show up. All of the real won't show. Why is that happening? Only the flat earth. There's no other topic. You can search up COVIDs, or whatever you want to call that thing that goes in your arm. And all the videos you watch, search it. They'll all come up in your history, whether you watched it 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago or 2 days ago or 2 minutes ago, right? Watch my videos for a couple of weeks, couple of days, couple of hours. Go and search your history for flat earth. None of them will show up. Not just mine, any of the videos on the app, all of the real videos. So when someone's hiding something from you like that and lying to you, that should be a red flag and get you to, get you to look. Unless, of course,
Jeez, Opie,
what's that?
They don't. YouTube never give fact checks anything. Like I could say unicorns are real, and I could make a video about how unicorns are walking this earth, and there's leprechauns at the end of a rainbow, and map it out and tell you that at this exact location there's a leprechaun with a pot of gold. Nobody's gonna community note me. Nobody's gonna go out of their way to fact check me or put out any relevant that I'm spreading misinformation. If flat earth is just this conspiracy theory, why would YouTube go out of their way? Because they've only done that a handful of times on very specific topics, which years later always turn out to be true facts.
No,
so just
flat earther and then becomes a globe earther after. It's only people that cling to their ball. Don't take my ball away, right? You asked earlier why, or maybe I asked, there's you build a life around your beliefs, especially women and men too. You build a world that you feel safe in. Like you're safe walking out through your neighborhood at night because you just have this world understanding, right? But someone says, "Oh, by the way, there's mountain lions in your neighborhood all the time, and they eat people." You're gonna question that, and it's gonna change your view of the world. You're not gonna want to believe it, But if your whole world is based on heliocentrism, the spinning globe, and that's where you think you live, and someone tells you that the foundation, that from your kindergarten teachers and everything you've ever seen in your entire life is a lie, that's a hard one. That's a really emotional one. Wow, your ego. You have to realize that your life is a lie. They said. What's the quote? It's easy to lie to somebody, but it's harder to convince them they've been lied to. You've been lied to. And people say, well, why does it matter? Why does it matter? You know what? I can tell you why it matters. And I have been telling you why it matters. But in the frequently asked questions, one of my favorite, why the lie right here. Hit that. Mm-hmm. Great videos there. That's worth the price of the app anyway. That's worth the app's only $3. So everything's worth the price of the app.
Yeah.
Right. So watch the Why the Lie videos. Watch them. Right? By the way, the app only works on smartphones, tablets, iPads, and that's it. It will also, you can emulate it on the newer Macs with the M1 and up chip, but there's some glitches there, and I can't really help you with that. But it's just for mobile devices at this time.
Have you ever met anybody that you has basically came to you and actually had an open mind and sat down with you for a couple hours that you weren't able to convince that the earth is not a globe?
Yeah, one of my best neighborhood friends, but he refuses to watch any videos or listen to anything. He's chosen not to believe it because it's too emotional for him. There are people that are just unable. And here's the thing. There are people that will never wake up because they don't want to wake up. And it's not your job to wake them up. It's your job to say, hey, have you ever wondered about this? And then if they bite You have a conversation, you go back and forth, but you can't shove it down someone's throat because they'll fight you tooth and nail, right? You want to just pose it as a question and have a conversation, but some people will not wake up. Like my brother and sister will never wake up ever. Okay. And I have to accept that. You know, I've had some lifelong friends, kids, you know, friends that I've literally raised their children for them. You know, a single mom or kid, like I was literally their father, and she won't even talk to me because I think the earth is flat. And I think that 9/11 was an inside job and other things, right? But that's her journey. It's not my problem. The thing is, you know, when you become a flat earther in 2014, when you become a flat earther, it's like, wow, I'm really alone. Now, I think we're going to be the majority. In reality, I don't really want to hang out with people that are unwilling to learn to expand their minds and really appreciate this realm that we're in.
You know, it's funny that you say that because I'm around people in this industry. I mean, LFA TV is probably the most raw, unfiltered, straight news network that you're going to get. It's very, very, very new, so it's not nearly as big as, you know, Newsmax or RAV or even Fox News or CNN or any of these bigger networks. But we're not filtered, and we're truth seekers. We're 9/11 truthers. The most, just I guess, they've seen every conspiracy theory, or at the very least understand that all these conspiracy theories that turned out to be true, all of the CIA operations that our government was involved in, and they'll believe anything, right? They'll believe that 9/11 was an inside job all day. But I bring up flat Earth, and they are like, it looks at me like I'm the taboo one.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so you trust our government? No. Okay. So why does the earth have to be round? Well, it has to be. Or they go, it doesn't matter. And that's the one I really can't wrap my head around. Even if it is true, it just doesn't matter. There's kids dying over here, and there's this going on, and there's that going on. That doesn't matter. Well, so 9/11 matters, or Hawaii matters, or does it all not matter? I don't know.
The thing, the spinning ball is how they got away. The lie of the spinning ball is how they got away with all of this stuff, all of these child, you know, abductions and trafficking and Maui. It's because people are spinning out of control, lost in space, and they don't know who they are. They don't know the true power that they have. They don't know that they can say no. They don't know that they don't have to be part of this. Okay, so the foundation of their world is spinning out of control in an infinite space vacuum. How are you going to actually, you know, make a difference in this world? Yeah, sure, you can make a difference here and there, but if you know who you are and your true power, you're much more powerful. If you don't know who you are, you know, you're operating blindly, and you are blind if you think you're spinning in space. So why the lie? You know, and as you were saying, your listeners are open to anything, but when you mention flat Earth, they're like, get out of here, right? And I get it because that's how I was. They're doing deep inside the rabbit hole. Every conspiracy, flat Earth, I say, get out of here. I ban people forever. But what I'd like to tell people, and maybe you want to put this right at the beginning, is don't tune out. Listen to this, because I'm offering 3 Bitcoins, right? That's like almost 100 grand, all right, for 1 globe proof. If you live on a physical ball spinning in space, all you have to give me is 1 scientific proof that we live on a spinning globe, and I will send you 3 Bitcoins. Okay? That's it. So listen, I might be you think I'm crazy? But that if I'm crazy, it's going to be really easy for you to win these 3 Bitcoins. 3 Bitcoins, 1 globe proof. Okay? Here are the rules. The rules are be concise, send me your proof, and allow me to answer. Now, I'm not going to go, oh, that's fake. I'm going to show you why it's fake. I'm going to show you why it's wrong. When you say Eratosthenes, I'm going to show you. But before you send it to me, you have to hit the frequently asked questions button and make sure your question isn't answered in there already, which it probably is. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then if you do this, I have to warn you that you're going to end up as a flat earther.
Ooh, that is a great way to open this. That is the best way to open it. 100 grand, 3 Bitcoin. You know, I don't know, you probably don't know, but I'm a Bitcoin maxi. I keep 90% of my wealth in crypto. So I'm a huge believer in blockchain technology, or just a Bitcoin. Can't put it in fiat.
In maxi, does that mean 90% in Bitcoin or just blockchain?
I'm a blockchain maxi. I think that there's only actually 2. I would say out of the 21,000 blockchains that are out there now, I only believe in 2. Bitcoin was the right start. Ethereum took it to the next level. Going to proof of stake was obviously the biggest scam. Proof of stake blockchains are all completely scams. If you're talking about being decentralized and secure and the whole 9 yards, there's only one blockchain that's really solved it. It'll revolutionize the world and everything about blockchain. It's called Kadena. I don't know if you follow blockchain technology, but back when I understand you don't know enough about blocks and how blockchains work, right? Like it's just data inside of a block. Blocks are connected together with a hash, right? Yep. And all blockchains are doing is storing data. How much data can I fit into one block, and how often can I produce a block, right? Yep. Well, with proof of work blockchains, no matter what technology you do, because it's proof of work, right? They have to prove the work. They have to solve these complex algorithms to produce a block. You're inherently limited, and the average is about 5 to 10 TPS, which is transactions per second. Now, back in 2014, somebody wrote an article called Bitcoin Rope. And the idea was they knew that inherently, if adoption hit a certain point, the Bitcoin blockchain would be maxed out. So it was either change the block size, which is how we got Bitcoin Cash and these other spinoffs of Bitcoin, where they actually wanted to change it. But the Bitcoin Rope was, well, what if we braided 2 chains together? And in order to braid 2 chains together, you have to store the hash of each block in the other block, right? And that's what will braid your chains together. And that's great. Cool. We have 2 Bitcoin blockchains still consuming the same power as one, but you're actually, you're basically mining 2 blocks every time a block is produced. But if Bitcoin's only capable of doing 350,000 transactions per day, and we talk about blockchains like Solana that were doing quote unquote 60,000 TPS, which is transactions per second, drastic difference. And even Solana only peaked out at about 3,000 to 4,000 transactions per second, and it was maxed out. It would break every other time. But if you connected 3 blockchains together, right? Let's just say, just out of context, each block can hold 100 transactions, and 1 hash takes up 1 transaction. So if you connected 3 blockchains together, you're going to have 3 hashes in every block, 5, 10. Well, let's say you get up to 50 blockchains connected together, which still wouldn't even be enough for a fraction of global adoption. Half of your block would be filled with just hashes.
Yeah.
So the #1 cited author in the Bitcoin white paper is Stuart Habert and Scott Stronada. They created the first blockchain in 1991. In my personal opinion, if there's anybody that's most likely Satoshi or in that circle of Satoshis that created Bitcoin, Stuart Habert's one of them, or he just randomly, him and Scott are the most cited author in the Bitcoin white paper. I mean, Bitcoin wouldn't have been created if it wasn't for the work that Scott Stronada and Stuart Habert did. So Stuart Habert's had that same blockchain running since 1991. He publishes the hash every Sunday in the New York Times. He has companies that have been using it since then to store information. And he's been basically trying to figure out a way to make data immutable. And it's basically been his life work. They're called decentralized digital identities, something or other. He ended up meeting the team called Kadena. It's Kadena. Will Martino he went to Yale private school. He was recruited by the US government, sent to private hacker school, and then was put into a position to help the SEC create their blockchain center for excellence. And in the process, he built this supercomputer that basically analyzes every trade on the stock market, on the NASDAQ, the Dow Jones, the S&P 500. And that information is fed to the SEC. So they don't have to really look for insider trading. They have basically a bot that analyzes every trade and then feeds the SEC information when things aren't adding up. He also was working with Stuart Habert. Stuart Habert builds all the algorithmic trading softwares for the most legacy financial institutions around the world. He was handpicked by Jamie Dimon to build Jamie Dimon's first blockchain called Juno. When Jamie Dimon brought Stuart together, Stuart picked his team. He picked Will, and he picked another girl. Her name is Emily. She's some basically super smart genius who's advanced coding in Haskell. And together they were going to build Jamie Dimon's blockchain. So in the process of building that, Jamie Dimon brought them in and said, what do you guys need? Well, they were building a blockchain, so we should start probably interview all the people that have built blockchains before. Jamie Dimon's done. And within a week, he had Vitalik, the CEOs of Polkadot, Solana, all of these people flying out for one-on-one interviews. And Will, Emily, and Stu basically sat there for weeks and interviewed all of these people. And they basically collected all the information that they had brought to Jamie Dimon. They're like, it's going to be 5 years, and here's all the stuff that we're going to need to really build something out at scale, to build what you want, or a blockchain that could meet the demands of global real world adoption. you're going to have to start with your own coding language, because none of these blockchains have a coding language that can build a blockchain. Jamie Dimon says, I don't want to do that. I want a blockchain that'll work. I want it in a couple of years. Get to it, basically. So they said, all right. So they built this blockchain called Juno for Jamie Dimon. And in the process, they just knew that they weren't building, something at scale. They were just building a blockchain just for this rich guy who kind of wanted a pet project, because blockchains were cool back in 2016, 2017. So at one point, Will and Will Martino is the one at the SEC. He came to Stu and he said, hey, Stu, I just got done researching the Bitcoin rope white paper. And he goes, I think I have a way to connect pretty much an infinite amount of blockchains together. And he goes, if I can do this and we can get it to work on paper, could you write a coding language to build this blockchain? And Stu, I think he reads, writes, and speaks, I think it's 18 different programming languages. So like you think about that like languages, most people can speak 2, maybe 3. You get a few that can speak more. And then there's very few that can speak above 10 different languages fluently, read, write. This guy read, writes, and codes in like 18. So for the last 7 years, they've been building the coding language called Pact. It is built with Haskell, which is the most advanced coding language there is out there for computer coding, programming. Haskell is like the end all be all. And they've built a coding language that is Pact, which means it's Turing incomplete. So where Ethereum is a looping coding language, which means it's recursive, which is very energy intensive. You also, none of your code ends or stops, right? Because it loops. So it's very easy for you to miscode things and code in bugs. And that's how everything on Ethereum, literally almost every single application on top of Ethereum has been hacked at one point or another. Why? Because it's wrote in Solidity. Solidity is a shit coding language, and almost every other blockchain out there is built in some fucking garbage ass, sorry, I'm going to cut this out, but trash coding languages. Well, they didn't. They built it, and the technology that they used is called hash braiding. If I were to draw a star, gosh dang, I wish I had this. I have to show you this. I don't have it with me. I have a whiteboard video I'll send you that'll explain this blockchain to you if you want to watch more about it. But if I draw a star on a sheet of paper, if you just think about a star, how is the farthest point away? So if I wanted to go, like, let's say we number a star 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? 5 does not connect to 1. If I want to get to 5, I have to go from 1 to 3 over to 5.
Yep.
If you, right?
Yep.
So I'm able to connect 5 blockchains together and only store the hash of 3.
I get it.
Right? Now, if you scale that up, you go to 10, I'm still able to get to the farthest chain in 3 hops. So now I have 10 chains connected together. You scale up from 10 to 20, which is where they're at now, still at 3 hops. Now, when I go from 20 to 50, I am 4 hops. So now I have 50 blockchains, the same as Ethereum and Bitcoin, smart contracts, proof of work blockchains, with 20 blockchains running simultaneously side by side right now, consuming less energy than one Bitcoin blockchain. And then the technique that they use is called hash braiding, and they have a patent on it, which is good, I think, for the next 8 years. So when we talk about why Amazon is Amazon, because in any other industry that you come out in, when you basically create the Holy Grail, you have about a 2-year runway before some competition goes, oh, I see what they did. We already know how they did it because their business is running. If we dedicate resources, we can pretty much replicate that business, fix all the issues they failed at, and make the same business, but better. And it takes about 2 years. So normal businesses get about a 2-year runway when they're the first in any industry. Amazon came out. There has been no other Amazon, right? eBay was there. Amazon destroyed it. And Amazon hasn't had any competition for basically 7 years. And they're so big now that anybody that tries to catch up to them, they're just being basically laughed at. Like, get out of here, little kid. You're not going to mess with Amazon. Well, Kadena and them now have 8 years, basically, from 2020. Right? Which is just crazy to think about. So it's the future of all blockchain technology. But just like every other industry, who owns Cointelegraph? Who owns CoinMarketCap? Who owns every single website that you go to do research off of? Pretty much Digital Currency Group. Digital Currency Group is the BlackRock of crypto. They own the media, they own the network, they own the PR firms, they own the influencers, they own the reporting agencies that collect and analyze all the data and give that data to the government. And then the government uses that data to take away your freedoms. based off of fake lies propagated from the companies that are selling them the data, which are running the companies. I go on for it forever.
Wow.
Blockchain's my thing. That's how I got down this rabbit hole. But
Nice.
sorry, that was a long one.
Pivoting back, you remember, in 1960s and 70s, we went to the moon, played golf, and drove dune buggies around. But now they're sending Artemis to the moon, right? But not with people on it. Okay. So this is the trajectory. It goes around the Earth, and then it goes around the Earth, the moon, and then somehow it ejects some mass, which will send it back to Earth. Okay. What's going on here? This is their Artemis flight path, and it's the flat Earth map. They didn't even bother to rotate it. Right? They stuck in the flat Earth map. Now that we pointed this out, they changed it to a globe on their website.
What is Artemis?
Artemis is the we just went to the moon. See, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares that CIA killed John F. Kennedy, and no one cares that we just sent a ship back to the moon. Like earlier this year, they sent the Artemis, and it's eventually they're going to send people to the moon. We went in 1960s and 70s and played golf and rode dune buggies, but now it's coming soon. We're going to send people to the moon. It's such a jar. It's such a joke. But they changed it. They had their profile with the flat Earth map on it. And now that we pointed it out, they had to change it. Right? And Artemis went to the moon. It was orbiting the moon, right? Artemis got this picture of the moon from, well, how far is it? Wait, I can see that. $1 billion.
2,000. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. So
238,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Then this is from me, 238,000 miles away with my P900. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They just spent a friggin' $1 billion to send the ship to the moon, and this is the picture it gets. I got this from my porch.
Get out of here.
You haven't got a P1000 yet, have you?
No, I don't have a P1000. The best zoom lens I have is the 100-400, the G Master, Sony G Master 100-400.
Right, and this is some footage from Artemis. This just nonsense. And you see that computer glitch?
No way.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Here, I'll show you again. Right here. And look at that curve. What's up with this curve? What kind of sphere is this? Right? What is?
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
But they know nobody's watching. You pay attention. They teach you up to like what, 5th grade, and then after 5th grade, you pretty much don't really learn much about.
Right, and then we're supposed to believe this is real. So there's a camera somehow staying out here. I mean, could you do this yourself in a dark room with a camera? I bet you can get this done in an hour. Better. Right? You're looking in amazement.
I just can't believe that. Like
this
it's right in front of your face the whole time, and you don't ever.
Right. This is what they show. Right? And then they show us this view of the Earth. Nonsense. Right? And then Artemis, right? The ISS travels at 17,500 miles per hour, right? Artemis made it to the moon in 8 days, a distance of 238,000 miles. That's 1,239 miles per hour. Okay? The ISS is supposedly going 17,500 miles an hour. Artemis traveled 1,200 miles an hour to the moon. Apollo made it in 3 days. 3,000, of course, 3,300 miles per hour. Right? What's going on here?
They're telling us, they're actually saying that the ISS is traveling at 17,500 miles per hour.
That's what they tell
And
us.
what happens?
Yeah.
And does it stop? Like when people go up and don't people like ships connect to it? How are they connecting to it when it's moving?
They're going 17,500 miles an hour. So it's like they're not even moving. They're just moving in sync with each other. It's like two cars on the highway going 100 miles an hour right next to each other. You can climb from one to the other. Okay. But there's no air. So you don't even notice it. Right. It's so stupid. Right. Perseverance went to Mars, right? 300 million miles away. 300 million? Yeah, 300 million. It took 7 months. That works out to a speed of 59,000 miles per hour. Okay. Is that crazy? It's a little crazy.
And what is the stuff I've seen about that nobody's ever actually taken a picture of Mars, that it's like a gas ball? Is there any truth to that?
Well, I mean, the stuff that NASA shows us is all just computer graphics. But when you look at Mars, it here's a P1000 shot of Mars. Now people say it's out of focus. What are we seeing here? It is a little out of focus. But sometimes putting something a little out of focus will show you things that you can't see. But this doesn't look like a solid ball to me. Right? Here's a little Mars thing. You know, the rover's on Mars, so this is a picture.
A bug?
Zooming in. Yeah, you saw the bug. You saw this, right?
I played that on LFA TV last week. Just as like a little teaser, just that one little second of that.
So there's two
About
responses
life on Mars.
that the sick space fans have is it's not a bug, and the other one is, yeah, there's life on Mars. Or
Yeah, there's life on Mars. That's what I said.
this is Devon Island. This is just Devon Island. So this is Google Earth, and we're gonna zoom in to Devon Island on Greenland. And we were just looking around there, and we saw some weird stuff, right? So you zoom in, we found this little camp, and this is way out there. And when you look around, there's some interesting vehicles, and everyone's faces are blurred out, but that just might be a thing. But this vehicle right here has the Mars has a NASA Mars logo mission patch on it. That yeah. And then there's the other one. Hold on, let me find the other one. This one over here. Oops. Oh. Well, that has the Mars mission patch on it. I can't get it to stop right there. But then another funny thing is, and if you look at these pictures, these look like Mars, but when we zoom out, there's a little tag, and when I click it, it says the Arctic Camp. That's it. And then we found another one, Roving the Arctic. And then we have pictures of the rover on Mars, on here, them testing the rover on Devon Island. Isn't that crazy? I mean, when you look at stuff, this is the rover landing on Mars. Now, Mars has 1% of the atmosphere. You know anything about parachutes? They don't work in 1% atmosphere. Like when the Red Bull jump, when he jumped from 127,000 feet, his parachute wouldn't open until like 50,000 feet. There wasn't enough air, right? There's only 1% air. And this is supposed to be the sun. What is this? I mean, this is all the proof that people need.
They're just not willing to accept it.
Yeah.
They can't handle it. You notice, have you ever looked on Google Trends? You got your computer in front of you?
I do, but I can't pull anything up, unfortunately. What do you need?
What? No, just when you get done, look at flat Earth. Search flat Earth on Google Trends and go back to 1980 and look at the graph, and you tell me what you see. You don't have to do it right now. Just whenever you get time, you'll be interested.
You know,
It'll
in
be funny.
2017, the search term for flat Earth on YouTube beat everything. It beat Donald Trump, which was number one, and when it overtook Donald Trump, same day they took down the scoreboard. No longer do you get the number of results when you search on YouTube. The day that flat Earth became the number one search term on YouTube.
Have you ever read that book about Barron Trump that basically predicts the future?
Oh yeah,
that's pretty gnarly, man.
It is pretty crazy.
It made me think of that when you said that about that Mars book and about Elon.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, flat earthers are willing to admit they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What do you got here?
I think this is Mars also. Through a P900, super slowed down. Right? Pretty weird stuff. And then if you look at Mars, Devon Island, right?
No.
Yeah, this is from their website, and then this is a picture of Devon Island. And now they'll say, well, they added the clouds in and colorized it. No, they decolorized it, added a sepia tone. Yeah. They want you to believe crazy shit. This is the helicopter. Now, how do you have a drone in super cold conditions in no atmosphere that can fly, right? We can't even fly a helicopter to pick up people on the top of Everest, where the atmosphere is 20, 30 times strong, thicker, more than Mars. But this drone
did all the
taking a picture of its shadow. Well, they say that the blades go really fast. That's how it flies.
There was many here all the time, every hour of the day.
Legs and
suddenly they're all gone.
Propellers.
Wait, say that one more time.
Friday night.
This drone took a picture of its shadow. This is Mars and a shadow of itself.
What the hell happened?
How is the drone flying in 0 atmosphere, 1% atmosphere?
And how is it getting a picture of its blade, the shadow of its blades? Like if I put my drone up, just hovering, and with close to the ground, and the sun's above it, you can't see the blades. You don't see the blades. Mm-hmm. Look how sharp this is. Okay. I mean, people will believe anything. Okay.
Anything.
Which one's Mars? Which one's Devon Island? Well, obvious, but just look. This is Devon Island. This is Mars. That's what they say. Right? Mars.
So do you watch every, now when NASA puts anything out or SpaceX, you got do you even get to watch it? If you don't watch it live, how long before people are sending to you in your community or tagging you in things? 2 seconds?
2 seconds. But whenever we watch stuff, there's just so much nonsense. So much nonsense. It's unbearable. It's literally unbearable. Couple more, and then unless you have more questions, we can probably start to wrap it up.
Yeah.
There it is. Rockets. This is, where is my, where's it going? I'm looking for, here we go. So, have you ever watched any of the SpaceX rockets? Where this thing's falling back to Earth, these little milk crates are steering it, and it's going to land on a raft in the middle of the ocean, 800 miles off of Florida. And somehow it's never big swells out there, and it lands perfectly, right? Here's the video on the raft. What's this square that showed up? What is this? See it?
Mm-hmm.
While it was landing, this layering square. Watch. What do you think about that?
What in the hell is that?
Yeah, it's a layering issue. This is all CGI. And I don't know if you've ever been out in the ocean. Rarely is it calm, right? This thing is falling out of the sky, going through wind streams of hundreds of miles an hour in the upper atmosphere. and somehow it lands on a raft perfectly with this little flame upright. This thing, a car can drive underneath this thing. This is gigantic. Okay. Right?
I was at SpaceX last week or last month.
It's all a show, man. It's all a show. Right? And it lands on this raft upright, bullseye. Doesn't tip over. This thing is, multiple stories tall. A person can walk underneath here. This thing just lands out in the middle of the ocean. It's always calm. Right?
What sea is that in?
What's that?
What ocean is that in?
In the Atlantic Ocean off of Florida, right? And then it gets pulled in, right? This thing's floating out there. How is it staying in the perfect spot for that thing to fall out of the sky and land on it perfectly? Okay. I don't even think it could do it on the ground, but it's always done it. And there's never any humans out there. It's only a drone ship, and it always loses its connection, with the the feed. And they're like, oh, look at this. What is this? You believe that's happening? You ever watch a Harrier jump jet trying to land with multiple thrusters? This thing has just got one little thruster and it just lands. So this is what they show us every time. So this is the second stage going up. This is the first stage falling back. Now look how high it is, right? These are clouds down here. This thing is free falling. It weighs multiple tons. Now watch here. They keep switching from one camera to the other. Look at the Earth. Looks pretty flat there, right? We'll go back in a second. So now this one, it's these little steering things are going to steer it so it finds that drone ship and lands right on it. Okay? This thing's free falling at maximum speed, and this little flame is going to stop it and land it on this target. Are you going to believe that? Right? And then it cuts out, right? So here, now watch. Look at this curve. Oh, look, there's the curve of the Earth. And then they cut to the next camera. But I'm not going to show it again. It'll come back. So here we go. This is the onboard camera. This is the drone camera. It's coming. It's finding this thing. There's no currents. There's no winds knocking it off target. And this is all we see. And people are like, oh, yeah, he landed it on a ship in the middle of nowhere with no people watching. All by computer. Okay. Here we go again. This is what they show us. Oh, this one blew up. Therefore, it has to be real. Oh, no, that one is one that blew up. Sorry. But this is all the evidence they show us, and people just eat it up. Oh, look, it landed. I'm sorry you didn't get to see it land. The camera cut out. It's a little off center. Okay, but the raft doesn't tilt at all. Right? So here we go. We got a concave Earth. And now we have a curved Earth. Watch again. This thing is going to just land on that raft. Here's the raft. It starts shaking for some reason. And it lands. Isn't that beautiful? Where are the engineers that can come out and say that this is impossible? Just because you don't understand it, Dave, doesn't mean it's impossible. Maybe this one will show it. Look, we have a convex Earth, right? Nobody sees that. They just see the curve. Oh, there's the curve of the Earth. When they're so programmed to only see the curve of the Earth, when they see something contradicting it, flat or convex. Whoa, what happened here? Here we go. Whoops. The camera is buzzing out. Oh, there we go. Try to find. I want to show you one where okay, here we go. Convex Earth. Right, because it's a corner, I'm trying to imagine a ball, right? Camera, where the heck is the? Hold on. Another ridiculous landing. All right, curved Earth. We have there's a sphere. And then that was our landing. That was our landing. Crazy, right? I have like a whole series where it shows both. Again, stupid. Somebody could literally be holding that and just bringing it down, a little model, right? Because you can't never see the top.
They just CGI it. It's all fake.
It's all nonsense. It's all absolute and total nonsense. But if you just go to any SpaceX, you'll see this curved Earth, and then here, curved Earth, and then flat or convex Earth. It goes back and forth just to confuse your mind.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Curved, convex, curved, convex. Yeah. They have all sorts of stuff. Now, this thing is supposed to go in 17,000 miles an hour. Get your flat Earth, curved Earth. Watch right in here. Okay. There's a piece of something comes off. Now, there was one time where an actual rat.
That was a mouse.
But since we brought that out, then every launch after that, they had another something in there, like, oh, it's just frozen oxygen. It's like frozen, frozen gases, and they literally tried to do it. But then recently, this happened. Okay, where is it? Feeding forward to a little bit. Okay, right here. Watch.
Oh, what that was that?
Here we go. Now look how slow that thing's moving. I thought this thing was going like 17,000 miles an hour or faster. What was that? Right? So good. You're mind blown. Are you there? Are you muted?
No, my mind's just running. I'm thinking, I don't know where I'm even thinking. I got so many thoughts going through my head. I can't even keep them organized.
Right.
My buddy Kyle that I told you about, that's the FBI whistleblower. There's 3 of these FBI whistleblowers that came out, and one of them is a flat earther, and he's able to have a conversation with me. So I thought, like, I kind of just feel how people are, you kind of talk about it a little bit. And Kyle's one of my good buddies, and he just is the one that's like, man, I don't have time. Like, I'm dealing with this. We got this going on around the world. He's like, I just don't have the mental capacity to waste 2 hours talking about something that's just obviously not true or doesn't matter. And I'm just like, I'm just curious if, like, I could get him to come in an interview with you and sit down for a couple hours and see, because he's like an FBI agent. He asks questions. He's a lot more intelligent than me. I'm sure he thinks that he could prove that the Earth is a globe. I'm almost confident that he is. And I'm just curious if I could get that set up. I could convince him to spend a couple hours with us and sit here with you in an interview and have you just.
We could do that. And I'd like to bring actually a couple other guys with me. And we could really have an amazing conversation.
Wow. He actually might be open to that. If I could do that, that would be a really good video, I think, because he's an investigator. I mean, I want to say it on here because I'm recorded, but I'll tell you a story about just, people that we meet online that claim to be their so-and-so. And this guy, in a matter of like an hour, had everything about these people. I mean, their histories, their parents, their relatives, their houses, their cars, their taxes. I mean, everything. I was like, oh my gosh, it like blew my mind. I'm like, I don't want to get on the wrong side of you, man. And like, he's really good at what he does. And I would be very interested to have that conversation, just to, the people that I look up to and respect, and I give weight to their opinion on things. It's those people that you kind of like, I want to wake up and I would like to have on our side and realize that this is a lie. And I just, when I was able to wrap my head around that the Earth was not a globe, it was like, am I crazy kind of feeling? Like, I didn't want to be, like, it's like taboo. And then I just kind of kept going back to, well, I mean, everything else was taboo 6 months ago, and now it's all true. So I feel like that this makes more sense than anything. And I don't know how you can learn about it and then go back. Like, I can't shut my brain off now. I can't not see it. I can't not laugh every time I'm go to my dad's house and he's watching the news and NASA's taking off. It's just like the India moon landing last week was pretty. That was my first one, like being awake and actually watching, and I was just like, oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, they do it. It's a little mind trick they do. They show you something ridiculous, like the graphic of the moon landing. And then a little while later, they show you a video of the rover coming out that's an actual video. And it's horrible. It's literally a briefcase on a stage somewhere. And your mind says, that was fake. This is real video. Okay. And so you have this false binary in your head. If that was fake, this is real. No, they're both fake. One of them is a fake animation. The other one's just a fake stage prop. Right. And they're doing the same thing with, aliens. For example, the Mexicans just showed you these paper mache friggin' ETs. Okay. And you're like, oh, that's fake. Then they'll do something that looks real, like a Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam or something. And you'll be like, oh my God, that was fake. This is real. When in fact, they're both fake. Even if the alien things in Mexico were real, I'm not saying that they are, they look fake. So it doesn't matter. It does the same mind trick. Because if you show somebody something so obviously fake, then you show them something that's, it looks pretty good. If you showed them that first, they'd be like, that looks fake. But their comparison is something so stupid, so fake, so 1970s Atari, that they look at the other thing and go, oh, that must be real. That must be real.
And earlier you had mentioned that back in like the 1920s, they were teaching us that the earth was flat. Has anybody, I know you had showed me a list on your app there about all the flat earth books. I just actually ordered a bunch of science magazines from the 1930s off eBay, which I was just trying to do a little bit of research and see if they left something in one of these old antique magazines. Have you guys come across any educational content from like the 1920s that they were actually teaching in schools, books that had flat earth?
We're actually looking at stuff like that. We found a 1959 Encyclopedia Americana that talks about the dome. And somebody just sent me an ebook, a PDF of pictures of an old book that showed the flat earth in it and all sorts of stuff from the mid 1900s. So there is stuff out there that we're slowly finding more and more, but they're good at eliminating stuff. Like the story of the Iron Republic was in Florida Magazine in a series of articles, and you can't find a single copy of that magazine anywhere, which is weird, right? You can find a copy of anything, right? Go on eBay, whatever. It might cost you a lot of money, but every single real copy of that magazine has been removed from the public.
And what was that topic?
It was the Iron Republic, which is, there's a book in the book section. It's about a politician out of excuse me, out of New York. That guy in the 1800s got tired of politics and sold everything, bought a ship, went to Antarctica, found some opening, goes through that, and then back out into the sea. And then they were lost for a couple of months. And then they found land. They saw a city. They pulled up. They waited till the morning, and a boat came out, greet them. They're like, hey, where are we? We're from America. Where are we? Well, you're at the Iron Republic. And they said, well, where's that? He goes, well, it's on the other side of the ice wall, about the same distance as America is. Didn't quite understand. He went in and he took notes and everything. He actually stayed there for, I think, 10 years because he ended up meeting a woman, got married. Then his wife died. And he came back. He got his ship back, and he came back. He landed in Florida, and he wrote all of his notes down, saying, this was an advanced civilization. They had flat screens and electric cars that hovered in midair, and all sorts of stuff that, he's writing that in 1901, right when it was published, and it was quite an interesting story that rings true. Whether it's true or not, kind of doesn't matter. It kind of does matter, but he was talking about more land beyond Antarctica in the late 1800s. So there's something to it. There's a whole bunch of books. Another one called The Smoky God, same thing, and others. But they're all listed in the app on the book section. Here is when I was interviewed Ruth, I interviewed her in Florida, and she was telling me about how they taught her the earth was flat. And when I told her, that the earth is flat, because she just believed it when they told her it wasn't afterwards, and that we're at the center of creation. She literally broke down in tears of joy, so happy. And she's like, I always knew it, and it was crazy. It was crazy. That's on my channel, DITRH. Just search Ruth. Really good stuff there.
That makes me think too, like what do they call it? The lost city of, gosh, where is that? The lost city of, what is it?
Atlantis?
Yes, that makes you think that that's outside the ice wall.
Well, there, I don't know. I think it's in the Atlantic Ocean. But where did all these people go? Right. And there's a lot of theories. I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm, who's another great researcher. And we were just theorizing about the outward flow of civilizations. If you read I think it's the Vostok Saga, it talks about how all life began in the north. And if we look at, imagine all of the world is frozen. Okay. It's just a frozen. And then a sun is born under the star, the North Star, and it starts circling around and melts out a pond here. Okay. And then that sun starts going out farther, and now it circles all the way out here in the one part, and it works all the way back in to our summer solstice. So now it's just circling out here. So the middle might be a little frozen, and out here might be frozen. Okay. But then let's say this sun decides to travel out here, and another sun is born in the center. Just speculating, right? So now we have two suns, and the world could look like this, right? You got one sun here and another sun out here. Well, as that sun traveled out before the second sun was born in here, this is frozen. So all of these civilizations, they migrated outwards. They migrated to the warmer lands. They followed the sun. And so maybe this was frozen for 50 years or 500 years or whatever. And then a new sun was born. And the people that were remained there all of a sudden, had a new sun. I don't know. It's just a interesting way to look at the world. Maybe the suns never did that, and maybe they just moved out there and there was already another sun out there. Maybe this is the same sun that's always been here. Pretty crazy. Again, here's the thing. A lot of people get pissed when I talk about other lands outside. But I like talking about it because it's very, very interesting. Hey, we've been going forever, but I want to go through one more thing. I've been doing a lot, but I don't think you've seen it. Have you seen?
I'm in no rush, man. I'll talk your ear off for as long as you want to talk. So whenever you get tired, you call it.
Yeah. I don't want to go forever. But have you learned about? Have you heard me talk about Kiribati?
I have slightly, just very, very brief.
Okay. Let me get rid of that. Where is that? There we go. So here's a ship tracking map of the world, and you could track cargo ships and click on them and get all the information. And we found one 730 miles inside the shoreline of Antarctica. 730 miles from the closest bay. How does a ship get 730 miles in and 1.9 miles higher, according to Google Earth? If it is in there, and Antarctica is what they tell us, it's 1.9 miles higher than the ocean. How did it get there? Right? Then we found another one, 905 miles. That's almost in the middle of Antarctica. How does a ship, an active ship, if the Earth is a globe, get 905 miles in shoreline? Well, we clicked on one of the ships, and it said it was registered on the island of the nation of Kiribati. Okay? So the nation of Kiribati, where's Kiribati? Right?
Down in the Caribbean, isn't it?
Well, it's down in the middle of the Southern Ocean. It's tiny. I got a pin on it so you can see it. And it's literally a sandbar. Okay? Right? And America and China and other countries say that the Kiribati is a very important trade route. Why do they have to stop here? Why would ships stop here? Right? This is mostly unpopulated. Okay, there's just people over here. Like, why is it an important trade route? Right? Another funny thing is on Kiribati, there's the Captain Cook Hotel. Captain Cook's the guy that tried to circle around Antarctica. It ended up taking him 3.5 years, and he clocked over 68,000 miles. Antarctica's only supposed to be 12, 13,000 miles around, but he went 68,000 miles, kind of like he's going all the way around the perimeter of a flat Earth, right? That's strike two in my book, right? And then when we checked the ships that were actually at Kiribati and at their port, they all had their destination either unknown or Christmas Island. That's weird. Okay. Unknown or Christmas Island. So where are these ships? Where are they migrating? Where are they going? And my wondering is, well, if you're at Kiribati and you're going that far, this would on a globe would show you on Antarctica when maybe in fact you're reaching these other continents. Maybe there's other civilizations out there that we're trading things for. Maybe we're trading computer chips, tuna fish, children. I don't know. Maybe there's several trade routes. Maybe there's another one from here that goes out here, right? Maybe there's one from here that goes out here. Who knows what's out here? Now, this to me fits a biblical flat Earth because this could be the whole Earth. Here are the four corners of the Earth, and the dome would come out here. They've just got us here. These are possibilities. These aren't reasons to believe the Earth is flat. This is just going beyond flat Earth, trying to figure out what's going on. We want the right to go explore. We want airships back. There was giant airships in the 1800s and before that traveled worldwide, the size of cruise ships with thousands of people on them. Okay? Traveled all over the world. We want those to go explore, but they won't let us. We want the right to go explore and verify if any of this is true. We don't need to go anywhere to prove that the Earth is a level stationary plane. I've given you all the tools. I've shown you the experiments. You can do them yourself, and we've done them for you. They prove that we're on a level horizontal plane.
Why can't you fly over Antarctica? I get you can't walk over it. Why can you not fly over it? And couldn't you fly to the left or right of it?
So they've got us, I don't know where you are with the jet fuel hoax, but they have us believing, only having vehicles. Like they demonized airships by blowing up the Hindenburg, and demonizing hydrogen. And guess who controls all the helium in the world? That would be NASA.
NASA.
Yeah. So they don't want you having access to these technologies this way. Let's say they're like, okay, get any plane you want. We'll even give you free fuel. We'll fill you up. You want a 747? All right, we'll fill it up. You're going to fly. Where are you going to fly? Well, you fill it up in Santiago. When you get out about here, you're going to run out of fuel. Okay? How are you going to come back? Where are you going to land? How are you going to navigate? There's no GPS. There's no compasses don't work. Where are you going? Right? It's not technically possible for you to fly out there. And there's also all sorts of interesting stuff where there's like places in Antarctica that nothing works, no engines work. They call it the dead zone or something. Again, we don't know because we can't verify because we're not allowed to go. We want the right to go explore. That's all. Right? Why isn't there a expedition where they take people straight out and see what's happened? The reason is because if they did that, we would find out that the Earth is not a globe, and that would end their whole reign. Because their entire control relies on the fact that we are lost in space, spinning out of control, and don't know who we are. Because once we discover this, no flat earther is falling for any of the garbage anymore. We don't fall for it. We've learned how to take ourselves out of the system. There's so many things, people are like, well, there's nothing I can do about that, death and taxes and this and that. But everything is not what they say it is.
Where do you think Elon is going with his actual, like the spaceships that take off and we see kind of arc and then just disappear
There's two
How
crashing.
how can anybody with a telescope, right? Like you got these telescopes, you can see the moon, it looks great. How are people not watching his rocket?
You can't because you can't. They go right out into the Bermuda Triangle where there's no boats, and not that far away, it all just merges into the horizon. And they do 2 stages, so when it goes up, you see the one stage come down. That's the whole rocket coming down. The rest is CGI.
Yeah.
That's the whole
Or
rocket.
blue beam or
Yeah.
blue beam.
It's all complete and total nonsense. I have a great video, but my file got corrupted or something. I can't show it to you. So here's my launch video. Oh, here's one. So we look at this rocket. Wow, all my stuff got messed up. All right, I can't show you any rockets today. Bummer.
Yeah, you're talking to me. I'm pretty much on the FBI's hit list. So anytime I do any type of big interviews, they normally end up
Wow.
having issues.
Yeah,
Everybody does.
it's crazy how
After we interviewed Tara Reid from Russia, things have been going south ever since.
why isn't that showing? That's so bizarre.
Can you clear cat? Are you on a Mac or Windows?
On a Mac, but the videos, all my rocket videos are not showing.
You don't have your website on an AWS server somewhere, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, good.
All right, so I think we're gonna wrap it up because I'm kind of losing my voice. And anybody that wants to have me, I also do shows with Jaron from Jaronism, the two of us together. We go over a lot more stuff. So if anybody wants to have us, just go on my website, say find book Flat Earth Dave. We'll start a conversation there. Send me a link to your show and tell me what you want to do, and then we'll get you scheduled. Check out the app. Check out the crash course on my website. Check out Flattoberfest. You should come to Flattoberfest. You'll have a great time.
I'm gonna make that happen. I want to ask you a few more questions. Where are your regular shows? Do you do a show once a week, once a day? What is your schedule for posting? Tell us all about that because I want to promote it all.
Yeah, no, I don't. I used to have a show that I do regularly, but now because so many people want to interview me, I just go on other people's shows because it breaks the algorithm. My show is so shadow banned and hidden that we're really just preaching to the choir. But when I go on shows like yours and Stu Peters and all of these other shows, the algorithm doesn't know what to do, and it goes all over the place. That's how you found me. So
the Andrew Tate model. That's exactly what Tate did. He became the most Googled man on the planet.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's literally exactly what he called it, a podcast circuit. And then he just went on to and when they tried to deplatform him, they couldn't because they were literally, I mean, he's like, I didn't even have a TikTok. Some dude in his mom's basement had like 1.9 million followers. They thought it was me. They just nuked him. It's like poor little kid, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, he never had any of those accounts and they took him off like 5 different platforms and he wasn't even on like 3 of them.
So all my YouTube channels, I have a bunch of YouTube channels. I also have a excuse me, have a Web3 server. So if on the more on the web button, this right here, this has all the videos that go on the featured videos, all my interviews, all my videos. They're all on flatearthdave.tv, which can be found using this button or just that website. And these are all my interviews. All my interviews will end up here. So when you send me a link to our interview, it'll be on the top of this list. And that's how people can find it. Everything for me can be found at flatearthdave.com. Check out my Twitter, my Instagram, everything. All the links are on flatearthdave.com.
Dave, it's an honor to have you on the show, man. And I look forward to anytime you want to come back. Hopefully I'll be at Flattoberfest. I'm going to bring out all my gear. I'm a professional videographer and photographer, documentary maker. I'm big into all those things. So I'll bring out all my gear and film a bunch of stuff and post it everywhere and promote the conference and promote your channels and stuff for you. So I really appreciate what you're doing, man. Thank you. Sounds good, Dave. Thank you, man. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks.
these aren't the fundamental building blocks that the Greeks had thought about, and they're certainly not the fundamental building blocks that the Victorians had thought about. But the spirit of the issue really hasn't changed. The spirit is exactly what Democritus said 2,500 years ago. It's that there are like Lego bricks from which everything in the world is constructed. These Lego bricks are particles, and the particles are the electron and two quarks. It's a very nice picture. It's a very comforting picture. It's the picture we teach kids at school. It's the picture we even teach our students in undergraduate university. And there's a problem with it. The problem is it's a lie. It's a white lie. It's a white lie that we tell our children because we don't want to expose them to the difficult and horrible truth too early on. It makes it easier to learn if you believe that these particles are the fundamental building blocks of the universe. But it's simply not true.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming, but I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie. Because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text, to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually innocent. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like that. Who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
All right. So what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah.
All right. So since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe that.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be FlatFact64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're
No, nothing.
sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, said that. I mean,
can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Panjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Panjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just gonna ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He
but
just assumes it. He's assuming
you just assume.
But wait, there's more. Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I'd hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose. Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything.
Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. No, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me.
You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said
on
I believe
Discord
I'm on
right
Discord.
now? Are we talking
I
on
believe
Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
but
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god! It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, it's the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
Of this size, the International Space Station will be orbiting about 1/2 inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't, it's fine. He wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curved horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
If you talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best. Continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is... I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's... So with that, why is... I'm a bit confused with that, because, like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happened, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level. right? And then you can you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me
There's your knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap on.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling. Do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
There would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even
observed?
a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
Yes.
what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person that's, I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got an
every
image.
person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So
You've
you're
observed
under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where is this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, since From whenever this was interview was out. 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay?
Right.
People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
reading up on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, it's really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do
see
you
them a lot
be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So,
jump to the
you see-
assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I don't
a
understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
Yeah, visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say, have you ever been to a hotel? Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway. It's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway, and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Right, so
about this. Think
stop
about this.
there
The
for a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if, like, so every part, so, right, so every part is the, sorry, I'm a bit, you know, like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, it's 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. About 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head. AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you
Yeah,
said
there's
that.
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that lost of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit, known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor, and you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear, And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
Imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. Now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras, but on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the Black Swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken a snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig, so that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, it says
Well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
Who's
check
that
it
saying
out. You
here?
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the Black Swan. In the Black Swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curve water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Oh, okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. So it's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very
You know what I mean?
significant. So we have
yeah,
something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad,
like-
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh
Okay.
no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah.
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept than concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
Uh,
No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, military
sorry.
recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space
We
Force
also
is
have
going
that
to be
that you
angry
can
about
look
that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like something you can have a really good answer this? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like-
person, right? You've lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
it
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the
Make
United
them
States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right,
better
so
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Right.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government.
But you
So it's
can-
not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, I'm no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I
Perfectly.
just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
Bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
spiel.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them this stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper. And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So, you know.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones
Right,
off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when
Right.
you're here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can solve.
headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. And another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
So, I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So, to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curve path. They're not calculating this curve path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example, the example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Gaspard. Viewer height is 2,880 meters. If you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say that's proven. Anyhow, they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, made up value, literally made up. In the literature, the value is actually, this is 0.6, turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. This is wrong, and even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 6, this value 7,432. What Nick West used, exact number. So I made it. Actually, bear this out. That they are simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay. Here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays. Then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, in this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these. No point. It'll just come up. Redundant. So 2.88 here, 2.880. Distance 443 kilometers. 443 kilometers. All right. Do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line, measures this distance. So we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. Here. There's a point of intersection 206. Up the number 206. Right. Right, so far it's straight. Straight line. Over here, still a straight line. C and B is a distance from C to V. 3.7. Let's look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows the way the curve calculator works is to.
All right, give me a second to mute the bot real quick.
Radius, flatten the Earth. You get whatever value they want. See something that's way over here? They'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere, make what is called a post-prediction. They're not making predictions, they're making post-predictions.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari. You know, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, well, that's our evidence. You know, we've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. And this is great. So it says,
there we go. That took longer than it should have.
Processed in the McIDIST using Ghost Channel 1.
How's it going, everyone?
Ghost Channel
Rest
4
in peace,
infrared
Bob.
Data. The underlying colored land
R.I.P. Definitely.
What's
up, El? It was a legend.
Next generation.
It was good, man. How's it going?
He also
all right.
has, this is the same for
Cookie
both
Monster. What's up, man?
and Goes. They're admitting straight up
Pretty good.
that these images that they're putting out
Platter.
here and people are claiming is live are
Black
composite.
Paul. Yeah, so what's new, guys?
In their own FTP site. So
I
again,
don't know. I
Jared,
just
that was
hear
a great
Bob.
find that you
I got
found on
Bob
this, and
talking
Archer
to me.
Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this. So
From beyond,
if you haven't seen
beyond,
it, you
huh?
should, check out Archer
Is there an
Sage's
echo in here?
channel and check this out. So were you aware
Is
of
it
this,
me?
Jaren? Had you seen this yet?
No. I'm trying to be
Awesome
funny.
job.
I wish I was funny.
That's why I put stuff like that out.
Oh, all right.
Hey, Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing my screen.
Well, thanks for joining, guys. I just wanted to have someone to talk to because I came up in here like I'm trying to make it more of a habit to come on the weekends and Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And I hopped on and I'm like, dude, there's nobody on. Like, what the fuck?
All right, so there, you guys should have it now.
Yeah, I get a little frustrated too. Ever since I came back, it's like there's nobody in here after I go over to politics to find anything. It's like, what's going on?
I haven't been active in this chat in God knows how long, just because it died out a while ago. Didn't know it was coming back.
See, I haven't been active on here, and I'm one of the admins. I bet the last time I was probably like fully active was probably like a year and a half ago, maybe even 2 years.
Last
I've been on
comeback. Last
Yeah.
time I was active, I had to have been like a sophomore in high school. And now I'm like almost 20 years old, so been a minute.
From the last time that you were here, I'm sure we talked to you about a bunch of stuff on here. Did you like ever kind of follow up on anything or picked up on anything we said, or just kind of like whatever? It's like it's interesting.
I don't even remember what it was we talked about, man.
Oh, that sucks.
Honestly, like it's been a minute.
Well, yeah, if you have a lot of conversations, it can be easy to forget what you
Oh, for real. Well, it's not even really that. It was just I got all caught up in life. You know, I had left my dad's because he'd relapsed on some hardcore drugs. So I just got I got lost in life. You know.
It happens, dude. See, like for me, when I was really active here, I was a stay-at-home dad. I wasn't working because my partner at the time was working full time, and the baby was just born. And she's like, you know what? Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay working and me stay home? Or I'm like, you're the breadwinner. Because she made big bucks, you know? So we decided that I'd be the stay-at-home parent. And I did that for like the first 5 years of my son's life. He's 7 now. So the first 5 years before he was in school or anything, like I was just on here all the time. It's like I had too much time, you know, to like pretty much do what I needed to do on here. But after he started school, I was like, all right, now he's in school. Like, I feel like I'm out by myself. Like, I feel like I should get a job now. Like, even though she didn't really care, I was like, I need to get a job. Like, you know. So when I started working full time now, and it's just hard now. It's hard to find time to do shit because we own a house. So you know, just like keeping up a house is a fucking chore in itself. Like during the week, I don't do much for the home until like the weekend. So like what I do is like on Fridays when I go home from work, like I try to do, you know, get some chores done, mow the lawn, clean the pool, you know, things like that.
A little update for y'all. Joined the military not too long ago, and they denied me here recently. So now I'm looking for, you know, a plant job because where I'm at is mainly plant work.
Can you go a little bit more in depth on what you mean by that? What kind of work?
Like refinery work, you know, like where I live is like oil field country, you know, so it's like
okay.
I live where the oil's made.
There's good jobs then, right?
You can make money out of them, you know. I'm just trying to find a company that'll get me in without, you know, having a foot card because that's what you need for like safety in order to go work there.
Oh shit! See, like where I live in Fresno, but my girlfriend has some relatives that live just in Bakersfield, which is about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away from where I'm located. And Bakersfield is known for like being around a lot of oil stuff as well. So like a lot of her family members worked like in the oil industry. Like they either drive and
Wait, were
deliver
you?
the oil, or they do the like they extract the oil, or just blow up certain caverns to get the oil, and they get paid pretty good. I mean, from my standards, I'm working like a pretty basic job, like like a job that anyone can get like at a high school type of job, right? But it is full time. But these guys, like I was talking to them last time I was out there in Bakersfield, and they were like, "Yeah, if you ever move out here, which we're kind of planning, I get you a job in the oil fields." Like he goes, "I make like $29 an hour." And all he has to do is like drive to places because you have to have a license. He just drives around, and he pretty much just drives the people around that go and blow shit up. Like he's kind of like an Uber for like the oil people, which is a pretty cool job. He says it's like chill. Most of the time they're just like he's just chilling and he just drives people around all day and shit, or like merchandise and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are good jobs, man.
And what I'm looking to see is like maybe within this next year, I may be out of the States.
Where to?
Canada.
Canada. You're gonna be a Canuck.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm actually thinking to Alberta. Actually, not gonna lie.
Oh man, that's a big move.
It is, but where I'm at, I live in Southeast Texas. I'm where most of the druggies live. So,
like by Paso.
No, Houston and Beaumont. That area. I border. I'm on the border of Texas and Louisiana.
See, I've been to Waco and I've been to Dallas. Like I've been out there, and I also went to this. I forgot what that base is called. There's a big base out there, an army base. Can't recall what it's called. It's like a really huge one.
Let me. I know what you're talking about.
Fort something. Can't recall it right now.
This is in Texas.
I bet you AI knows.
Fort Bliss? No, Fort Hood.
No.
Fort Hood. What are you talking about?
Can you name a couple more? Because I think Fort Hood sounds right, but I just want to hear a couple more just in case.
Fort St. Houston, Red River Army Depot, Camp Bowie, Camp Bullis, and Camp Mabry.
It's got to be Camp Hood then. Maybe. I don't know, to be honest.
Camp Hood? Because that's in like Killen. You said, where was this army base located? Like El Paso, you think?
No, it was more towards like the center of Texas.
So if it was then Fort Hood is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it wasn't like near. It wasn't near like It was probably like 2.5 hours or 3 hours away from Dallas, like around there, if I recall. Yeah, dude, I was out there because my girlfriend's son's in the military. We went to visit him. Drove around out there, visited her sister. She lived in Dallas. Dallas was actually really interesting because this is my first time in Texas, and I just wasn't used to seeing people with like their gun on their holster, like just walking around. I was just like, dude, that's fucking dope. Like, dudes are just.
We're an open state, yeah. You'd be surprised.
I don't know. I like the vibe out there, dude. Like we went to this lake. We had because my girlfriend's sister had like a timeshare in some lake out there. I went to this like timeshare, right? And literally, like I literally met up with one of my buddies from this Discord. His name was Riggs, like because he lived near Dallas. So I was like, hey, bro, I'm out here. We should hang out. I ended up inviting him to the lake with us. He went out there, and it was really cool. Like we were just hanging out. And these random dudes like would walk up to us like, "Hey, you guys want a beer?" Like everybody, like I don't know if it was Texas or the lake vibe, but everybody just seems so like giving and chill there. Like everyone was just trying to chill, I kind of like that vibe.
It depends on what part of Texas you're in. Like my part, personally, just a bunch of dickheads, Like most of us are
Yeah, I hear you, man.
stepping on me. Okay. I'll pay you $1. For one Coke? Yeah, I'm down. Alright.
Well, I would say that might be true for the scenario, but you know, like San Antonio, I'd say that's where it's at.
I'm gonna look and see if I can't catch a hockey game or some highlights. Where did I put? There it is.
Texas, that's a huge change, man, from the States.
Oh, it is, but you know, I believe it'd be worth it. From what I've seen, better living up there. You know, better quality of life and shit like that.
That guy Justin Trudeau was doing his best so that it wouldn't be like that.
That's what I've heard too, but we'll figure out, man. I want some new scenery because I've lived in my area for my whole life. I'm 19, almost 20 right now. So I'm just, looking for new places, Because down here, if I end up having kids, I don't want my kids down here.
You can't.
I don't have an if.
What? Man. You got someone in the background stressing you, Holmes.
Uh-huh.
You want me to take care of it for you?
How's it going, AI? How you been?
You put them on the mic, bro, and I'll set them straight.
Nah, and you're good. It's all jokes.
Right.
That's it you're talking about.
Good to hear you, AI. How you been, man?
Man, I just got done working, and I got rained on.
You got done working just now?
Well, I mean, half an hour ago when I started driving home.
What time is it over there where you're at? Isn't it like 3 hours of difference for me?
It's like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. No, midnight.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
12 o'clock.
Yeah, because it's 9:21, so then you're working late.
I had to tape all the joists, putting on a deck, but it's an open deck now versus an old tongue and groove. So the old tongue and grooves are slanted.
Do you ever
Right.
take pictures of your work? Besides, like, your home? I remember a long time ago you posted pictures of, like, what you were doing. I think it was in your home? Like, you were modeling something? Like, do you ever take
No,
pictures
that
of
was
your work?
those pictures that you're speaking about was a kitchen I was remodeling.
Oh, so it wasn't your house. It was a kitchen you were remodeling, right? Because they, like, had water damage, if I recall, or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This must have been that long that I can't recall if it was your house or a house.
Well, that whole house had some water damage, but the kitchen was just a total gut job and remodel.
Yeah, that's good work, man. That's what also Judas does that. Deuce Volt. He does a lot of jobs like that. He's always sending me pictures of like he did this really cool deck, like a really nice deck actually. And yeah, he sent me some pictures of it, and I'm like, damn, that's some good work, It's a good line of work, man. Especially for people that like to stay busy. I don't know, because for me, like I've done cabinets. I used to do painting. I've done all those type of jobs for like getting paid, obviously, not just for fun. Like I worked for this guy that owns a bunch of restaurants back out in Palmdale, California. And what he would do is he had a side business of where he would flip homes, and he would hire a bunch of like Hispanics, like just random Mexicans, Salvadorians, you name it, like whoever could do the jobs. He'd get his little crew and be like, all right, I want you to go, work on this house, paint it. Like, he would be cheap about it. Obviously, he was an Armenian guy. He was very cheap about it. Try to get us to pretty much flip a house, make it look like brand new, the cheapest way possible. And he would just flip the homes. So when I was working there, I learned to like put tile down, learned to fucking mess with concrete, learned how to paint, which I thought I knew how to paint. I honestly did. Like, I thought I was already a good painter before I got that job. Nah, man, I was working with some Mexican dudes there that taught me all these little like tricks, how to like not to make just make the paint look fucking perfect on one go. I used to like grab I used to get like a fucking paint not the paintbrush, the fucking rollers, and just like put on that roller thing and do the paint everywhere like randomly. Now these guys taught me to do it through lines, like go up and down and put enough paint where it's like you just have to do one coat. You don't even have to do two. Like, they taught me how to like roll it up, bring it down, and then it would leave a little line that with the middle part of the roller you just barely dab it down, and it like erases it, and you just keep going with that like same precision, and by the time you're done, like, it just looks like one solid perfect paint job. It doesn't look like no lines, no like, oh, it's missing paint here. It's just perfect.
I would not want to do like one job. Like if I was just painter, I wouldn't want to do that. The way I work, because I basically, if we're doing a regular house, you do everything from start to finish, so you're constantly progressing to new things. And then it cycles over again, but at least you're not doing the same thing every day. Like, I would never do drywall every day, all day.
Yeah. What's cool about doing what you're saying, AI, is that like, how like usually, like, let's say you were just a painter, right? If they hired you to do a job, like, it's like, let's say the paint came out immaculate, but then they hired some random guy to do like a different job there, and that comes out like shit, right? So it's like, it's cool that like you know how to do a little bit of everything, because like it's all your progression of work through that home, like equally. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not like, oh yeah, I painted it and it looks great, but then this guy came and did like tile or
It is tough working on something in sequence where someone who's a scrub is going to take over the end part, and so the final image that's going to be presented to the people who see it is going to be crap, and all the underpinning is good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like, when someone sees your finished job, it's like it's me from start to finish, from like every aspect of this job. Because like, the problem with a lot of homes is
I'm
like,
gonna start charging people for that, bro.
yeah, it's good, dude. Because look, we just had my pool remodeled, and I didn't like how they did it. Like, we had like a company that subcontracted for different parts of the pool. It wasn't like the company did everything. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna subcontract some other company to do the tile, and we're gonna do the plaster. Well, guess what? The tile guys sucked fucking balls. Plaster guys were decent, but the dudes that were doing the tile, oh bro, they did some dumbass shit. Like, and I caught it right away. Like, I'm like, they just finished putting the tile around, like, the water line tile for a pool. They had just finished putting that in, and not even like an hour to dry, they started pressure washing the whole pool, because they had just cured it with acid or some shit like that, right? And I was just thinking, like, bro, like, I don't think that shit's dry. Pretty sure like the grout's gonna like come out. But I was like, whatever, these guys are professionals. I'm an idiot. I know I only worked in that for a little bit, but to me, I feel like it's not enough time for it to dry. Like, they should have let it sit for at least 3-4 hours, And just like I called it, as soon as they were done, I went to check their work before they left, and I was like, hey, I'm like, you guys blew like all the grout out. Like, I could see all the way to the inside of right here. Like, there's little holes here. And they were like, they're acting like so surprised, dude. They were acting so surprised. They're like, what the fuck? This never happened.
But even if they didn't blow it out, some grouts, like when you overwater them, they won't set properly, and then they'll go away later.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's what happened, and I told them about it, and their goal was like, oh, we're just gonna regret it right now, and that's what they did. And like, I'm like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I'm like, because yeah, you're regrouting that area, but it already kind of dried, and it's like, I know how grout works. Like, I've done tile. If you don't put it in one solid, like, one solid time, it doesn't matter if you patch a hole somewhere, it's not going to be the same. It doesn't grip the same. and it's almost like if it's a different layer on top of a layer. The way I see it, that's the best way to describe it. So yeah, just like I called it, I'm like a couple months went by and parts where they regrouted it are already like falling off. You know, so I'm like, I feel like I have to regret the whole thing now.
So, how's y'all's day been, man?
Great, very great. And yours?
I mean, it can be as good as it can be for somebody who's unemployed.
You're alive, bro. That's all you need.
I know.
That's the first step.
Oh, for
First
real,
step, man. You're alive. You got your blood flowing through you.
Mm-hmm.
The rest is up to you.
Oh, most definitely, and I'm trying my best, dude. Believe that.
Do you mind me asking where your your location is?
Port Arthur, Texas.
A lot of Texas people tonight here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in California. It's not that funny, dude. It sucks here.
It's beautiful there too.
If it wasn't for family, like I would have been out already. Would have settled in Texas or Florida or someplace like that, even Georgia. Well, Georgia maybe not, but just somewhere out there.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's really stopping me from leaving this family. Like, I don't have a girlfriend or anything, so I don't really have much stopping me but family,
Yeah. Yeah, family will definitely tie you down, but it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing,
Oh yeah,
Like, at least for me, like I grew up with a family that's like always been very supportive. Like I feel like I owe my parents and family, siblings, all of them, like the world, because they've all like been there for me, done everything for me they could. So like to like leave, I feel like it'd be like almost like a betrayal.
Yeah, I feel that, man. I feel that. With me, I've always worked for what I had. I never got any of my stuff, I never really got much help from my family.
May I ask how long you've been unemployed for?
About 7-8 months.
And what's the issue? Is it like you're like there's just no work out there? Is it you just like
No.
fuck it? Like
No, what the issue was for those 7 and 8 months I was trying to join the military.
Mm-hmm.
And just recently they told me I wouldn't be able to join.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
You have your diploma, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any issues? Like, you never broken anything? Like, would you pass a physical with them? Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't be able to join. Do you have like a criminal record or some shit or what?
What they denied me for was depression. They told me I wouldn't be good in a high risk situation.
Oh shit. Yeah, I could see that. They don't want to deal with like another soldier blowing their brains out or PTSD or some shit like that. Yeah, I get it.
So that's
Whatever.
the main reason why.
That really sucks, dude, because that's a great job. Like, I'm literally living a great life because my girlfriend's in the military right now, and it's fucking. She kind of hates it right now, to be honest. She doesn't like where she's located, and she doesn't like the people she works with. But the job's fucking paid so well, where like we've managed to just have a very great lifestyle.
Yeah, and oh no, it was always like a dream of mine because I've come from like a somewhat military family. Both my grandparents served. One was in the Marines. One was in the Marines, and then my other two were in the Air Force.
Okay.
And I was going Army.
Yeah, so it's been all around you.
Yeah, it's been around me for a while. My dad and my mom were the ones who kind of broke that cycle. Because my dad had a job going. Well, I say job. My granddad had his military thing to where he could pay for his children's tuition to any school they wanted to go to. So my dad had ended up going to a motorcycle mechanic school out in Arizona. Whenever he was my age.
Yeah, those things come in handy. My girlfriend honestly just she has two kids that aren't obviously mine. When I met her, she already had children, and they're a little bit older. Like one of the girl that she actually gave that I forgot what it's called. I think it's a GI Bill or something like that.
Yeah, GI Bill. That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
she gave that to her daughter, and it's fucking helped her so much. Like it's good for I think 2 years, and it gives her like a certain amount of money and things like that. And it's helped her out so much. And she just needs to do her master's, and she's practically done. But yeah, those things. That's one of the beautiful things in the military, dude, is the benefits. Even though you got to put up with a lot of bullshit, and you're practically their property while you're there. But it's the benefits are pretty good,
I use the GI Bill, and I put in. So there's chances when you're in the military to invest in your GI Bill. So you put a little money in, and you get a huge return later. But you have to use it for college.
Yeah.
So I did college on the GI Bill, and I was getting. I wanted it was either $2,400 or it was right around $2,500 checks per month.
Yeah, they're great.
And I also paid for college in a different way, so I was basically just breaking in.
You're pocketing
a decent salary. Yeah.
Wow,
Well,
that's smart.
Well, with me, I don't want to I don't want to go to college. It was never really my school was never really my thing. I barely graduated my senior year. So what I was gonna do is
I feel like I'm in the same boat. Like, actually, it's not because I didn't struggle with school because I was like I didn't understand it. I just didn't go to school a lot. I was one of those kids. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go to the movies today, or I'm gonna hang out with the buddies today. Like I was one of those, So I barely made it. I barely made it through high school, but like if I were to go back right now, dude, I'd fucking ace high school like nothing. But yeah, like my advice to you, dude, is like you have to find a company or some type of line of work where there's definitely a lot of like progression for you to move up. And if you're hungry enough, like I'm guarantee you get it. Like
Oh yeah, most definitely. That's the main reason why I'm trying to go plants, because with this company I'm looking at, I'll be making 18 an hour for 12-hour shifts. And so what I was gonna do is I was gonna save that, and either whenever I get up to Canada, I've been looking at trade schools up there, or I was just gonna go to a welding school down here.
Oh, dude, that's great. Welding is great. Like anything with welding or like electricity, like those type of jobs, they pay fucking great, dude. And like, I mean, some of them do take some schooling, or at least a class or a fucking, some type of shit where like you have to understand, that line of work, But yeah, it's not like going to college or anything like that,
Yeah.
I literally turned down a job like just a couple months ago. Like, dude, I was gonna be a custodian, like environmental. I think it's called environmental services. What the position was called.
Yeah.
And they started over here at $21 an hour. You had a 401k. Like it was a great job, dude. Like it was probably like one of the best jobs I could have got for someone that just like just got out of high school. That's it. Like don't have any college in me. I did go to college, but I dropped out. Like I didn't even get my associates. But point is, like that probably could have been like one of the best jobs I could have had, and I had to turn it down because I'm still the caretaker at my home, and I still have to make sure my son gets to school at a certain amount of time, and I have to pick him up. And I went through the whole interview, passed everything. Like I was in there. Like they were like, "Oh yeah, like you start this day," and when they gave me the schedule, because I talked to this lady from HR. And I was like, I'm only applying for this job if like I could get like a schedule like this, because if not, like it's just not gonna work. And she goes, oh yeah, we can make it work. Well, obviously she didn't I guess she didn't really could pull strings like I thought she could.
Yeah.
And when I got to the main person, they were like, oh no, like you either have to work a schedule from like 7 to I think the schedule is from 7 in the morning till like 2 or 3 or something like that. Like it was 8-hour, 9-hour shifts. And like as soon as that schedule is done, the next one starts. So it's like there's 3 schedules, right? There's like a night shift one, a mid shift one, and a morning shift. And they all interfered with me picking up my son from school and dropping him off. So like I had to turn that job down, dude. And I was so depressed because I was making math, I was doing the taxes, and I'm like, dude, I'll make close to like $3,000 a month in this job, like after taxes. Like that's pretty decent for someone that like didn't go to college and shit. And like that's me starting. Like every job I ever had, like I move up right away because I'm a very friendly guy. I understand people. I'm very observant with people, and I just know kind of how to like. I don't want to say weasel my way through obstacles, but I'm pretty good at like getting to where I need to get to when I want to get somewhere.
Yeah.
And I felt like I could have worked my way up in that job, and I was like, damn, like I had to turn it down, because of that shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. With me, I've had it rough since I got out of high school. Right after I graduated, I got kicked out of my stepdad's, and it's just been a rough start for me. So now that I've got a steady ground, I'm trying to take steps to get my life right.
Well, you're in the right mindset, dude. Because I'm gonna be honest, dude. I'm 33 years old. At like 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25,
Mm-hmm.
like I was already red pilled with a lot of like the things we talked about on the server, but
Yeah.
I wasn't red pilled with how I was behaving. Like it was like I was still like I don't want to say a bad person, but I still wasn't a good like 100% better person.
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure. Where like I would like I would take advantage of like going to parties and hang out with certain girls, and that was my lifestyle, like just having a good time. But I was red pilled on like the topics, but I was still like not like doing good, for what I would think like would be better for a person. That was my issue for the longest time. Like I struggled with that because like I was having too much fun, like hanging out and drinking, partying, doing that sort of stuff. Even though I was aware of like how I believe the world works and how everything runs.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, man, you're ahead of the game if you already like experienced that and you're kind of thinking the way you are. That's a good thing, dude. Because like I didn't start thinking like that till like 27, which is kind of fucked up.
Well, the main reason why I'm thinking this way is because my ex, back whenever I was in high school, I was almost a dad at like 17. I also almost went to jail within this week also. Because, how high school is. You find a girl and you think you love her you think that's going to be your wife,
Yeah, you're so far from the truth, but you won't understand that until you're older, which is kind of fucked up. Like I could tell you how that's wrong, but like you have to actually experience everything to understand it. Most people do, at least.
I didn't hear you. No. No, I didn't.
Like the truth is, man, like I'm 33 years old right now. I don't talk to anybody from my high school.
Wouldn't take the dog.
Did she say it was her dog?
Yeah. She said that she gave it to somebody and they lost it, so she wouldn't take it back.
Mm.
No, Lily, you're not going out there. Hey.
Y'all better go get that dog. That's your dog.
But yeah, I'd almost went to jail. My girl at the time told me she was pregnant, and I was ready to drop out and just start a life with her because of all that she told me, right?
Right.
And I. Mm-hmm.
Come on, Anthony.
And I almost did, But I'd left town for a week to go out with some family.
Dude, last night, guys, I'll share something with you. I thought it was cool. I saw my brother on ESPN last night.
Hell yeah. So what?
There was some boxing in Las Vegas, and My brother and his fighter went down there to fight for a title.
Oh hell yeah, man!
Yeah, it was a good night.
Right on.
Besides that, I caught. Let's see, what is that? A flat face catfish, or a flathead catfish, something like that.
Yeah, flathead. A flathead
Yeah.
is what you're thinking.
Yeah, and a little white bass the other day. Going fishing tomorrow,
Hell yeah, man!
God willing. So, rate of drop of slope, curvature, right? The horizon is has 0 degrees of slope, and it's impossible to have a horizon on a globe.
Mm.
A horizon with 0 degrees of slope.
Hell yeah, man!
Word. Did somebody lose their dog, dude? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, you did.
Oh man, they go and get it.
I don't know. Not ours, so.
Yeah.
It's not ours, so not really our deal.
Oh, Port Arthur, bro. You ever do any fishing? Oh, Port Arthur left. Yeah. Man, there should be a tip jar in here for when people share. Like if they help them. Baby Yaga. El Baby Yaga. Where y'all stationed at, man? He's gone too. White Pete's got to make it hard for me to help him. That frustrates me. That's better. I just love comfortable silences.
This dude's like, you want me to invite this Glover to talk to? But he might be banned. I'm like, what's his name? He's like, he's banned. I'm like, okay.
Sorry for the lag, man. I was taking a piss and I didn't want you guys to hear me fucking running the water.
Well, thank God for that.
Oh man.
He had a high level. We needed the dump.
Oh, solo.
I went to go check out politics real quick while I was away from here. Just like quick second. Yeah, man. It's just, I don't know. I don't think I have it in me no more to like debate the topic. I don't know.
What, the flat Earth versus round Earth topic, or what?
Yeah. Like I'm willing to discuss it. Like I think my thing has been even before I got absent. Like my thing before I got absent was I like discussing it with people that seem like somewhat intrigued or questioning or any glimmer of like, I want to know this, like, you know, that type of mentality. But with people that honestly don't believe in it and they're just like trying to debate it, like, I don't have the energy to talk to those people anymore.
Here's my thought on it. Me personally, I don't think the Earth is flat, but I will listen to your reasons. You know, everybody's got their own beliefs on it. I'm not gonna sit here and waste a breath on it. You know, that's the
Yeah.
way I see it. You know.
Yeah, see, you wouldn't even fall under my radar of a person that like I want to discuss it then with, because like I want to talk to people that are actually curious about it, because that's the whole point for me. Like the reason I woke up to it wasn't because like you know, it wasn't because someone taught it to me or you know, it was I was generally just interested in the topic, even though I didn't believe in it, which is a good start. That's a good start, because that's how I started. Like I literally remember I told you that story a little while ago, how I was a stay-at-home dad forever, and you know I exhausted all conspiracies in that time. Literally, like I was already red pilled before I was a dad, so I was already like in tune with like Illuminati shit. I was already in tune with like fluoride in the water. I was already in tune with like what people were calling chemtrails, like all those things that like were conspiracies, JFK, you name it.
Well, I mean, the chemtrails are real. You know.
Of course they're real. But the point is this, like, any conspiracy that, like, was pretty much average or, like, like you can easily find on YouTube, like, I had exhausted. So the only reason I even thought about looking into Flat Earth was because I already had exhausted all the other conspiracies. Like, I already went through whole Bohemian Grove. I knew all about Jekyll Island, Federal Reserve, like, all those things, right? So,
have you ever
like, I
been to
was so
Jekyll
bored.
Island? Ooh.
I was so bored that I'm just like, this flat Earth video popped up, and I forgot what conspiracy videos I might have been watching that like suggested a flat Earth video to me, but it suggested it. And I remember clicking on this video by Eric Dubé. It was called what was it called? The History of Flat Earth.
Yeah.
And I saw that video, and like part of me was angry while I was watching it. And then this is something that I like. I'm very intuitive about like how I react to things. So as I was like listening to this like Flat Earth documentary, I was like, why is this shit pissing me off? Is it because it's like I feel like this person's so stupid, or because they're wrong? Like I was trying to understand why it was pissing me off.
Yeah.
You know? And I was like, whatever, I'll just keep listening to it. Like this is some dumbass dude, you know? Kept listening to it. And he started making points and things that like, you know, things that just were kind of basic for people that discuss this now, it's basic. But for someone that's never heard this topic, it was like very like new, right? So I'm like listening to like a bunch of arguments, and I'm just like, you know what? Like as much as I think this guy's an idiot, like I'm not gonna lie, that shit does, like, you know, like I understand that argument. It doesn't mean that the whole thing is flat. Like he's stupid, right? And that's how I started, dude. Like I was literally like watching videos of shit that I didn't believe in, and I was like trying to understand why it was upsetting me, and at the same time I was trying to understand what they were saying and why they were saying that. And I got to a point where like I just like the algorithm in 2015 was amazing for YouTube. Like literally, you'd watch one Flat Earth video and you'd watch them all like within a week.
Oh, for
You know?
real, man.
Like it would just send you to the next one, the next one. Dude, I literally exhausted Flat Earth to the point where I was just like, after like 2 weeks, I was like, man, like I'm not even mad at these guys anymore. Like they're making a lot of fair points. Like I still
They're
don't
making
think
a lot of
flat, but like
sense.
yeah, they made sense to me, you know. And yeah, dude, it took me like at least two months of like looking into it, and I even went out to do like observations, you know, because they were claiming to see things from certain distances, and it was impossible on a globe. And I was like, I gotta go check this out, you know. So like I went on Google Earth, which I had, and I started like doing these observations like from my town, you know. And I'm just like, okay, like, you know. And then I started listening to the globe videos. I was like, well, they're saying it's refraction and blah blah. Like I was going back and forth for like 2 months, and I got to a point where I saw an observation from Catalina Island all the way to Long Beach when I was out there, and I was just like, nah, like this, I can't be seeing this. Like this is not fucking refraction. Like I literally followed a ferry that was heading to the island, like with my binoculars for the longest time, dude. I was just sitting out there forever. I followed this ferry going all the way. I lost sight of it, But dude, like I kept seeing it, and it was heading to the direction of where the island was, and I was like, nah, that shit's there. Like I can't see the boat anymore, you know, because it's like at a certain distance you lose sight of things, obviously, even if you have optics. But I was just like, dude, the island's been sitting there the whole time. Like, nah, like that shit's actually there. And like I got convinced by a couple of observations I've done, you know. But yeah, dude, like that's how you start, man. By like jumping into something that you don't believe in, it might piss you off. But if you know, it's good to try to understand things that you don't like or piss you off, because sometimes they might lead you to a different thought process that, like, you know.
That's how
Yeah.
I got into the whole simulation conspiracy.
Like the simulation Earth idea.
Yeah, like how we're all like, you know, how we're all living in like the Matrix, kind of.
Right. Is the simulation flat or is it a globe?
Well, I don't even mean it like that. Like, I mean, like we're
No, I
all
understand that.
asleep, technically. You know.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
definitely. I can say that.
and
Even people that are red pilled are inherently asleep to a degree still. Like we just were programmed, dude. Like it's
now
something
this
that we
is
have to come to terms with, you know?
yeah. Now this is probably because of all the weed and fucking acid I've taken, but I was out of my fucking mind one night.
Uh-huh.
And I legit sat here and thought about this for like maybe an hour. And then it clicked with me. And I was like, yeah. Because I can see some parts. I'm like, yeah, it's true. So, yeah.
So what clicked with you? Like the whole idea of like that we're like bots? Or
Well,
what do you
no.
mean by like what clicked with you exactly?
Like, there's just some people that like don't make sense, you know? That's what I mean.
Yeah, but that's pretty vague. Like
Well, what I mean is like, especially for people around here in my town, you know, because like I'll be sitting here doing my own thing, and then I'll look out at the corner of my eye or something, and I'll see this guy just pull up in like a Porsche or something, you know. And for around here, that's not common at all. That's like fucking high dollar shit down here. Everybody
Right.
down here, like again, they're working plant.
Did we lose him?
I don't know. Maybe his
Maybe the
connection
guy in
is
the
very common down there.
maybe the guy with the Porsche like picked him up like, dude, you're burning me out.
Yeah. Porsche. Does anyone say Porsche?
No, that's
Or
a
what about-
stripper.
Yeah. You say water or wooder?
Or wetter. I was trying to go a little bit more in depth with what he meant because he was being a little vague. Like I wanted to understand like what he meant exactly. He was just going into it and he kind of dropped out.
Oh
Because like
man.
let's be honest, like we can all take his what he was claiming and we all experienced it in some form or way. But like I just wanted him to get a little bit more in depth with what he meant. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I would share his worldview. Like you talked about conspiracies earlier, right? So I'm a Christian. Talk about conspiracies. You know, I got some conspiracies that I believe. You know.
Can you tell me about that?
Oh yeah. Well, the Lord Jesus Christ Himself. I mean, that's the greatest conspiracy. People try to hide who the Lord
I don't
Jesus
think that's a
Christ is.
conspiracy. I don't think that's a conspiracy at all. I think he's like that dude's an actual historic figure. Like he's written about by so many different people. Like he legit existed. Whether you want to believe that he was, you know, the Lord and Savior or whatever you want to call it, like that man was real. At least from my point of view, the way
You
I
don't
see.
think people conspire to say that he's not though?
Of
That's my
course,
point. Yeah, that's my
of
point.
course. Yeah. Okay, I get you. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, definitely. Like the biggest thing for our era right now is Jesus ain't real and the devil ain't real. Like it's just everything's all about like chance and evolution, shit like that. You know, like things just kind of roll with the flow type of shit. That's the vibe I get from most people. Like
Well, a lot of
when you
people
talk
are talking
about
about that
God,
simulation too, though, because just like the
yeah,
guy
yeah.
was just talking about simulation too. So that's
Well, look,
I don't know, but none of
when
these
people
things are
talk about
literal.
when people talk about simulation, I tend to say this like, let's say if it was a simulation, right? It doesn't matter to me, but let's just go with it. Like, does a simulation have a creator? Like, it always comes to the same question, whether it's a simulation, whether it's globe flat. Like, it always goes back to the same question, like creation. And to like deny that there's some type of force, entity, or something like that, to me is just like, I don't know, like there's nothing in the world that exists that wouldn't be there unless there was something like that, from my point of view. It's
Yeah,
just
to me, it's
interesting.
foolishness. It's like pure foolishness to say that you don't believe you're real, that this isn't real. This
Yeah, I hate that
reality isn't
argument.
real.
I've heard so
So I
much
can't.
people
It's
say
hard
like
for
that.
me to even try to communicate with somebody like that. Like I don't even have a desire. I don't care what they think because they're not.
Well,
I don't even
I
think they're
call
thinking.
those people NPCs. Like they're legit like the people in video games. Like they're here. They take up space. They have to say like a certain thing a certain way. They follow a program. They're not legit like conscious. These are the same type of people that like I guarantee. Like I'm sure you can agree with me. But like there's people that you go to work with or school or whatever type of environment you're at, and you just like try to have like a normal human conversation, right? And you'll hear these people talk about like celebrities. They'll talk about like shoes. They'll talk about what's like in at the moment. Those are the people that are like the most separated from reality, because in my opinion, everything that is hot in right now has been perpetrated by someone, so you could be into that, right? And it's not something that is close to God ever. It's the most furthest away from God. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's just two kinds of people in the world: the living and the dead. Right? That's my worldview.
And what would
So,
you consider the living?
those who God has given new life to, and those that He has not, would be the dead.
Do you believe in evolution?
Does it sound like I do? Do you think I? Do you think I
Well,
am?
who
Do you
knows?
think?
You'd be surprised how many Christian people believe in evolution.
Nah, dude. It's funny. I actually, I've been I was a creationist before I was a flat earther. So.
Yo, Baba Yaga.
Hey, it was good.
Hey, it's
Yo.
Ron. Yo, I have two
Who?
people that need to be checked in, but for
Wait,
some reason I
who is
can't.
this?
That's your boy Ron.
Ron? Ron Schickelson?
Yeah,
Dude, how you
yeah.
fucking been, man?
I've been good. I had two guys, I had a girl and a guy in there in the voice check-in. I couldn't unmute them. Could I send
All
them
right,
back in here? You could undo it?
you want to send them into the live stream, or you want me to go to voice check-in?
We could set them in. They sound okay. I brought them over to Ice Wall because I didn't have any. Let me bring them back in. All right, cool.
Yes, yeah, send them in. I'll get that started.
All right. Nice to hear from you, buddy. I'll be right
Likewise,
back.
brother. It's great.
I'll be right back. I got two noobs. I'll be right back.
All right.
It's about to go down.
Man, I can't believe Matthew's still here. Matthew, how you been?
Oh no.
I'm doing okay. How's it going?
Dude, Matthew's like one of the only globe earthers that I've seen that like will be like, okay, I'm gonna listen to these retard flat earthers like forever. And then I don't mean that in a bad way, Matthew. I know you do. Like I said, I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying from a glober perspective, someone that still believes in the globe, it's just I had to say the joke, But yeah, man, you've been here forever, dude.
It's for a while, on and off.
I think you should be admin for the server. I think you've been here longer than me now. Like based on time.
Probably.
He
Man, Matthew's great. I don't know why people don't like Matthew.
He's so good.
No, I have no problems with Matthew. Matthew's every time I seen him get chewed out a lot by certain people, and dude, he listens. He's reasonable. I got no problems with
Yeah.
him.
He's also very
Very
easy to
reasonable.
work in a corner where he exposed the globe as a bunch of nonsensical beliefs. So I don't see why anybody would want to get rid of him.
Oh, shots were fired, Matthew.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, I wouldn't characterize it that way. But.
Yeah.
Aha! The game is afoot.
Can you hook them up, Jose? Put them in VC1, VC1 or VC2, one of those.
You put him in VC1 or
Let me see which VC. I don't know which one it was. Hold on. VC1. Yeah.
Fibonacci.
Yeah, Matthew, what if get a bunch of more Globers in here? Like the old style.
I think a lot of Globers got kicked out at some point. McGee wanted it to be sort of more a flat Earth recruiting channel.
Happy Friday, everybody. Saturday to some of you.
Yep. Yeah, happy Friday.
Yeah, bro.
The weekend before Thanksgiving in the USA.
That's true. Yeah, I don't mind. There's a lot of Globers that some people don't like, but I don't mind them. Unless they're just offenders for certain reasons, like this really bad behavior.
Yeah, we need a good old fashioned nerd fight in here. I'm ready.
You sure about that? There's some Globers on the ban list that I don't know you can handle there, bro.
Oh yeah, sure.
They'll run you around like a pig with a ring in its nose with a rope attached to it, and then just yoink you around, and you'll be like, squeeze, 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 squeeze.
You think so? You really think so?
They're formidable opponents, even more formidable than Matthew.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, you gotta respect the fear, right?
I don't know. I think just some people have different ways of arguing. I'm not very good at arguing.
Yeah, I was never really particularly good at debate either.
Well, one of the primary purposes of a channel like this is exposition, right? So as long as you're having a conversation where points are getting stated, right? Even if you have to, people are like, oh, you don't want the globe side to say their points, but it's, you have the back and forth.
That's it.
Dude, Matthew has put in more work in the voice chat in this server than like most of the flat earthers in this server. Keeping the VC pumping.
How you doing, guys?
I'm a little bit here and there.
God, I haven't been in this server for ages.
Oh yeah.
No, man. I used to come here ages ago at the very beginning. I got an invite to join Christie's server, but I can't seem to have permissions to get in.
What do you mean, Christie's room?
Yeah, Christie's text. That's all I can see. I can't see it the room. Do I have to be given special privileges for that? Like right click can see.
Let me see what you have.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you got flat earther valued.
Yeah, man.
So why? I don't see why not. You could see what? You could see the text.
Yeah, all I can see is the text.
not the
But,
VC.
but I can't see that room that's right at the bottom. Because she's invited me in there a few times, and I can't see it. I cannot see the last room.
So the very, do you have your carrot facing down?
Carrot?
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
Carrot?
Let me do this.
What's a carrot?
So you go all the way down.
Tags room.
Right. And there's a category called other. Do you see where it says other?
Yeah, are they? Yeah.
If you tap other, there's a little arrow on the left hand side of the O, and it's like facing down or right.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I can see.
Sometimes that's a problem.
Christie's text, roll ideas, music lyrics, and clips. That's all I can see. Can't see anything else. I don't know why.
Music lyrics and clips.
This is what I can see right now. I'll show you. This is.
Oh yeah, FE clips, FE music lyrics ideas. Yeah, if you could screenshot it, that'd be cool.
I'm giving it to you now. I'm going to give it to you right now. Go all the way up. Right click. This one here. That's all I can see. Says, hey, it's got Christie's text. That's it. I can't go further than that. And there's a room down there, she reckons, that you can get
Okay,
in.
but you didn't. So look at what I'm sending you. You didn't send me your whole image there.
Okay.
So you see how I have 2 red arrows?
Yeah, okay. Oh. Christie.
So that little thing on the left, and the little thing on the left next to the O that an arrow is pointing to is called a chevron or a caret.
Okay, let me
Right.
have a look.
So when you click on it, it'll expand the category.
Okay, let me
Sometimes
go now.
people have the categories collapsed.
Let's have a look. No. Why? Oh, a little carrot, you mean? Yeah, I've gone down there.
That doesn't change it.
No. I can go into, I don't even permissions to talk in there. Interesting.
Hold on, let me look at that.
Christie's text, roll ideas. I got all that, but the little carrot I'm pressing on, it doesn't give me that extra room. I have no idea.
Press on the actual name other. Sometimes it's not the caret. Let me see.
No, nothing. No, when I press on another, no, it's not doing nothing. I can see the carrot. I'm hitting it, nothing's happening. And
Is it pointing down or to the right?
It's more to the right. What that upload I gave you, it's more to the right. And I can't. If I
Yeah,
go,
the upload you gave me doesn't have the whole image, so I can't confirm it.
Oh, hold it. I'll give you the whole image then. That's what this is what I got. Let's have a look. This is what I got. AI. So it's got those little things.
Yeah, let's see that caret. That caret is facing to the right. It needs to be facing down.
Oh, I can't do it. I cannot actually get it to work for some reason. Let's go in there again.
And what device are you using?
The normal desktop. And I've tried it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. No, I can't.
I don't know if you click it or right click it or whatever, but basically you have a closed category. So the closed category is only going to show you usually the text chats and things that are actively like a new thing or things you've seen
Yeah.
recently. So you got to expand the whole category, and then you'll see everything in the category. But I can't know off the top of my head how you're supposed to do it on a PC right now.
Okay, I got FE clips. No, I can't do it. For the life of me, I can't do it. Oh, I can type a message. Hold on.
Yeah, it
Why
involves
live view?
clicking the caret or clicking the word other, or somewhere around there is going to be
Collapse all
something to
tagos. Yeah, collapse. Oh,
expand
yeah,
the
collapse all
category.
tagos.
No, you don't want to collapse it. You want to expand it.
Oh, okay. So you want to expand? No, I haven't got collapse all. No, no, he doesn't give me that. Why?
Do collapse all, and then maybe collapse all will change to expand all. That would be
collapse all.
useful.
Okay, I've got collapse all. And then expand all. Doesn't even give you that. It doesn't even give you that choice. This is interesting. I'm going to come across this.
Yeah, well, we succeeded in making it worse.
No, I thought you were. So you're a modern now, aren't you? AI.
Yes.
Why? That's
Oh, the screenshot you showed me, you clearly have a collapsed category that can expand it, but I just couldn't. I just can't tell you how to do it off the top of my head from a PC because I haven't done it in so long.
Oh, okay. Let me try on a laptop. And I'll get you. I'll DM someone. I can do it.
Yeah, it might matter whether you're actually in a running app or if you're just in a web browser. That could be the difference.
No. I'm in the actual app, Discord. So do you reckon it'll work on the web browser? Interesting.
Yeah, try it. Try just going through the web browser to the discord.com.
Let me try the web browser. Maybe, why would it be under the... Okay, let's have a look.
In the past, people have had problems with categories and channels and duplicate names and names missing, and they just had to delete their app and reinstall it, and it worked great.
Oh, okay, I could do that. All right, so I'm into the web browser now. Let's have a look. Maybe this will work. Let's go down. Oh, no.
I feel like I need a coffee now. Coffee time.
I think I need one too because I can't work this thing now, and I'm on a web browser. Oh my goodness, this is insane. Doesn't matter, guys. We'll work it out somehow. One day I'll work it out. Now, how do I?
Oh,
here we go. Live stream. I got it. Maybe this will work. But the thing is, I don't need to get verified.
Hold on a second.
Why doesn't it show it?
Hold on a second. I got an idea. Dude, I got an idea.
Yeah, go on.
I got a real good idea. I'm going to force move you into that channel, and then that channel will be active on you, and it should show up whether your category's collapsed or not.
Okay.
Yeah. David.
I swear, if this works, we're not going to talk about math. That's what we're not going to do.
Why not? I love math.
Of course you do, Matthew. Everybody knows you love math.
But I like computer science and physics and astronomy and that stuff too.
No more math talk. Unless it's geometry. We can talk about geometry.
Geometry is good. trigonometry, geometry, all that stuff's good.
Yeah, triangles. Yeah, I love them. So simple, bro. So profound.
Yeah, I agree. Triangles are basically just 3 points determine the triangle. And then right triangles have a 90-degree in there.
Hi there, guys.
Hello.
¿Cómo está ustedes?
Coffee time. Speak again.
What?
You're good.
They're trying to solve some, I don't know, technological indiscrepancies. I'm being a little facetious there. They're working on something.
No, he said it worked. When I moved him in there, it made it active. So then the collapse category still showed it as a choice.
Nice. So here we are talking about geometry. That's awesome.
Although he may be stuck on mute now. Oh well. I think that channel is where if you join, you can't automatically speak. You have to be unmuted by the host. I
Can you hear me now, guys?
think that's the best side of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't talk because it said push to talk for some reason. What a weird channel.
Oh, okay.
And
Maybe that might just be an artifact of having never made a choice for that. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a template when you make the channels.
So the
I
only
don't
way I
think
can get in there is if I get forced in there.
Well, is it showing up now in the
No,
category?
it's not showing up. In fact,
It still went away. Yeah.
yes, it still went away.
That's
So the
weird.
only time it worked when you forced me into it in that room, I could
That's
see
weird, man.
Christy's.
But yeah, so the problem you got going on there is that your caret is to the right, and that means like there's something with your collapse category. So I don't know. You got to like reboot your machine or clear your cache on your browser.
Okay, that's an
Yeah.
idea. Yeah. That's an idea. All right, I'll do that. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll try it later on.
All
'Cause
right.
thanks a lot, AI. Thanks, man.
Yes, but if you get invited again, Christy can move you in there. You just listen. You can't be moved by a non-mod member from Livestream 1. Do you understand? You'd have to join a different voice channel, like let's say Livestream 2 or something else, or Chill, and then Christy can move you there, or on any other gold member.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, only mods can move from Livestream 1.
Okay. Got it. All right, guys. You have a nice time. I'm out of here. Thanks a lot for
All
your
right.
help. I'm
No
out of here.
problem.
What can I do now? What can I do? Friends.
Man, I gotta get some sleep. All right. Practice on Matthew, dudes.
Lay it on me.
That's right. If you can't handle Matthew, then you're fired. I don't know, man. I think they're waiting for you to make the first move, Matthew.
Sure. I mean, I like to say, people ask me to prove the globe, and I'm like, well, I have evidence that I think is compelling, but I would instead rather like list evidence that I think is problematic if the Earth is flat, like the full moon being the same size all night long, or something like that.
Oh man,
Fucking first moves. Who are y'all talking to? Who's making a move?
Matthew, dude, what, you got him
No,
muted or something?
no, go ahead.
Are you talking about angular size of the moon, Matthew?
Yeah, the angular size of the moon is the same all night long, if on the night of a full moon, and also it's the same from everywhere on Earth at the same time.
Well, also, what? So you're talking about actual size, Matthew, or angular size?
The measured angular size, the apparent size.
I see. So no problem, right? What's that got to do with the price of tea in flat China world?
I admit that this stems from my assumption that the moon is a physical object and should obey the laws of perspective. You know, things get smaller when they get farther away. So it's based on that assumption.
Well, okay, you can believe that and assume it if you would like. Rock on, buddy.
Well, I guess I so does that mean that you think the moon isn't real?
I don't. The moon is the lesser light. It was created on day 4.
Right. God created a physical object named the moon, right?
You want me to call the moon? It's a light, and I mean I don't know much about it. I don't think it's a rock in the sky in a vacuum, a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying that it seems to me like it should get smaller if it gets farther away.
Well, you can feel that way. You feel free to feel however you choose.
Yeah, every single light, every single object, every other thing that I've ever experienced, that's what happens.
You keep telling yourself that, man.
Oh, I mean, it's probably true for you, right? Like you watch a car, as it gets farther away, it gets smaller.
Well, I know the angular size. I know there's a double speak in all of this.
No, when I mean size, I'm always talking about angular size here. Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
I don't know what the moon is. I don't claim to know what the moon is besides the lesser light. God created on day 4. It moves from east to west. I know that. Along with all the other celestial bodies.
Yeah, I guess I would claim that I think that God's creation of the moon, that like all of the other things he created, it would follow the same general pattern, that if it gets farther away, it should get smaller in angular size. That's all.
What about its actual size? You think that gets smaller?
No, I think it stays the same.
So you think the angular size is the actual size?
No, I don't. Angular size is what we see, and the actual size is what it is. Kind of like a car. If you're standing on the side of the road, the car doesn't change size, but as it goes past you and gets farther and farther away, the angular size gets smaller and smaller.
Are you playing poker?
No. Why?
It'd be a lot cooler if you were.
I'm not very good at poker, honestly. I always forget which hands are better than other hands, and I don't have a poker face.
Don't you just love comfortable silences? You get all fuzzy feeling. Hmm. Feel like Jack Sparrow, man. Engage, or shall I put 12 hours of bot auto? That's so funny.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about whatever, or you can put it on the bot, whatever.
Hmm. You know any good jokes, Matthew? I know you do.
Well, here's something interesting. Have you watched people go scuba diving? You know how they sit on the side of the boat and they fall backwards into the water?
Sure.
Yeah, so here's my question. Why do scuba divers fall backwards into the water?
Yeah, this is a good one.
Because if they fell frontwards, they'd still be in the boat.
Yeah. Hey, yay, yeah, yay. Funny.
That was like my favorite joke for a while, a couple years back.
Yeah, you're so slick, bro. You probably heard this one. What do you call a black man that flies an airplane, Matthew?
I don't know. It sounds like a dangerous type of joke to guess at, though.
A pilot, you racist.
Oh, I like that. I do like that a lot. Okay, I have one. I gave a puzzle. So I teach college students, and I gave them this puzzle. And it goes like this. Hold on, I got to think about it to make sure I don't screw it up from the beginning. Okay. A man and his son were in a terrible car accident, and sadly, the man died, but the son gets taken into the emergency room and rushed into the emergency room, and you can just imagine all the nurses there. The doctor comes rushing in and takes one look at the boy, and the doctor says, "Oh my gosh, I can't operate on this boy. He's my son." Oh, no, wait a minute. So who's the doctor?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because remember, a man and his son were in the car accident, and the dad died. So people start asking, okay, well, so is it a gay marriage? And I'm like, no, it's not like that. Like the kid doesn't have two dads. Is it, maybe it's some other kind of relative, like an uncle or grandfather or something. And he's just using that figuratively. What's going on here? Any guesses?
None. I don't have a one.
Okay, I'll tell it
I've
again.
heard this one already.
And then I'll tell you the answer. Okay, so man and his son in an accident, the dad dies. The son is rushed to the ER. All the nurses rush in. The doctor comes walking in and says, "Oh my gosh, I can't be the one to operate on this boy. He's my son." You know why? Because the ER doctor is his mother, you misogynist. You didn't think that an ER doctor could be a woman? What are you?
That's a good one.
I like that one because I told that in class, and then I saw some students, and they were said, "Hey, tell that to our friend right here." And so I told the thing to the friend, and the friend couldn't guess, and all the other people knew the answer. And it's like, well, God
damn it!
Yeah, what if I said, he's my relative, and he's like, oh, well, then is it the grandfather? No, is it the uncle? Is it the stepdad? Like he started listing more and more and more like male relatives. Like every single guess he had was a male relative. And then when we said no, it was the mommy dummy, he's like, oh, I'm such an idiot.
That's so funny. Hilarious. Good times.
Platter, no, you're right, Platter. I mean, yeah, it's hard to tell this in a sort of fair way. Yeah, if I give the surgeon's voice like a woman's voice, it'd be obvious. Maybe, I don't know. And part of it is what you can do is you can tell people, imagine the scene, and there's the boy sitting on the OR, and all the nurses come in, and people think about, okay, the nurses come in, and then the doctor walks in, and then so they're imagining the scene already. And so once you start imagining the nurses being female nurses and the ER doctor being a male doctor, then it's hard to sort of like get around that. So that's why I intentionally say, imagine the scene, or this is what happens. This boy's sitting there, lying there. The doctor walks in.
Yeah, it's a good one.
But yeah, I really like the black man flying an airplane. You got me on that one.
Yeah, touche.
Yep. Well, we're even now since I didn't know that one. You didn't know the doctor one.
Yeah, and we're bonding.
Yep. So reparations have been paid. Oh, too soon. Too soon. Just kidding.
Yeah, you do have a lot of class, Matthew. You do, bro. And I do believe you're a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ. I actually do believe that you believe.
Yeah. I mean, we're brothers in Christ first, and who cares if we disagree about some other things?
Well, yeah. Yeah, man. But when was the last time you took communion? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was 5 days ago on Sunday.
What's up?
But I just got lucky because we only do it like maybe once a month or so. So you happened to ask when we did it last week. All right, what do you call a three-legged donkey? I don't know.
Don't know, buddy. I don't want to tell a bad joke.
What?
What?
Yeah, no, literally, what? Like, what are we talking about?
Oh, I was reading.
I thought somebody was going to say a joke.
No, I did. AI posted in the chat, what do you call a three-legged donkey? And the answer is Maurice, which I don't get.
I don't get it.
Yes.
Sounds French.
A wonky donkey?
Is this not about flat Earth? Am I in the wrong place?
Oh, we were just telling
what?
Dave for a sec. No.
Yeah.
Feel free to bring up something about flat Earth.
This is the flat Earth thing, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Well.
I
Well.
don't think the Earth is flat.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. What do you want to tell us what you think the Earth is?
Yeah, the Earth is round.
That's very interesting.
So we know that you probably mean spherical, round like a dinner plate. You know, the dinner plate can be round and flat at the same time. So you mean
Yeah,
spherical?
you can use like any semantical terminology you want, but you know what I mean.
Right. I was just saying we know what you mean.
Well, we didn't know.
Gotcha.
That's why we asked the questions.
Well, he said he does, but anyway, do we want to get to the argument?
Oh, I'm confused now. Yeah. Is it
Oh
round?
boy. I don't think you're confused. Do you want to give me your argument?
My argument? You want to know why the Earth is flat? Is that what you want to know? You want
I
to know
mean,
why?
you came to that conclusion all on your own, so I guess you do know. So go ahead.
Let me give the 3 top reasons for people saying the Earth is flat. 1, no curvature of Earth has never been directly measured. 2, the rotation of Earth has never been measured. And 3, the gas pressure requires a container, and so the vacuum of space can't exist. Those are the 3 most cited reasons for people believing in the flat Earth.
Okay, and can I give you my 3 most cited reasons for the Earth being round?
Sure, go ahead.
Absolutely. So, the sun has a mass which can convert hydrogen to helium. That's 1. 2, earthquakes. And 3, clouds are definitely in front of the sun, behind and front, depending on what you're referring to.
What are you referring to when you say it's behind or in front of the sun?
So, that's more for people who are making the assertion that the Earth, that the sun is local. I think that the clouds are in front of the sun, obviously. But for people who are saying that the sun is in front of the clouds, I would argue that it's a lot like taking a light bulb and plugging it in and then blowing your vape smoke in front of the light, whereas you can see the light beyond the smoke.
That's a good analogy. I would suspect
going back
most
to the
flat earthers don't think that the sun is in front of the
Yeah, I didn't understand that at all.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of videos out there. I've seen a lot of arguments from a lot of people who believe that the Earth is flat. I know that you guys don't all kind of believe the same thing. You don't believe in the same sort of layout, if you will. I've heard a lot of different arguments from different perspectives when it comes to the flat Earth. So I'm pretty educated. I'm ready to go. I pretty much know what you guys are educated on.
What do you think the flat Earth service is about?
So what I have seen most often is that the Earth, when it comes to flat Earth, is flat earthers believe that the Earth is a flat plane with a firmament above, with the sun and the moon being local, meaning below the firmament. And in some cases, the sun is in front of the clouds. The Earth is moving upwards constantly, and that is, why people fall to the ground when they jump up. That's pretty much what I've observed most commonly within the flat Earth community. There are some divergences, but commonly that is the most observed thing I've seen.
I don't know what's happening. What is happening in this room?
So, I think, first off, let me just ask the question. When you said the sun is, what did you say?
Local?
about the clouds?
In front of the clouds. Yeah,
So
there are
you're trying to
flat
say the
earthers.
sun is between the clouds and the earth, like the
No,
ground.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's what I've seen people say who are flat earthers.
You've heard them claim that the sun goes between the ground and the clouds.
Yes, I've heard people state that the sun is in front of the clouds from the earth. So between the earth and the clouds.
Where'd you hear that from?
I heard that from a few people on here. I've heard it from people on Facebook. I'm in a few flat earth groups. I've heard it from a few YouTube videos.
Interesting. I've never heard that in my life. What is the assertion point?
I don't know. They're just saying that the sun is in front of the clouds.
You didn't listen past that or ask any questions, or?
No, I did. They just give me the same. They just kind of tell me the sun is in front of the clouds. That's all they're telling me. They don't really give me any explanation. They just tell me the sun is in front of the clouds because here's this picture that I have.
Okay, I don't know the point of that one. But I will say the point of the server really is just to try to understand the world on your own, not just be told what the world is. Try to look at and observe the world and come to your own conclusions about what you see around you. And it's primarily about flat Earth, obviously, right? That's the name of the server. But it is more of a how do you say that's just the core of it. That's just that's the hot topic for it. But it's more so about just questioning everything around you, questioning whatever any authority is going to tell you, whether it's right or wrong, and actually coming to your own conclusions about things, right? You'll see plenty of flat earthers on this server have a wide range of belief in flat Earth and what it might look like, what the model might look like, what actually is around them, right? It is very, very wide on the server. So it's not necessarily everybody believes in one type of flat Earth on the server. It's more so just about getting to understand things on your own and not just accepting other people's beliefs about it.
No, that's fine. I believe the Earth is round. Am I still accepted here?
So why do you believe that? So I heard you say.
So yes, you're
let
accepted
me
here
just
to answer
continue.
your question.
I heard you say three things, and maybe you need to go in more detail about them. It was very bearish, hard to understand. You said clouds are between the.
No. That's what other people have said is that the sun is between the Earth and the clouds.
Well, no. You
The
said You said you had three things. You said one, the sun has
Yeah.
a mass that converts
hydrogen, helium.
hydrogen to helium, and then you said earthquakes. Didn't explain that one, and then you said something about the clouds as your third one.
Yeah, so earthquakes come from tectonic plate shifts, which would not be possible without a core. And most flat earthers, I'm not trying to put you on a box, mind you. I'm just saying most flat earthers that I have come across believe that the earth does not have a core because they believe that the earth is flat. Therefore, earthquakes would not be possible. That they believe that the government has some sort of like big device that creates a lot of shaking in the ground.
I don't know
I
about
don't
that
know.
one. Sure, I understand that point now. Okay. So what was the last one though? I'm just trying to nail down your points before I actually talk about them.
Yeah, the last one is the sun is clearly behind the clouds.
That's the only point. Just a light appears behind clouds. That doesn't really give proof to why you
Yeah,
believe the Earth is a globe.
the sun is behind the clouds because people believe, at least the people again I've come across.
We don't know what
the
they were trying to
sun-
assert. We don't understand like what they were getting at. That's not
That's
really
fine, but
proof
there's
of
no
why you
argument.
believe the Earth being a globe, right?
No, it is because they believe that the sun is local, and the sun is beneath the clouds, according to them. I don't know what you guys believe. You might believe that the
Well,
sun
I don't
is
understand what you're getting at, though.
simultaneously local.
It's like if I claimed to be a flat earther and I said I believe ants are humans, and then you went on to talk to other people and
No,
said
that's not the
one
same
of my
thing.
beliefs, one of my reasons for believing the Earth is a globe is that I believe the ants aren't humans. It doesn't make sense. You're not making a point of
No,
why you believe the Earth is a globe.
that's disanalogous First of
Well,
all,
it's not because the original point that
it
you're
is
making didn't make
because it's
sense
not
to
making
either
any
me or
sense.
you, right?
Well, no,
So
you're
it's
not
not
making
really
any
a reason
sense.
for you to believe the Earth is a globe.
We do have common
No, it
ground.
is. You're
People
not
here,
making any sense.
right?
You're just talking about ants, and I'm talking about the position of the sun
Yeah,
in
but why
relation
does
to
that
the
make you
clouds and the
believe the
earth.
Earth is a globe, though? We don't
Let me see
understand
if
the
I
original point, either one of us. So why are you saying that
I
that makes you
understand. I
believe
can
the Earth
Because
explain
is
it
a
to
flat
you.
globe?
earthers, because flat earthers that I've come across believe that the sun is in front of the clouds. Now, again, I'm not saying you all believe that. I'm just saying that's what I've come across.
Yeah, but you've already admitted that you didn't understand why they said that. So they could have just been random,
No, I
like
don't
people on
because it's
crack.
recorded.
Do you understand what they were saying outside of just it's the sun is between the Earth and the clouds?
No, I don't because it's stupid. It doesn't make
Okay,
any
so why
sense.
does that make you believe in a globe? That it doesn't make sense. You just heard somebody not make sense, and so that makes you believe in the globe. It doesn't make sense to me
That's
why
not
that
the
would
only
be a
reason I
reason.
believe the earth is a globe.
Okay, so maybe we should drop that reason. It just doesn't seem like an actual reason. It just sounds like you talked to a quack and you were
If you
like,
want to run
"This is
away
more
from it, I
proof."
guess.
No, what
Well,
we're
there's
But
saying
like,
nothing to
is that
explain. Though. I
nobody
don't
in this
understand the
room,
point. Nobody in this room understands the
thinks the
point.
sun.
okay,
Nobody in this room thinks the
wait.
sun is in front
Okay,
of clouds.
let me just ask. Do you think the sun is in front of the clouds?
Nobody in
Yes or
this
no?
room thinks that. No.
No.
Okay, well then it's irrelevant then. Anyway, because
I don't
you
know why it
guys
was
aren't
irrelevant to
fucking
begin with
idiots.
when it comes to your belief in the globe.
Well, you asked me, and I'm just stating that that's what I've heard from flat earthers.
So your beliefs are based off of quacks saying crazy things?
No, my beliefs are based off of science. But you're telling me,
So
you're
how does that
asking
affect
me,
your belief in
what
the
are
globe then?
your? Oh, can you not interrupt me for like 5 seconds? That'd be great. I'm telling you that there is either a round Earth or what people believe to be a flat Earth. I don't believe the flat Earth to be something that is realistic, but the arguments that I've heard from flat Earthers, for the most part, involves the sun being in front of the clouds. And I'm telling you that that's not realistic. So, yes, of course, that is part of my argument because that is what I've commonly heard. Again, I asked, you guys don't believe that, right? And to which you answered no, but I was just clarifying.
I understand you're clarifying, but I don't think it actually is affecting your belief in the globe. If we can drop that now and your belief hasn't changed, then it really didn't affect your belief in the globe. Like
No,
I
it
said,
didn't
if
because
I
I've
make
always
some
knew
random
that
shit
the
up that doesn't
sun
make
wasn't in
sense,
front of the
and then you
clouds.
say it doesn't make sense, that doesn't give you proof that your globe is true. It just you disproved something that didn't make sense.
Yeah, no, because I've always known that the sun wasn't in front of the clouds.
Okay,
That's the
so that's not
point.
proof towards
I've
your globe
always
then,
known that
right?
because I've always known that the earth wasn't flat. Like that's my whole point.
Okay, let's just move on past that point. I think that's completely irrelevant.
Cool.
So explain your first one. Let's talk about that. Let's start off with that and go from there.
Is that the sun one or the earthquake?
The sun one. The sun has a mass that converts helium or hydrogen to helium.
Yeah, so if the sun, now again, I'm not saying you all believe this, but what I've commonly heard is that the sun is local. Would you all agree with that?
No.
You don't think the sun
No,
is
Just explain your
below
point.
the firmament?
we don't know what the hell the sun is. No one here
Okay.
made a claim about it anyway.
Okay, I'm telling you what I've heard, and this is, and commonly I hear nowadays is no one knows what the sun is, but I'm telling you that I do. So the sun converts hydrogen to helium. That's how it fuels itself. In order for it to convert hydrogen to helium, it has to have a certain mass. That mass cannot coexist within the atmosphere of the Earth because if it did, then the sun would crash into the Earth. You get me?
No.
Yeah, I get you. This is all philosophy.
No, it's not philosophy.
Yes,
No,
it is.
so
It
does sound like
is
that,
the
but I didn't
Bible.
here's what
understand
he's
what you're
saying.
getting at.
Wait. Define philosophy.
It's a worldview.
No, it's not just a worldview.
Well, what is it?
Philosophy is a worldview, correct, but it's a worldview that influences what you believe, how you believe society should be structured, not whether or not the sun has a mass.
All
Not
philosophies
necessarily.
believe.
I don't know about that
What are you
definition.
talking about, man?
Hey, so
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're wrong.
I yield
No,
the
you're
floor.
wrong.
I yield the floor.
Wait a second. The question, "What is philosophy?" occupies grad students for years and years. So maybe we should not talk about that right in the
Maybe
middle of
we
this other
shouldn't
part.
because we're talking about the flat Earth, and it seems like every time I get into this conversation, someone tries to derail it. It's really weird. It's almost as if there's no way to back up your claim that the Earth is flat. So please go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. So here's what Jetson's saying. He's saying, I have an internally consistent description of what the sun is that matches the heliocentric model, and that is better than the flat Earth description, which is merely, oh, we don't know what it is. So that's
Well,
the
I get that
basis
part of it.
his
I really was trying to understand like the nitty gritty part of it. Like I didn't understand what's the point of saying sun converts hydrogen to helium.
Because it has to do with a mass. And if it has that mass, then it would crash into the Earth if it was local.
Explain that.
So his
If the sun-
his heliocentric description wouldn't work on a flat Earth, is what he's saying, and that's true. It wouldn't.
That's correct.
Well, I just want to understand it before I,
That
poke holes in it.
was very granular. I don't know how you don't understand it.
Well,
like,
no, I
it's
understand
very
you're saying it wouldn't
straightforward.
work on a flat Earth. I don't understand why, because the sun converts hydrogen to helium, then if it wasn't the way it is, then it would crash in there. I don't like. It's just not
Let me try to explain.
like you're making any connection there.
The only way hydrogen and helium can convert is through nuclear reaction that requires so much mass and gravity that it would have to be so much bigger than the Earth, and so that story wouldn't work if the sun was close and local and the Earth was flat.
Is that what you're getting at, or are you saying something more?
And then we
No, that's
also have to remember that physics, right? In physics, mass has no meaning.
Out loud. Say that
No,
again?
no, no. Let's stay on topic. That's exactly what I meant. Is that the mass required to convert hydrogen to helium would necessitate it to be far away from Earth, because if it wasn't, it would crash into the Earth.
What about the quote unquote planets between the Earth and the sun in their orbit? That is.
They're still far away enough for it to not crash into the Earth. Like, or those other planets. Like, can you?
So how
tell
close would
me-
it need to be?
Yeah, no, I'm not getting into semantics. Like, just tell me why you think the
Well, that's
Earth.
not what
Like, do you think that the sun is local? Do you think the sun is local?
What do you think semantics means?
Yeah, that's a good
It means
question.
that you're nitpicking. It means that you're
That's
nitpicking.
not what that word
Essentially,
means. Google that word. That's not what that word means.
Essentially, it is. Essentially, it
No,
is.
no, it's
And
not.
summing
Google
it
that
up
word.
real
Can you just
quickly
Google the word
so that
real
we
quick?
don't
You're
get-
misusing the
Wait,
word.
no, you should actually stay on topic. Tell me why the sun is local.
I never claimed it to be local. Semantics,
No,
the branch of
you can just not
linguistics,
say
and
whatever you
can
want,
you let me
but
talk?
you have to give me an answer.
Yeah, I'm
which
trying
you guys
to.
can
Can you
never
let me talk?
can.
The semantics, the branch of linguistics and logic
No,
concerned
we're
with
not talking
meaning.
about semantics. We're talking about the sun.
No, I
Please
am. Can
stay
you
on
stop
topic.
cutting me off? Right? I'm
No,
allowed to say
you
what I
need to
want to
stay
say.
on
You're
topic.
allowed to say what you want to say. We can all
You
have a
need
normal
to-
conversation, right?
Please stay on topic.
I'm on topic. You brought up semantics. I said you were misusing the word. Don't get upset
That
because
is
you're
an
misusing the
easy
word.
way to articulate this conversation. Please stay on topic about the sun.
Can you admit that you don't understand what semantics means?
No, I understand perfectly. You
Well,
need
you
to
just
tell
have an
me
incorrect
why the
definition.
sun
So
is
you don't.
local.
If we're using incorrect definitions in our speech, then we can't understand each other.
We can talk about semantics if you can admit to me that you don't know why the sun can be local and at the same time have the mass necessary to convert hydrogen to helium.
I never made any claim around that. I don't know why you're attacking me on that. I made zero
Okay,
claims
then
around
we
that.
don't need to talk about semantics, do we? So we can
Of
stay on
course
topic
you do.
about
You
the sun.
utilize the word completely incorrectly. And I don't, if
No,
you're
I
using
didn't.
that word incorrectly, you're probably using other words incorrectly, and it's hard to have a conversation.
No, it's really not. You're just running away from the topic. Like, why haven't
Okay.
you answered my
So just to
question?
clarify, semantics is not just nitpicking. Semantics is specifically relating to the meaning of
I
words.
never said it was.
So if you said a word and I said, well, the meaning is slightly different, yada yada yada, we're talking about semantics when we're talking about the meaning of words. That's not
Okay,
what was
hey,
happening there.
hey, no matter what, okay, about semantics, I'll just concede that. Like, I agree with you about whatever you have to say about semantics. Now, can we go back to the sun?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So tell me why the sun is local and at the same time it does not crash into the earth.
Well, nobody's making a claim about how local it is, how far away it is, how close it is. None of us have made that claim, right?
Yeah, they are. There
Have
are
you made that claim?
absolutely people. There are absolutely
But
people.
we're not.
You
We're
can,
not people. We're the people in this channel, right?
okay, no, I don't want to. I don't want to get into this like dodging the questions. Where do you think the sun is? You tell
How
me.
is
Where
this
do you
dodging
think
the
the sun
question?
is?
So
No,
let's.
ask me. No, tell me. Where is
You
the
just
sun?
begged me not to cut you off. Can you
Tell me
not
where
cut
the
me off?
sun is. Tell me where the sun is.
You're floundering a bit. Can you not cut me off and let me make my points?
Just tell me where the sun is.
I know that you want something, but you don't get to just be a baby and cry about it. You have to have a conversation with people. So let me make
I'm
my
not.
point.
I'm asking you where the sun is. You're supposed to answer
Yeah, no, that's not how a conversation works. You don't just say things and people do
because
what you
you
what,
don't
what you say.
know.
That's not how the
Because you
conversation
know you're
works.
full of shit. So please tell me where the sun is.
Well, I'm trying to get to it. If you'd let me say the things that I want to say, can you be a big boy and do that? Okay.
So you're going to tell me where the sun is.
No. So originally,
Okay,
I
then you're
asked
not
you.
answering the question.
Jesus Christ! Can you let me speak?
Well, will you answer the question?
Originally, I asked you how close does the sun need to be for what you're saying to occur, for it to just crash into the earth? And you said,
And
"Well,
I'm
I don't
asking you
know,
where
or
the
I don't
sun
have
is.
those numbers.
And
I don't
you
want to get
are
into
avoiding
semantics,
the
completely
question.
misusing the
You
word
don't
semantics,
know.
right?"
Yeah, it's a malformed question.
So you didn't understand how close it would need to be, and now you're asking me how close do I think the sun is? I already told you, none of us here have claimed to know how close the sun is. We don't know.
No, I'm
But you're
asking. I'm
making.
not
Hold
asking
on,
you for
hold
the
on. I'm not done.
exact
Can you let me
number.
finish?
I'm
Can you let
asking you
me
where
finish,
you think it
Judson?
is.
Please, please. None of us have claimed
Let
how
me make
close
it
it is.
simple for you. Is
You're
it in
making the
space
claim that if
or in
it's
the
too
atmosphere?
close, that it will crash into the earth. And so we're asking you, how close does it have to be? It's not up to us
That's
to
not
tell
an
you how
answer,
close
though,
it
is
has to
it?
be when you're the
Wait,
one
that's
making the
not an
claim.
answer, though, is it?
That is an
Okay,
That's not
answer.
an answer.
both of you be quiet for a second. Jetson, you asked how close is the sun. Reverse clearly answered, I don't know. Go
That's
ahead.
fine. That's fine if he doesn't know exactly where it is. I'm saying it's in space.
So can you
That
answer
is
my
what I'm
question?
saying. What is your question?
How close does it need to be to crash into the earth? Because you said
Yeah,
other
I don't
planets are
know
close enough that are
exactly.
between the earth and the
Yeah,
sun. So how
I don't
close?
know exactly how close it needs to be to the Earth. I don't know what answer would be best suited for you because I don't know what size you believe the sun even is because a lot of flat earthers believe the sun is a lot smaller than we're told anyway.
Sure,
That
he was asking your
requires a lot
claim.
of clarification, you
So
see.
if somebody says it's vaguely local, you're making this claim that if it was local, then it would crash into the earth without knowing what they mean by local and without knowing how close it needs to be to crash into the earth. Are you not making a unfair claim that it's going to crash into the earth?
No, I'm not making an unfair claim because if they said it was local and I asked them what they meant by local and they told me underneath the firmament, and as we understand the firmament in the flat earth model, meaning at least 72 miles away, that would mean that the
72
sun would
miles.
crash into the
Who said
earth.
that? Who said
But
this? Where are you
many
getting this
people have
from?
told me that. Wait, many people have told me that. Do not derail the conversation, please. Many people
Nobody
have
here
told
has
me
said
that.
that.
You may believe something different, and I respect that. I really do. But you need to tell me what you mean by local if you believe that the sun is local. If you cannot tell me what you mean by local when you say the sun is local, then I have nothing to go off of.
He clearly said he didn't know if it was local or not. It was like 10 minutes ago.
So then where's the sun?
He said he didn't know. Are you paying attention?
So he doesn't have an answer for anything.
That's right.
Okay, so he cannot make a substantial argument for his claim that the earth is flat.
No, he was saying that he doesn't have a answer to how far away the sun is.
Yeah, and the sun in relation to the earth is very important for its structure.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's okay to say we don't know some things.
It is okay. But if you're contesting an argument, you need to substantiate it.
Yeah, like the sun turning hydrogen into helium. What are you talking about? That's in mass, the mass of the sun. That's just crazy, dude. You're nuts.
Okay, why are you derailing the conversation once again? I can explain that, but first I
not.
need him to answer my question.
You talking to me?
No. I was talking to just Bill. He said something, so I was answering his
Yeah, see,
question.
one thing I know that does not happen is one of your proofs you live on the ball.
Can I also say that from like the biblical scripture, it never claims that it's underneath.
I don't care about the Bible.
Underneath the dome. Well, when people say the firmament, they're usually talking about the biblical description,
That's
and it
fine. I don't
specifically
believe
says
in that.
that it's like within the dome or on the dome. It doesn't say under the dome. I don't know
Okay,
where you're getting
that's
that
not
one
going to
from.
have any influence over this conversation because I don't believe in the Bible.
Sure, I'm just telling you what most of these descriptions are saying.
Okay, and in the scriptures it also says that like the stars are going to fall from the earth, like fall into the earth, and we all know that's not realistic without people. Yeah, no. The earth the stars cannot fall to the earth and everyone still lives afterwards. So
What would you call it if as you said, the Earth, or I don't know if you're saying the Earth falls into the sun and the sun falls into the Earth? What would you call that?
can we stay on topic?
Sounds like a star is falling into.
Can we
falling
stay on
from the sky,
topic?
right? How is it not topic? The fuck?
Well, you brought up the Bible, and I was just saying, like, the Bible says that the stars will fall to the earth, and the
And then I
stars
was
would.
responding to that. So how is that not on topic?
Because you brought up the Bible, I didn't. So can we go back to
Yeah, I
like the
brought it up and then
placement
you
of the
responded
sun?
and then I responded back. That means it's on topic.
So can we go back to this placement of the sun?
Yeah, we already said we don't know the placement of the sun. You already said that
Okay,
you don't
then
know how close
okay,
it needs to be to crash into
perfect,
the earth. So where are we going with this point?
perfect. So you don't know. Okay, so you don't know. That's fine. It's completely fine. I have no issue with people not knowing stuff. I don't know stuff. It's completely fine.
Yeah, quite
But you
honestly.
cannot make a argument for
You're
the
the one making
structure
the
of the earth.
argument.
No, I know, but you can't make
It's your
argument
point.
for the structure of the earth based off of your
I'm
lack
not
of
making
knowledge.
that. That's not what's happening here. You're making the point that this is why I
You don't
believe in
think
the
so,
globe
that's my
Earth.
fault.
And you're saying, I don't know how close it needs to be to fall into the earth, but I know it would happen. It was like, well, what the fuck are you talking about then?
This is a
How do you know
dishonest
what would happen?
conversation.
How do you know what would happen that it would fall into the earth? How do you know that?
That sounds like gaslighting.
Jesus
Honestly,
Christ.
it
What is
sounds
this
like you're just
meta?
like,
What is this
well,
guy
you
doing?
don't know, so
Bro.
you can't say like what you believe. Like it's very projective of you. But we can move on to the
Yes, you're
other
making a
point that I
point
made.
without any actual evidence for what you're saying.
No, I
You're
have
just saying
evidence.
shit.
You don't. You
What
don't.
evidence
In
do you
fact, you
have?
admitted.
What
No,
evidence?
you actually,
I
in fact,
asked you, how
admitted
close
you
does it
don't
need to be
have.
to crash into the earth? You couldn't
No,
tell me
you
that.
actually
That is
admitted
your
you do
entirety of
not
your
have
point.
evidence. You admitted you don't have evidence because you said you don't know. So we can move on to my next
Right.
point
Just
if
because
you'd
I
like.
don't claim to know how close this ball of light is to me doesn't make any change to your point. You're making an assertion that if it's close enough, it's going to fall into the earth. You can't tell me how close it has to be. You can't tell me why it would fall into the earth. You can't tell me anything about the point that you're making.
I did. I did multiple times, and you obviously didn't listen. So do you want to go to the second point that I made?
No, I want to stick on this one. It sounds like you're floundering. You want to move on, is what it sounds like.
Okay, so what did I not clarify?
How close does it need to be to fall into the earth?
You want the actual measurements for how close it needs to be?
Give me any answer, because all I've gotten from you so far is I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, Mercury is the closest planet to the sun, right? We know that Mercury hasn't fallen into the sun because the sun is millions of miles away.
What?
I can't tell you exactly how close the Earth has to be to the sun for it to fall within the sun because your perception of where the sun is different from mine. First of all, second of all, I don't know how close exactly a planet has to be for the sun to suck it up. I
You just
don't
repeated
know.
your previous point.
What I do know is that the sun is not within our atmosphere. It is not local, like the flat Earth
Why do you know
model.
that? Explain that.
Because the sun would fall into the Earth.
Why? You don't know how close it would
Because
have
it
to be, so
converts
why do you believe
hydrogen
that?
to helium from mass, and the mass necessary to convert hydrogen to helium would cause the sun to fall into the Earth, or the Earth to fall into the sun, depending on
Yeah, you're
what
just
kind of
repeating
flat
yourself
earther
at this
you
point,
are.
but you don't know how close it would have to
Yeah,
be. You have
because it's
no
the
clue.
same.
You haven't
Yeah,
claimed
because
that
it's
if
the
it was
same
a
answer
centimeter
I've
from
said
Earth that it would
over and
fall on the Earth.
over
You haven't
again.
claimed that if it was a billion miles away from Earth, it would fall on the Earth. You haven't made any claim about that. So why are you making this assertion that it would
you're
fall on the Earth?
asking me the same fucking retarded question, and I keep giving you the same retarded answer. It's the same fucking answer over and over again,
Yeah, it's a
and you
bad
keep
answer.
going
You're
back to
correct.
it
It's a
because you know
retarded
you're
answer.
wrong.
So you have no clue how close it has to be. You just know it would, is what you're saying.
I know that I've looked through a telescope and seen Mercury, and that it hasn't fallen into the sun. That's what I can tell you.
That doesn't mean much to me, but all right.
I'm sure it doesn't, because you probably think Mercury is in the ocean or some stupid shit. I'm telling you
Don't know where you
that I
got that
don't
one
know
from,
how
but all right.
large I don't know how large you think the sun is or how far away you think the sun is, because you yourself has told me that you do not know.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing to go off of other than my understanding of the placement of the sun and the earth. And I'm telling you that the sun has to have a mass big enough to convert hydrogen to helium, and that mass cannot be within the atmosphere of the earth without the sun crashing into the earth.
And you have no reason to believe that. You're just saying that. So can I ask, how do I ask this question? How do you know that the sun converts, say, hydrogen to helium? Explain that.
Yeah, no, you may not ask that because it's irrelevant. I'm telling you, this is
No,
what
it was a statement.
happens.
That's how I started. I switched up. I said it was a statement. How do you know this?
You asked me. You asked me. You told me you were asking me, which I don't want to hear any questions about the sun's nuclear fusion from somebody who doesn't even know anything about the sun, as you've already admitted you don't.
I know as
So
much
we can
about the
stay on
sun
this
from
topic,
Globe
or
Earth
we
as
can go
you
to the
do.
next one.
How old are you? Can I ask?
I'm old enough.
That's
You want me to come over to your house?
You don't know
What
how
the
old you are.
fuck?
I don't think you know how old you are.
No, he was asking me. He wanted to know how
No,
old I
I don't
was.
think
He's
you know.
interested. No, he's interested.
How old are you? You sound really young, and it sounds like you when you get challenged, you start to flounder,
I
which generally doesn't
appreciate
happen
that
when you get
because
older.
I'm actually 26. So I appreciate you telling me
Okay.
that I sound young.
Okay. Just saying, you sound like somebody who hasn't been challenged a lot, and so when you get challenged, you start to flounder, and you start to want to move on. You don't want to have conversation about things.
Then why would I come to a flat Earth stream if I
That's a great
wasn't used
question
to being
because I'm
challenged?
challenging you, and then you're immediately
Wait,
saying, "Hey, how about we move on? Hey, I'm not going to answer that question when you have these beliefs." You don't want to just have the conversation for some reason.
well, you don't want to have a conversation because you're telling me that like you don't know. Like your answer to everything is I don't know, and I'm telling you what I believe, and all you're doing is asking me questions about like, oh, what is the exact distance from the sun from the earth? Like I obviously I don't know that, but I do
Well,
know
that's a
that
pretty Googleable one. That's pretty
it
easy
is a
for a Google expert
Googleable.
to
It
answer, right?
is Googleable, but I'm not going to take the time to Google it because it doesn't matter, because I know for a fact that the sun is not in the atmosphere.
Uh huh. But why don't you want to answer my question when I asked you?
Dude, you find a
How
lot
do
of
you
people have
know?
that in common with you. Yeah, how do you know?
I need to wait. I need to hear his question because I didn't hear the end of it because you interrupted.
Well, I
So
already asked
please.
the question. And you, for some reason, didn't sound like you wanted to
Excuse
have
me,
it.
I was talking to Just Bill, and I just wanted you to clarify the end of your question, unless you're like so afraid that you need to use that as like some sort of like way to talk over somebody so that they don't answer your question, so you can just make an excuse to say like,
Oh,
oh, you wouldn't answer
you're
the question.
whiny, dude.
So
You're
please,
whiny. You
well,
don't
I
know.
mean
You
that's what
just
you
told
guys
us you don't
do.
know nothing. You don't know anything. How does
No, I do.
hydrogen? How does
You're the ones who claim you don't know anything. So I don't
look?
know how I'm the
I
one
know
who
this.
says I don't know
Let me
anything.
tell you
I
something I
want to
know.
hear. I
I'm
want
gonna
to hear
tell you
his
something I
question.
know.
No, please shut the fuck up. I want to hear his question. I really do.
Do you want to hear my question or just Bill's? Which one? Fuck.
I want to hear yours, not just Bill's. I want to hear yours. He cut
Well,
you
you
off
just
at the
cut
end, which
me
was
off
very
so that you
rude.
could hear the just build. Is that not what he just did? Am I bugging?
Yeah,
He was already
no.
talking. He was already talking.
This dude's he's sick with us. You got a bad
Dude, he's
spirit, bro.
schizophrenic or something. Holy shit. All
Are you
right, so
gonna
you want to
ask
hear
a
my
question,
question.
or are you
His
just gonna
question is the same
cower?
as my question. How do you know that the sun converts hydrogen to helium?
Nuclear fusion. So, do you want to like go more in depth about that, or?
I think you're misunderstanding my question. My question is, how do you know? Not just bringing up more like fantastical terms that you've heard from, people that told you things. How do you know?
How do you know the Earth is flat?
Nuclear fusion, but by my definition, I could just make up a term and then that's the reason. Like, right? It doesn't
So you
mean
don't
much. I'm
know.
trying to get you to
So
explain to
you
me.
don't know.
Well, no, I could give my explanations, but that's just what aboutism that you're getting at. You're trying to say, oh, well, what about you? Why are you wrong in these other? Well, no, we're having a conversation with you, and I'm asking you a question. Can you answer the question?
No, you're trying to derail it because originally we were talking about the placement of the sun, and now you're trying to get me to talk about like what is nuclear fusion, what is this and that. You would ask
You
me down to
just
the last
avoided talking
atom.
about the placement
No,
of the sun. You
excuse
just
me, I
told me
was
to move on from
talking.
this.
Excuse me, I was talking. You would ask me a clarifying question for everything down to the last atom, and even then it wouldn't be enough for you. And you and I both know it because you're dishonest. So you tell me, where do you believe the sun is?
Dude, you're dodging like shit right
He
now.
has said he doesn't know about 4 times in this conversation, so it's not going to help to ask him again.
That's fine. So we can move on to the next topic if you'd
Do you want to
like.
move on or do you want to stay on the previous topic? Because I try to move on and you say,
You've
well, we
already
were talking about this
completed it.
other thing and now you're derailing. It's like, are we talking
You've
about the other thing
already
still or are we
conceded
moving
it.
on? Which one is it?
I don't know. You've already conceded it. What do you want to do? You're the one who keeps asking me questions
Well,
about
I'm
the same
asking you a
topic.
question,
You're the
so
one.
clearly I want to
Wait,
talk about the
you
thing
were
I'm
the one
asking
who
you.
said earlier. You were the one who said earlier, I want to stay on this topic. So I don't know. You tell me. Do you want to stay on this topic or the next one?
I'd love to stay on the previous topic. I'd do either one. Whatever you fucking want. Just stick to one. Stop trying to avoid answering questions.
I don't. You are. That's
So,
you. You're just
okay.
projecting.
So again, stop saying I'm changing the conversation and getting
You're
off
so
topic and all these
mad.
other things. Just answer
It's
the
so
questions that I'm asking you. How do you know, you personally, how did you personally find out that the sun converts hydrogen to helium?
Yet nobody goes off of what they previously measured or what they personally fucking like. What is the area of Los Angeles? Can
That's
you
not
tell
an
me what the
answer to his
area of Los
question.
Angeles is? Tell me what the area of Los Angeles is. You can't because you don't know. But do you know that Los Angeles exists? Probably. I mean, I hope. I don't know with you flat earthers, but you know it exists. But
Okay.
you can't tell me how big it is. It's really interesting. It's almost as if you can't prove the existence of Los Angeles to me, can you?
Again, I don't know if you just don't understand what a whataboutism
No,
is.
no.
But
Tell me how what is
Jesus
the
Christ, can you
area?
stop cutting
What
me
is
off?
the area of Los Angeles? That is the same question you're asking me. You realize that, right? It's a ridiculous question that means nothing, and it's only asked to derail a
Do you just
conversation
like to hear
because
yourself
you
talk?
know you're full of shit.
Do you think this is how you have conversations?
No, this is how you
You
have
just cut the other
conversations.
person off as much as you can, and then
I
great
wasn't cutting you
conversation.
off. I wasn't cutting you off.
Okay,
The
so I'll
area of
try to
Los
talk
Angeles is
again.
503 square miles.
Don't talk while I'm
Wait, what?
talking, otherwise you're cutting me off, Jetson. Okay, is that fair?
Wait. What did Matthew say?
He said the area of
About
Los Angeles. He's Googled the area of Los Angeles.
Yeah,
He said it. All right.
Oh, you
503 square
Googled it.
miles.
Wait, you trust Google? Bro, they're NASA funded or something. They will lie to you. Los
Yeah,
Angeles is
he's doing it for
actually
your
just a
sake.
gas station and a stop sign. Don't you know?
He's doing it for your sake. So again, a whataboutism is when somebody tries to push you on something, and then you say, "What about all these other things?" Like you just did. What about you not knowing the area of the Earth? Okay, sure.
You
Maybe I
admit
don't know
that's
the
what
area of the
you're
Earth
doing.
or area of Los Angeles, whatever the fuck you asked. Sure, that's a whataboutism. That's avoiding answering the question that's put
Wait,
towards
that's
you.
what you did though. That's what you
Sure,
did.
sure. But we're not.
You
But that's not what the conversation is about. When I ask you a question and then you try to talk about other things, you're avoiding answering the question that was presented to you. That's a whataboutism. That's a fallacy. All right. Avoid this. So I'm trying to
but
ask
you
you
did
personally
that.
a question and try to get you
But
personally
you
to answer the
did that.
question.
You did that
But it
though.
doesn't matter what I did. I'm asking you a question.
Oh, it doesn't matter what you
So
did. It's
just
only
give
when
me your
I
answer.
do it.
Because clearly you think
answer do you want?
you know better than
What
us, right?
question?
So maybe you don't want to be on the same level as us. So maybe you can answer the question presented to you.
Oh no. I actually don't think I know better than you guys. I literally
Oh my god, I don't
do
care.
not
Just
know.
answer the question and stop doing these whataboutisms. Just answer the question.
Well, that wasn't even a whataboutism. I was just stating I don't know better than you guys. I'm
I don't
literally
want to hear all this
conceding.
extra meta around. I don't care. I just want you to answer the question originally asked you.
What question?
I asked you, how do you know that the sun converts hydrogen into helium? Then you went on this long tangent about, well, how do you know that Los
Nuclear
Angeles
fusion.
area? Yeah.
No,
Just
actually,
answer the
I told you
question.
nuclear fusion and you got triggered. I told you nuclear fission and you got triggered because you were like, oh, it's a fancy term that, like, something the
That's
Jews made
not
up
what
or some
happened. I have
shit.
OBS running. Don't lie. It's
No,
it's
I'm
live
not
streamed
lying.
right now.
I'm
Don't
not
lie. You
lying.
can go to the live
You
stream right
literally
now.
said,
Everybody hears what's going on. That's not what
yeah,
happened. I
no,
didn't
you
even comment
literally
on you
said,
saying nuclear fusion.
you literally said it was a fancy word. Yeah, nuclear fusion is a fancy word. That's what you said. And then you were like, can you tell me how far away this or that is? And then I brought
You're
up,
talking about previous
well,
points in the
what is
conversation.
the surface area? Excuse me, can you not cut me off? I brought up then, can you tell me what the area of Los Angeles is? And I'm like, well, how do you know? I was only pointing out that your, like, way of telling me that you don't know is ridiculous because anybody can just pull any shit out of their ass in
Okay,
order
great.
to
Great.
contend with it.
See that you're dodging. Great. Let's move on. So you say nuclear
I
fusion.
didn't dodge.
Explain that.
I didn't dodge.
Explain
I
nuclear
literally told
fusion.
you.
Whatever. I don't care. Just explain nuclear fusion. Stop trying to avoid other things and just continue with your conversation. Explain nuclear fusion. You said it. Explain it.
I don't know. Explain to me what surface area is of Los Angeles. Like,
Okay.
explain
Another
to
what
me.
about?
Like,
Yeah.
are we
Another
talking about
dodging. You're
square
trying to
feet?
change the
Or are we
conversation.
talking
This
about
is
square
amazing.
miles?
Can I
No,
break
what
in
I'm
here?
saying,
Let
what
me
I'm
say what's
saying is
going
that
on
you're
here.
not making it granular enough. You're literally not making
Justin,
it granular enough. You're telling
Can I have
me
your
to
attention,
explain
please,
nuclear
Matthew? Can I have your
fusion,
attention,
which
please, Matthew? You have the floor.
okay, so Jetson, when he asks you, could you explain nuclear fusion? I get what you're trying to say about bringing up the area of Los Angeles, but here's how you should say it. You should say, I don't understand nuclear fusion perfectly, but I trust other people who do, and I trust their account of how it works. Similar to how you don't know how big Los Angeles is, but you Google it sometimes. So you need to make the meta point. You need to make your point a little bit clearer if you're going to say that instead of just jumping straight to the area of Los Angeles. Does that make sense?
that is a fantastic way of summing it up. That is exactly what I was trying to point out. Yes. I'm sorry. The push to talk is pissing me off. No, that was a fantastic way of summing up. That is exactly what I meant. But the thing is that nuclear fusion, much like the area of Los Angeles, is not something you can sum up. If I were to explain nuclear fusion to you, it would take like an hour, maybe 2 hours. I can't fucking do that. What I can tell you is that this is how the sun operates. Much like I can tell you if you throw a pizza in the oven, right, and you set it to, I don't know, 375 Fahrenheit degrees, in about 30 minutes it's going to be cooked. But you're asking me essentially, oh, well, how many degrees does it take for fucking tomato sauce to boil? You know, you want your tomato sauce to boil so there's not as much whatever the fuck in it so you don't get sick when you eat it, right? It's a derailing, ridiculous question. It doesn't matter.
So I hear what you're saying, but to be fair, what you started off this whole conversation with is, hey, nuclear fusion would have to be a certain amount of mass, and it couldn't be close enough. If it were that close, it would be too close to the Earth. And so all they were asking is like, wait a minute, hey, could you quantify that some? If you're saying it's too close, like about how close is that? And it's okay to say I don't know or to give a guess or something like that. So that's why they were saying it's integral to the conversation. But we can move on to the idea of
Well, if it's just
fusion.
if it's just mass, then it's like, yeah, no, I can't tell you exactly how close it needs to be. But if it's just mass, I can absolutely tell you that for certain, if the sun was within the atmosphere, it would absolutely crash into the Earth. I don't need to give a specific number for that because the mass that it takes that is required to convert hydrogen to helium is something that cannot be within the atmosphere of the Earth from a celestial body. That's simple, but that's not what I was asked. That's not what I was asked. I was asked to explain what nuclear fusion is.
Yeah, that was after they moved on from the distance question.
They didn't, though. It was within the same conversation. It's very dishonest.
Well, in the conversation that he first asked, like, "Hey, what is the distance?" And then after you moved on from that, he said, "Okay, fine, let's forget the distance. Could you explain what nuclear fusion is, or why you know that it converts hydrogen to helium?" And maybe you could have said, "Oh, that is a explanation of how the sun works." But he was asking a slightly different question, which was, "How do you know that that's how the sun works?" And he was basically asking an epistemology question about how you know what you know.
I get that, but that wouldn't be sufficient, right? Like, if I just said, "Oh, hey, it's nuclear fusion," and they were like, "Well, how does that work?" And I told them, "Well, that's just how the sun works." That would just be me telling them, "Hey, the sun works on nuclear fusion," and they're like, "Well, how does the sun work?" I'm like, "Nuclear fusion." They're like, "Well, how does nuclear fusion work?" And they're like, "Well, that's how the sun works." Like, it wouldn't be enough. Like, that wouldn't be substantial enough.
What would that?
Yeah, I see
what would that be? Would that be circular reasoning?
Yeah, that would be.
That's precious. I know something.
It is. That's why I didn't do it.
Outer space doesn't exist. I'll make a claim. There's a good claim for you to sink your teeth into.
Well, can we finish his second claim? We already, jumped past the third one, but can we just jump through the earthquake one?
No. Someone made a
get to that?
retarded claim that outer space doesn't exist. I want to hear that one. We can go to my second claim afterward, but he made the claim. He found it appropriate.
I know you're excited that he made a claim that puts you off the hook of explaining your points.
No, it was just that it's
but it's not
retarded.
needed.
So I want to hear. the
Yeah,
argument.
we can talk
where he
about
has
that.
a
Nobody's
fancy
going
look,
anywhere. We can have that conversation.
YouTube video or something. I want to hear why outer space doesn't exist. Go ahead.
Would you not think it would sequentially make more sense to finish your points before we moved on to the flat earther points?
I did. You're just not satisfied with them, and that's fine. But
Well, no, we said we were ignoring the third one,
exist.
and then we explained the first one. We came at an impasse of some sort, and then now I want to hear about the earthquake one, the second one. I think that's fair. We didn't talk about the second one.
We can, but I want to hear why outer space doesn't exist.
And you will. That's not going anywhere. He's gonna have that in his mind 5 minutes from now.
To bring it up, so I want to hear it.
No, we're gonna stay right here, and you're gonna be a good little dog, and you're gonna listen. Okay.
He's so mad.
You
so
said
mad.
How is that
This is crazy.
constructive to the conversation?
It was what?
How is that constructive to the conversation? You're just gonna piss him
It's
off.
not. He's mad. He's mad. He's a crybaby. It's crazy. It's funny. I love it. But we can go to outer
This
space.
is record. This whole thing is recorded. You know that, right?
I don't care.
People have
That's
listened
fine.
to what you said this whole evening.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad they have.
Oh yeah. You're definitely converting me, bro. Did you come here for converts? Because I'm starting to become a believer.
No,
really
I didn't.
You really convinced me.
I didn't come to convert you. I came to convert the people listening, so they don't end up like dipshits like you. So
it was in recap. It was earthquakes and tectonic plates. It was earthquakes and tectonic plates, right?
Yeah, earthquakes
is that what we're talking
tectonic
about?
plates. Yeah, earthquakes involve tectonic plates, but I'm going to hold you to we're talking about outer space afterwards. Is that fair?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, you said that. I just want everyone to know you said that. We can talk about that afterwards. Okay, so we're going to talk about earthquakes and tectonic plates. So obviously, with the flat Earth, from what I've seen, they cannot justify the tectonic plates. They think it's like some government machine or some shit that is creating these like big vibrations over the earth. Again, I'm not saying this is what you guys are saying. I'm just saying this is what I've seen. So let me know your opinions on this.
I think that's a
let me.
fairly fringe flat Earth idea. I don't think there's many people
Yeah.
who would actually say that, and nobody in this room thinks the government is creating earthquakes.
So, what would be your explanation for earthquakes on a flat Earth?
Well, you're missing my point. When I ask you why do you believe the Earth is a globe, it's not so that you could hear it from us and then try to disprove us. It's so that you can explain to us what made you come to your beliefs about the Earth being a globe. And it wasn't based around flat earthers talking to you, right? You had this belief before you talked to flat earthers, I would assume. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to hear
Well,
why
I used
you
to be a
believe
flat
the things
earther.
that you believe, right? I don't think it's
Well,
based
I
around
used
what
to
we
be a
believe
flat
about
earther.
flat Earth.
No, I used to be a flat earther.
Okay, well, that's a relevant point. So you used to be a
Yeah.
flat earther, and then you heard these points, and it changed your ways.
So I used to be a flat earther, and then I heard counterpoints, and I went and did some research by myself, and then I came to the conclusion that the Earth was round. However, we're talking about the earthquakes now, and I want to know how on the flat Earth do earthquakes work?
Yeah, nobody's making a claim about this. We're trying to hear from you. You're making the claim that earthquakes come
Right,
from
but we were
tectonic
on this
plate
topic.
shifts.
Wait, I'm
Yeah,
not going to
this
let
is the
you run away
topic.
from this.
Oh,
We were
Jesus
on this
Christ.
topic about earthquakes.
Yes,
You
the
said you wanted
topic
to
is
talk
that
about this.
you gave 3 points that were your 3 points of why you believe the Earth is a globe. You said that earthquakes come from tectonic plate shifts that would not be possible without a core. I'm asking you to explain that thought that you made. It doesn't require any of us to speak. It doesn't require you to mention any, prior beliefs. It just requires you to explain the point that you were making.
Well, actually, earlier you asked me why I believe the 3 things why I believe that the Earth is round, and one of the things I said was earthquakes and tectonic plates. We can talk about the
I
magma
copied this
shifting
down word
under
for
the
word.
Earth's core. We can talk about the magma shifting in the Earth's core. We can talk about the movement of the tectonic
Talk about it
plates.
then. Go.
Yeah, I am. But I'm asking you, what do you think? Because I'm not just here to
It
talk
doesn't
out
matter
my
what I
ass.
think. Your belief has
Well,
nothing to do with what I think.
I'm not here just to talk about what I believe. I didn't come here to just fucking own you guys or whatever the fuck. I want to hear your
You think we're
opinions
not going to
too.
have points to make after we understand what you
That's
think?
why I'm
We just need to
asking.
understand your point before we say anything.
Oh
I'm not
my
going to
god,
try
I'm
to
not.
pick apart your point before I understand your point. That doesn't make any sense. That's stupid.
Contrary to popular belief, I don't think you
God
guys are
damn it.
fucking dumbasses. I'm just saying, like, this is what I believe. I want to hear a contrary point. I want to hear it substantiated.
You
I'm
will hear one once we
legitimately
understand what your
interested.
point is. Is that hard to understand?
My point is that magma shifts under the earth and the tectonic plates move, which creates earthquakes. Please tell me what you believe.
That's the
I
entirety
believe
of your point.
that's
Yeah, no,
Go ahead.
let me explain for Jetson. Jetson, it may be helpful for you to sort of directly answer his question. He said, "How does that? Why does that make you think the Earth is a globe?" And so, one way you could say it is this: the globe model has a story about why earthquakes happen that involves magma and tectonic plate, and that seems more reasonable to have that explanation. It makes sense to me, and flat Earth doesn't have a sufficient explanation. And so that's why I think the Earth is a globe, because it has a better explanation for earthquakes.
No, that's entirely part of it. But again, that's essentially it. Is like I'm telling you what I believe, and you're telling me, tell us what you believe, and we will counter it. But you don't want to. I'm telling you that. Look, with flat earthers, in my experience, again, I'm not saying this is what you all believe. I want to put that out there very clearly. But from my experience, they're telling me there is a government machine of some sort creating like vibrations or some shit on the fucking surface. So tell me what you believe.
Yeah, so again, I get what you're saying. A way to word that would be, hey, I have a description of why earthquakes happen. it seems to me like flat Earth does not have a description. What is your belief about it? I've heard some flat earthers say that it's this government, but I understand you guys don't. But yeah, what's your? So basically, you could word that as a question in contrast to your explanation.
I mean, if you
Versus
want to,
Evans?
if you want to go like in a very, yeah, if you want to go down that route, that's fine. But that's what I'm asking in any scenario. That's what I'm asking this entire time. I'm just asking, what do you believe in either case? I don't need to be PC about it. I don't know if you guys are getting like your feelings hurt or whatever, but I'm just saying that's what I've heard, and I want to hear your reasoning because I want to know.
Well, again, I think I've started out this conversation in a good way, and I think you largely ignored what I said. But the Flat Earth server is about understanding things on your own through your own observations, and not just trusting what other people tell you. Right? I think you heard me say that previously, right? And so there's going to be a through line that you're probably going to hear throughout this entire conversation, right? I'm hearing you say that earthquakes come from tectonic plate shifts that would not be possible without a core. My follow-up question would be, why would it not be possible without a core? Why is
This
other
is
things not
cowardly.
possible that cause
Tell me what
earthquakes?
you believe. This is cowardly. You're being a coward. Tell me what you
Well, the
believe.
point that I just made was to say that I am not claiming to know the exact workings of the Earth. The flat Earth movement is
Why are
not
you
claiming
being so
to know a
beta?
perfect.
Wait,
Can
why are you
can
admitting you're such a
listen? Can you
beta?
be fair
You
to
just
me
need
and
to
just listen
tell
to what I'm
me.
saying?
No, you're being a beta. Tell me why
I'm
you
being
believe
a
what you
beta.
believe.
I'm trying to, but you don't want to hear me.
No, you're not. You're asking me questions, very intricate questions about like every little nitpicked like topic, which we can go on about until we all need to go to bed. But I'm asking you, why do you believe what you believe? You don't want to answer it because I don't think you believe in anything. So tell me what you believe. Don't be a
Like
coward.
I
Tell
just
me.
said, you will see a through line to where we claim to not know things. I haven't
You
dug to
don't
the
believe
center of
in
the Earth
anything.
to claim to know what the center of the Earth is made of.
Okay,
So I
you
don't
don't
make
believe in
claims
anything.
about the center of the Earth being made of molten lava and tectonic plates moving around and causing earthquakes. I don't make those claims because I haven't witnessed that. I have no fucking
Okay.
clue.
So you don't believe in anything. You're just a coward.
No, I'm just telling you what a through line of flat Earth is. If you can't look at it through your own observations, you shouldn't be so strong-willed about the things that you're saying.
That's retarded. We don't do this for
Okay.
anything.
Okay, well, I could say the same thing back to you. I could say unicorns exist and all these other things that I can't prove, but you probably can't prove either, and then we just are, live in a fairy tale land, right?
No, but that's a little different than tectonic plates
No, it's
because we
not.
can observe tectonic
It's kind of how
plates.
science
And we
works.
have
That you
no,
actually utilize
actually, it's not how
observations
science
to
works.
understand the world
We
around
have
you.
observations from other people. You just don't believe it because you think that is all controlled by like Jews or some shit. You're fucking retarded.
I
You
never claimed
need
to not believe
to.
it.
No, you need to actually listen to other people's perceptions and listen to what they're saying and take that into account before you just say, well, we don't know. Like, I can tell you that, my car runs because of the spark plugs and the transmission and the engine, but you've never opened the hood of your car. So you know what? Actually, there's just a sandwich in there. Like I don't know. Have you ever opened up
Yeah.
the hood of your car?
Yes.
I don't think you have. No,
You
I
don't
don't
think
think
I've
you have.
opened up the
That's
hood of my
actually
car?
all of those are
Do you not
actually
change your
components of
oil?
a
Do you not do
sandwich.
any maintenance on your car? What are you talking? Do you own
No,
a car?
you,
I really
you
don't
don't.
believe you're 26, to be honest with you.
I think you can't
He
engage with a
rides a bike.
hypothetical,
This is
and
the
it's
ad
very
hominem
telling of your low
hour for him.
IQ. Yeah,
Dude,
no,
it's
you're very
brilliant.
insulted when I bring up a very valid analogy. You're
Well,
telling
it's
me
not valid. I have
essentially
looked under the
there's
hood of my car. If somebody asked me, how does your
it's
car
an
work and how does it run?
analogy.
I could give you a vague
It's an
answer, but I wouldn't
analogy.
claim to fully understand how my
It's
car
an
works.
analogy. It's an analogy. I'm not literally saying if you open up your hood, there's a sandwich in there. I'm saying that you're saying essentially in this analogy, there might as well be a sandwich under your hood and nothing else. But when we open up our car hood and we really look at things, it's not just a fucking sandwich. In fact, there's not a sandwich there at all. You're just saying shit out of your ass.
But do you see the
You
flaw in
don't
that
know,
though?
and you're saying and you're admitting that you don't know, which means that no one should listen to you at all because you're
That doesn't
admitting
mean
you
that.
don't know.
That doesn't mean that the
It
wisest
does.
philosophers in all of history have all admitted
Oh,
that they don't know
wait. So it's
anything.
all for So it's all for clout. You just want people to listen to
All
you,
for
but
clout.
you don't know shit. That's crazy.
This guy's on crack. What the fuck?
He absolutely sounds like
Stop
it.
listening to him.
That's what you're saying. No, that's
So
what you're saying.
crazy.
the false equivalency is happening here, and when you say you can open up your hood and you do see things that's going on, and you do see that it's not just a sandwich running in your car, you can't really do that when it comes to the Earth. You can't just open up the Earth and see that it's running with a core and molten lava and all this. You can't just go to outer
This is an
space and
analogy.
I'm not done
This is
talking.
an
Can you listen to what I'm
analogy.
saying?
You
I'm not
can
done
Google
talking. Can
things
you listen
before
to
you
what I'm
open up
saying?
the hood
Justin,
of
be a
your
big boy. You
car.
can do this. I know you can handle this. Be a big boy and listen to what people say before you
You're
start
the one
talking,
who's a
right?
child.
So
You're the
you
one who
can't
literally
go to
believes
outer
in
space.
fairy tales.
I'm not done talking yet, Jetson. Can you
You
be a big
cited
boy
the
and wait your
Bible.
turn,
You
please?
believe in
Please.
fairy tales, not me.
I'm
But go
not
ahead.
done talking yet, Jetson, please. Jesus Christ, you're a toddler.
I
You
gave you
can't
the
go to
right to
outer
speak. Go
space
ahead.
and observe nuclear fusion, fission, whatever you want to call it. You can't go to outer space and observe the curvature of the Earth. You can't do these things. So it's not a equivalency when you say you look under the hood and see that it's not a sandwich running it. Well, no, you can't actually do that when it comes to the Earth. So to claim that you understand what's going on under the hood, it's purely just based on your faith in other people. It's purely that. It's just as much faith as people have into religions. It's purely just based on your faith that these people know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's peer reviewed for a reason. It's peer reviewed.
Did
Do
you
you
review
get
the
what
peer
that means?
reviews? Did you review the
No,
peer
no, no,
reviews?
no. Do you know what peer reviewed means?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean?
It means other people reviewed it and verified the results. Did you
So
review those
why would
reviews and
everybody
verifying
lie?
of those results?
Wait, then why would everybody lie?
I'm not going to keep answering your questions, so you're not going to answer any of mine. This is a
You're
conversation.
dodging. You're dodging
This is
because
not
you
dodging.
know
I
it's
answered your
a
question. It's your turn to answer
conspiracy.
my question. Did you review these peer reviews?
No, I didn't review these peer reviews.
I know you didn't.
Tell me, why don't you? Why are you so against a study or statistic or result that has been peer reviewed other than conspiracy? What is your reasoning?
My answer is I am not against it. My point that I'm making is that you're not reviewing it. You're claiming to know something with actually not reviewing the things that you say give you proof to be it being true. If you actually did review it and you had these claims,
Yeah,
you
I
had to
have,
say
actually.
all this stuff that says that I've reviewed this and multiple people have done this study and it all points to this yada yada.
Yeah,
Then
I
that would
have.
give you some credence. You haven't done that. You just say that it's peer
No, I
review.
have.
There are scientists. The experts say you say all these things without actually doing any work on your own part.
By
No,
the
actually,
way,
I have.
by
No,
definition, peer reviewed is what conspiracy theorizing is. It's everybody's able to say, I don't trust
no, it's
that. Let me
not.
look into
No,
it more.
it's not. You're
Yes, it
conflating
is.
two different things. No, you're
It's
conflating.
an
Hey,
accepted
wait,
fact that's being
wait. I have
questioned
a
by
question.
people.
I have a question. Do you believe the Holocaust happened and that 6 million people died? Yes or no? Just a yes or no question. Did 6 million people die? Yes or
Hey,
no?
Do you think that you're
we don't have
somehow
to.
morally superior for asking that question?
No,
Is
no,
this a
no. I'm not.
gotcha
I'm
for you?
asking
Do
you.
you
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a
what does
question.
this have
Yes
to
or
do with
no?
anything?
It doesn't
What does this
matter.
have to
It
do with
doesn't matter. Wait, you should
Yeah,
be
I
able
don't
to
think.
answer
Well, no, 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 no,
plainly
no, no, no.
yes
I don't
or
think we're
no.
actually allowed to talk about this topic, to be honest.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
then
pretty
just
sure
say
it's
I
yes
think
or
this is one of
no,
those
and we'll move
off-limit
on.
topics, just like
Wait,
COVID and all that
wait,
shit. We're not really
wait.
allowed
No, no,
to
no, no, no,
have
no, no.
conversations
Shut
around
the
that.
fuck up. I'm not letting you run
No,
away
you're
from
just
this.
trying to get us banned. Fuck you.
No, I'm not. If you tell me yes, you won't get banned. Are you suggesting that it's no?
Jetson,
What?
So are you
certain topics are
telling
not
me I can't
good for YouTube
answer in a certain
monetization,
way
and so
No,
we're
no,
and
no,
then I'm
no.
okay?
You have to tell me yes or no. I'm letting all of
No, I
your
don't.
viewers know what you believe because I've seen this. It tends to be that flat
No,
earthers deny the
no,
Holocaust.
you're
No, I've
trying
seen it.
to
Why can't you tell me yes or no?
be some
Why
kind
can't
of
you tell me
moral
yes or
We've
no?
superiority
already told you why we cannot talk about this topic.
No, you tell me yes or
pseudo
no. We're not even talking
We're
about
not
it
going
anymore.
to. It's
You just
not
said yes
allowed
or
in this
no.
server. You're not allowed to talk about this.
You're
That
out
has
of
You just
subject.
tell me
nothing to
yes
do
or
with
no.
it.
Just tell me
It's
yes or no. We're
Jetson,
not even
my
talking about
answer
it
is
anymore.
yes, and we
non-germane.
can't
Tell me
talk
yes or
about it.
no.
You're
No,
out
no,
of subject.
no. Just tell me yes or no. We're not even
You're
talking
out
about it
of
anymore.
subject.
Just say yes
You're
You
or
out of
say
subject.
no.
do realize you look like a pigeon with rabies
My answer is
Why are you
to
yes.
why are
Can
us.
we
you
move
The
on?
way
deflecting?
you're
Why are you
spazzing out
deflecting?
right
Just say yes or no.
now.
Go
Say
ahead.
yes or no. Say
Why
yes or no.
do you need
All
an
of
answer
your viewers are
on
watching.
a
Say yes or
faux
no.
Yes.
premise
Yes.
that
Okay, we got a yes from
nothing to
Matthew.
do with
Base.
the topic at hand?
What
Because you don't have an
anyone else
argument
want to say yes or no?
topic
I
at
think
hand.
it's time for
Nobody
you
can.
to go.
So you're trying to yes left. Or no, you're just counting flies, motherfucker.
Okay, you're breaking
Nobody
up. I
cares.
can't
Nobody
understand you,
wants to talk
Iron.
about what you want to talk
Iron,
about.
I can't understand you. You need to fix your mic or fix your connection or whatever. You got that McDonald's Wi-Fi. Someone say yes or no. Matthew's already a yes. He's fucking great.
Jesus Christ,
Jetson, do you understand that we can't talk about certain topics because this is being broadcast on YouTube and it affects monetization? So that's why we
No, that's
avoid these
fine.
topics.
Just say yes or no. That's fine. We're not even talking about it anymore. Just say yes or no.
Guy is just built stupid. He says he understands it, but he's gonna still ask the question. Like, what is
Everybody,
wrong with this dude?
everybody knows. Everybody's looking. They're a little sus. It's a little sus. Just say
You-
yes or no.
You got your answer. One person said yes.
I got my
Everybody else refused.
answer from one. I got my answer from one man. There are very many men in here. I want to know yes or no.
You got your answers from them also. They refused to answer.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. A refusal is a no.
No, you can't define what the refusal is.
It is. It is.
When you
It
ask
is
the
because
yes or no
why would
question,
you? Why would you say anything less than yes? So tell me yes or no.
a yes or no question has three answers: yes, no, or refusal to answer, like abstain. That happens literally in the Senate
That
and
means
the
a
House
no.
when we vote.
That literally means a no in this context, and you know it does.
I don't think that you can define that for someone.
Oh, I can, but we'll get demonetized, right? So tell me yes or no, unless you guys are cowardly about it, unless you're beta males.
You have
I
one
think
yes
this
and three
conversation
abstentions.
sounds like it's over. It sounds like he just doesn't want to have a conversation.
So the answer
No,
is
I found a very reputable. I found a very reputable. There's a weird correlation between Holocaust denial and flat Earth. So I'm just asking you guys: did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no?
We've already responded. We've already told you what we need to tell you. If you don't want to have a conversation, we can move on and have our own
Run away if
conversation.
you want. All of your viewers are seeing this. Run away if you want.
You think you're some big tough guy that people are running away from? I think that's
Shut the
fucking
fuck up,
hilarious.
dude. Grow a beard.
It
Shut
really
the
is
fuck up.
adorable.
Grow a beard.
Oh, and he
Answer
switches
the
to ad
question.
homs. Jesus Christ.
You're fun. You are very
Jetson,
beautiful
Answer
person.
the question.
listen, Jetson. The mods would rather listen.
We had your fun.
Let me say
You
what's
were
happening here, Jetson. The mods would rather ban you than lose the channel. So if you keep using
don't
words,
care.
this
It's
is what's going to happen.
Discord. I don't care. It's Discord.
He
I
doesn't
literally
care.
don't care if I
He
get
has
banned.
to go anyway, so bye bye.
I have a life outside of the internet.
You have your answer, by the way. The answer is yays 1, nays 0, 3 abstentions. There's the answer to your question. Can we move on?
That's a no. That's a no, and everybody who's watching knows it is. But many people who are watching probably don't care because
What
there is a
do you mean by
correlation
that?
between
No,
flat Earth.
seriously, hold on. What do
Jetson,
you mean
you
by
said
that?
once you
That's
got
a
your
no.
answer, we could move on. You got your answer. Let's move on.
There was no answer. It was an abstination from the answer.
That's an answer.
And you
No, it's
condemn
not.
all those who refuse to answer? They didn't speak out
Yes.
in time when you called for the
Yep.
fucking furor of the roar?
Go
Nope.
look up
I
any
do not
Senate
call for
vote.
any furor. I'm just saying it's very suspicious. It's very weird.
It just sounds like you're pissed that you're trying to be Greta Thunberg and it's not working.
He's trying to get an answer, and he's trying to force an answer, and some people aren't answering.
Exactly.
And they won't.
Because they're Nazis.
That's
They're
your
neo-Nazis.
interpretation of why they're not answering.
Who eat babies and probably murder new species that never existed and they never will because they just hate life. They're bastards.
There you go, everybody. That's what these people believe. Keep that in mind as you continue to listen to this live stream and continue to consume this propaganda. These people don't know. So we've already established these people don't know what they're talking about. They've admitted they don't know anything, and they refuse to answer any questions about whether or not the Holocaust happened. These are the people you're listening to. These are the people who believe in these crazy fucking things. Just keep that in mind as you continue to listen to this live stream.
And ask yourself, how does that make you feel? I'm glad you
How
got
does
that
it make
out.
you
Did
feel
you
to
get it
listen
all
to
out?
neo-Nazis?
Did you get it all out, Judson?
I'm not easily fooled. I know what you guys are about.
Dude, I don't know if you checked the news
Except for
lately,
Matthew.
but your
Except for
side
Matthew.
is
No, except for
being a
Matthew.
little
Matthew
bit
was
more
brave enough.
Nazi-ish than others.
No, except for Matthew. Matthew was brave enough to give me a solid answer and the correct answer. Matthew, I appreciate you.
What is the correct answer?
The correct answer is that yes, it happened. It happened, and it happened the way we were told it happened, and it was an atrocity and it shouldn't happen again.
I thought we talked
You
about
guys
flat
agree?
Earth, but he wants to stick on this.
He
Well, you
seems
guys
more like
derailed the
He's
conversation
really
so many
dodging
times.
away from explaining his points. It's
You
adorable.
guys
It
ran away
really
from
is
it so many
adorable.
times. I figured I'd just,
In
When
my
did we run
experience,
away?
the
We've
guy
been
who
trying to
wants
ask
to
you
talk
questions. You've
about
been
Hitler the
dodging the
most
entire
is the
time.
biggest
I've
Nazi.
answered all of your questions. You're
Nope.
dishonest.
Multiple times you've said, "Oh, well, no, you're changing the conversation. We were talking about this, not this." And then you said, well, oh no, I'm trying to ask you questions, not you ask me questions. You've had multiple issues with everything that I'm trying to question you on.
There was
Truth.
a promise to come back to the topic of space. Now might be a good time to go to that and avoid this other.
That would be
And you
a
didn't
good time
any point,
to go
and you
back to
didn't make
this
any point.
because they're being very dishonest, and I have no interest in it. So
Is it
we
just
can go to
me, or does he
space,
just
guys.
sound like he's talking to somebody else in our
He just
presence?
like didn't make any point. All you said, they say, they say, they say. You didn't make any point.
Shut the
All
fuck
you
up.
said,
You have
they
been here the
say,
entire time.
Predators say. What is your point? What is your proof? Nothing. They say, they
No,
say.
I have
They say,
plenty of
they say.
proof. You guys just don't like to hear it because you're retarded. So can we move on to the next point?
Oh my
You're
god.
such a child.
But you are a good fun though. 8-year-old kid.
Child. Meanwhile, you have fucking 5-year-old beliefs about the flat Earth. Can we move on?
Yes, bring up space. What did you want to say about space?
Fantastic. I don't know. Just Bill brought up space doesn't exist, so I'd like him to expand on that.
Oh, you know what I want to happen right now? I want to hear you pitch another bitch. I'm not going to talk to you.
He's so mad. He doesn't even want to engage because he's a coward.
Yo,
You
I
keep
don't think
doing
you
that.
should be throwing that C word around. You don't sound like somebody who's ever been hit in the face or stood up for anything in their life. Like, you don't know what physical
Take your
combat is
cowboy
like.
hat off. You're such a grifter. Take your cowboy hat off. It doesn't mean anything.
Knock it off my head. We'll see what happens.
So one way to not engage is to
What
just
would it
refuse to
be?
engage. Another way to do it is to call people names. It's sort of doing the same thing. So
This
let's
guy
just
is full of ad
not
hominem
people names.
attacks, left and fucking right. He thinks he's Sylvester Stallone or some shit. It's pathetic.
Do you have anything else to say? Like, or are you just talking out your ass?
So if I don't have anything else to say, that means what I previously said is irrelevant somehow?
I missed what you said. What'd you say?
No, I'm just saying, like, you're talking a big game,
No,
but you can't seem to back it up. It seems like you
no,
just came
you're
in here and you were
copying and
just talking
pasting
shit.
statements from YouTube and acting like you're hard or something. I think it's kind of cute, actually. It's
Yeah,
sweet.
it was
You
fun.
think
He was
you're real
fun.
people.
He was
It's
fun.
like a dog who you
And the
put a hat
gay.
on the dog, and the dog's
Yeah.
like, "I'm people now."
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, you're just like kind of outing yourselves as the people that you are. I mean, I'd easily kick your
Yep,
ass
and
any
you
day of the
can't
week.
even describe what that is. So why would I be insulted by that?
By what?
So
You outed yourself as who you are. Yeah, that's what a legitimate, real deal person does, is they represent themselves 24/7. And you just accused me of
No, you
representing
don't
myself.
represent yourself.
And
You
that's
represent
supposed to be some
some
kind of
group of.
insult?
No, you represent your group of like neckbeard
No,
fucking
see,
weirdos with
the problem
cowboy
is
hats
you're conflating me as an
on
individual
inside.
with some group of people you hate
You
for
wear
some
sunglasses
illegitimate reason that
inside.
you don't even really fully understand because you're a pedantic child. But you want to associate me with somebody else that
Pedantic.
you already hate,
How
and
many
therefore you
days
legitimately
did
hate
you
me.
study that word
You don't know
before you finally
anything about
used
me,
it?
son. You don't know anything about me, but you want to
You wear
put me in a little
sunglasses
fucking
inside.
pigeonhole on some bookshelf where you can say, well, I'm free to hate on this person because he's probably racist or something. You're pathetic.
Do you wear
You're
sunglasses inside?
disingenuous, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You haven't been on this earth long enough to know the first thing about anything.
Do you wear
Comedic.
sunglasses inside?
Let's reset this conversation. Stop the ad homs on both sides.
Yeah, let's
Jetson,
go
do you
away
think
from
it's
the retard.
do you think it's rational to think that a creator created the universe?
Is it rational? I mean, I think it's possible. I don't think someone is stupid for believing that.
Okay,
I just think
that's
that.
good because I believe that, and I just wanted to. Was just curious your thing. We
Yeah,
can go
I don't
back
think
to the
it's.
idea of space.
I don't think it's ridiculous or silly for someone to believe that. I think it's entirely possible. I just don't see any evidence for it.
Okay, fair enough. I was just curious your thoughts on that. What about this idea of space? Do you think that geostationary broadcast satellite satellites are in geostationary orbit?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, do you think satellite transmitters are in geostationary orbit, and that's what satellite TV gets its signal from?
Okay, so geostationary, as in like they're just in the same place all the time?
Right.
No.
Okay. Do you think that GPS works because of satellites in space?
Yeah, it means global positioning system. That's part of it. There are also lines underneath the in the ocean.
Okay, and just Bill, that was kind of your contention, right? So, what did you want to say about?
Not really, no.
Well, I didn't. Well, orbits and whatever. I don't orbits, right? Did somebody say orbits? What? So outer space is fake. Outer space does not exist.
Jetson just claimed that GPS satellites are in orbit, and that's what makes GPS work.
The original patent
Part
is
of
for
it,
a
yeah.
ground positioning system. U.S. Army, 1971. Ground positioning system, not global.
If outer
That's
space
not.
was a place
Yeah, that's not what it means
where
today. Things
geostationary
change.
satellites
I'm sure your boomer
could
mindset
travel to
doesn't.
and from, then so would the gas, and we would all die.
What? Literally what?
He said that if there could be signals between a satellite TV transmitter and a satellite TV antenna on Earth, if there's a straight line of sight between those, then the gas could also go up that way, and all of the gas would leak out into space.
Okay, but frequencies are different from
No.
gases. So
You're such a peacemaker, Matthew.
I'm just trying to get everyone to sort of be clear about what they're
no,
saying,
he's
so you can have
making
an
your
actual
argument less.
conversation.
You should actually really appreciate Matthew. He's making your argument less retarded.
Dude, dude.
See,
don't give me any advice. I don't want any of your advice. That any of us are still here listening to you ramble incoherently is a miracle. But your pride you'll never confess to that because you're very prideful, bro. You got something wrong with your spirit.
Preach.
Oh my god, I got something wrong with my spirit. As if there's a such thing as a spirit.
Yeah, you love darkness rather than the light.
Yeah, your spirit is your immaterial aspect. It's the part of you that makes up you. It's part of you that chooses.
Hey, you guys can believe that. I respect that. I don't believe that.
I'm back, boys.
So when you choose things, that's not your physical brain choosing something. It's not just a bunch of chemicals. It's actually you doing something.
Yeah, it is.
The existence, the fact that you exist means that there's something beyond the physical world.
What?
No.
You saying you don't exist?
No, that's not what I'm saying. In fact, you were saying I don't exist, essentially. You're saying it's something beyond the physical world, whereas everything within the universe is within the physical world.
Right. Everything in the universe is something in the physical world, but human beings and the ability to choose and have free will is something beyond the physical world. So that's a clearest example that the physical world is not all there exists.
Then why do we do it within the physical world? Wait, then why do we do it within the physical world?
Because we as humans are made up of both physical and spiritual, both of material and immaterial.
You basically just asked, why do we play baseball on a baseball field? Because that's where we play baseball.
No, he's right. It's a good question though. So yeah, our spirit does exist within our bodies. So they correlate. They're not the same, but they do.
Well, he's making a similar point that he was making previously. He's making a faith point. The whole point of everything in the world is physical and nothing else, right?
I mean, pretty much. I don't see any reason to believe that there is something beyond this life. So yeah.
What about thoughts? They're not
Thoughts
physical.
are physical. Thoughts are physical.
They exist though, right?
Yeah, they are a construct of the
ideas?
brain. They're the construct of the brain, and the brain is physical. So yeah.
Oh, so that's supernatural. So thoughts are supernatural, right?
You made a bit of a leap there, though, Justin. Right? Just saying
No,
because
not really.
something comes from what is physical, then it automatically is physical.
Yeah, no, essentially, yeah. I can take a domino and line up like 10 dominoes and just flip over one, and the other 9 will fall over. Does that make the other 9 any less physical than that
You're
one?
omitting
Not
creativity.
really, no.
Or I'm saying that, like, if you
spontaneous
accept
thought.
that there is this concept of the non-physical, do you accept that?
I did not accept that. No, I
So you
said
don't
that
even
there's
think the
nothing
concept
beyond
of the
it.
non-physical exists.
No, he said all thoughts and all
No.
ideas are.
Okay, so there's no conversation to be had. He's saying, by definition, like begging the question, physical is all things.
Right. The whole universe is made up of the physical, is what he said.
Yeah, and that's demonstrable. Yeah.
So,
Well, there's not a conversation to be had if you can't even express that you understand the non-physical in conception.
Well, we could still have a conversation.
There is
by
no non-physical.
presenting, like, reasonable.
Do you know what conception means? It sounds like you don't. We're talking about trying to understand
Conception of what
something, not
context?
within the actual world, but trying to
Wait, in
understand
what-
it if it's a
In
possibility.
what context? In what context do you mean conceptual?
Well, is a unicorn a physical thing?
Why are you jumping to unicorns?
Jesus Christ! Can you ever just answer a question?
You gotta follow along, man.
No, you're not making any sense. What
No,
I'm
you're
saying
not
in
giving
very
him a
nice
chance
way-
to make sense.
Well, no, because what he's asking is
You
nonsensical.
first must to agree to a premise, and then you can entertain the premise, and then a point can be made within the mutually agreed upon premise. You're not.
They're like
You're denying him the ability
collectively.
to set the stage, and
Okay, there are
therefore you're going to
collectively
deny
about
the point he's
38
trying to
brain
make.
cells in here. There are about collectively 38 brain cells in here, and Matthew has 37 of those 30. Like, I don't know
You're
what
so
the
smart,
fuck you guys
dude. Oh
are
my
trying to
god,
get at.
you're my hero.
It's ridiculous.
So here's what he's trying to get at. He said, "Is a unicorn physical?" And by saying that, he's talking about the concept of a unicorn. And so your answer, Jetson, would be yes. The idea of a unicorn is physical because ideas exist in the physical brain.
No, my answer would be a unicorn is not physical because a unicorn cannot be demonstrated. A
Right,
unicorn does not exist.
What about the concept of a unicorn?
The concept of a unicorn, yeah. Like we can draw a unicorn. We all know what a unicorn looks like. Yeah, that's physical.
Yeah,
but
we can think about it. As far as,
but
and
an actual unicorn does not exist.
That's
No.
My friend, can you agree with me that if a
So-
unicorn got lost in a fishnet factory, he would end up with a bunch of nets stuck to his horn by the time he walked through there?
What?
Hypothetically, if a unicorn walked through a factory that had a bunch of fish nets in production, he'd probably end up with a few of them stuck to his horn, right?
Hypothetically, yes.
Yeah, so we're agreeing upon a premise and playing it out within that premise.
Yeah, but this is a hypothetical, not reality. Like, that hypothetical is not based in material reality.
Right, but if there was a unicorn in a net factory, it would get tangled up in something because it's got a stupid horn on its fucking face.
Yeah, if there
So,
was a unicorn,
let me
and
continue
was
here.
walking
So,
to a
the
net
point of
factory-
asking that question was to get you to understand that there is a concept of the non-physical. You can have a conceptual non-physical, even if you think that all things are the physical. You can
I'm not
conceptually
saying that-
understand the concept of a non-physical thing, right?
Yeah, but I'm not arguing against that.
And he's also saying that concepts are physical because they're in the brain.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, even if you're begging the question by saying, everything's physical, by definition, then nothing else can exist, whatever. Even if you're doing that, you can still say, well, there's a possibility that there are things that are non-physical in the world, and what that might look like. You can conceptualize that without actually asserting that it is actually the case in the world.
Where are we going with this?
To have a conversation about it.
We're establishing a premise.
No, but what's your
with this
point?
gentleman.
Oh, it
No,
was
but
the
what's your
Socratic
point?
method. It's the Socratic method. That's what it is.
This
We
isn't
have
the Socratic method.
communicate. And some people like to use false dichotomy, or what is it? Affirm the consequent, right? And formal logical fallacies.
I'm just
Especially
asking what
a lot
the
of-
point is.
Well, I'm trying to get you to understand the world around you, not just assume yourself to be true by begging the question.
Okay. So you're trying to get me to essentially acknowledge that not everything is material?
No, not necessarily. Just acknowledge that the concept of something not being material could exist.
Not really, no.
Okay, well, now we're
So
back.
you don't believe in dark matter then?
So you admitted that you don't
No,
think
wait,
a unicorn is physical, but you don't think that
Dark
the
matter
concept of
is
a unicorn can
material.
exist. We're backpedaling here.
Dark matter is a material theory. Okay? I don't believe that dark matter has been scientifically proven. I don't know. I don't believe it has. If I'm wrong, someone correct me. But dark matter is a theory of science, right? And I'm not understanding the correlation here. Like, you got to help me out here.
Well, that's
Like,
a whole different person that was talking, so of course there wouldn't be a correlation between the two.
well, yeah, it was a complete fucking dumbass who was talking. But like,
So
I'm
why'd you
trying
entertain
to.
it so much rather than trying to entertain what somebody was initially telling you?
Well, he was simplifying it, which I will give him.
No, he was
credit
just
for.
saying his own
pointing out
thing.
the contradiction in your logic, and you
No,
took it to be
he
something
can
to
he can do
pontificate
that.
and
He can do
digress
that, which is
the
very
subject
impressive
at
for
hand.
someone of his
You know,
caliber. But like,
I'm gonna
I'm
do
just
a
trying to
favor.
understand what you guys are
I'm
trying
only
to
serving
convey to me.
to give you grounds to deflect and deflect and deflect. So I'm just gonna back out. Go back
Did
to
anyone?
talking to that guy. He had you to the fire. Let him hold you
Can
there.
anyone? Did someone hear something? I didn't.
Wait,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, I'm
As a
not.
child.
Yeah, instead of trying to hold him to the fire or whatever, let me just present a couple arguments that are philosophical arguments for the existence of the immaterial. One is the one I already brought up, the idea of that you choose something. It certainly feels like I have free choice, And so I think it's reasonable to think that I actually have free choice. It's not just my chemicals doing that. The second argument of 3, I would say, would be the idea of identity. It seems like I'm the same person that I was yesterday, even though some of my cells have died off and new ones are there. So every time anything physical changes, it's hard to, you can't, like the ship of Theseus thing, you can't have the same identity if something changes. And third would be, it seems like a non-physical thing, a non-physical cause is the only kind of cause that could cause the universe to exist. So whatever brought the universe into existence must have been non-physical, because before the physical existed, there wasn't any physical. So the very cause of the existence of the universe must have been something non-physical. So those are 3 example arguments from philosophers that would say, here's evidence for the existence of the immaterial.
So has this turned into like a religion argument, or like what are we? Because you have to recognize that I'm sitting here thinking, well, we're still talking about the flat Earth, but now we're talking about philosophy or religion.
I think
He put
the
a lot
point
of
that
thought
I'm
into that. Why don't you answer?
Well, he didn't ask me a question.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I didn't. Here's my question: What do you think of those arguments? Do they have any force for you? I mean, yeah.
Of the questions as to whether or not there's a immaterial reality.
Right. Yeah, that's the basic idea.
I mean, okay. So when I go to bed, I always dream. There is a theory that whenever you dream, you're in a alternate reality. I don't know. I don't know if there's an immaterial reality. What I know is what I see around me, which is the original argument you guys were making earlier, right? Is like what you see around you is what you, I mean, it's what you see. It's what should influence your reality. So it's
yeah. And all 3 things that I mentioned are things that you see and experience yourself. Free choice being one, second being a constant identity that you're the same person you were yesterday, and third being that the universe exists. Those are all 3 things.
No, absolutely.
Reality around us.
No, absolutely. It's just that when we put, there's a difference between what you see, what you think, and what is just essentially fairy tales. There's a difference between all of that. And I think that people who believe in things that are not demonstrable, right? Like they have every right to believe in that. I just don't think I don't think it's good for them to sort of argue for it, because I think there's a reason people believe in things that they cannot demonstrably observe. And if they are challenged on it and they are put in a position, like someone who believes in God, like I don't believe in a God, but if somebody is just in a room full of atheists, I think it would be really bad for them, because there's a reason somebody believes in God. And if that's challenged and it's pushed far enough, it can lead them to a mental break. And so they should stay away from that. I don't know.
Yeah. So
Are
that
you
would be
worried
true
about
if somebody
them having
based
a
their.
mental break, or you though?
Am I worried about what?
It seems like you may be projecting a little bit, and I'm not trying to be aggressive or confrontational with you. I just honestly mean it from my heart.
No.
You think that
You are
religion?
absolutely no.
Can I
You are
please?
absolutely correct. No, you're absolutely
Can
correct. I have
finish
bipolar
this one
disorder.
quick thought? I
Go
think
ahead.
if you're worried that embracing religion is likely to lead somebody to a mental breakdown, I think that says a lot less about them than it does about you.
No. I'm not saying that if they embrace religion. I'm saying if they have religion, but they choose to be in a environment in which they are surrounded by atheists, like I'm an atheist, right? I think that if somebody who is religious is in a room full of atheists, it would be bad for them, because it can cause a mental break. I don't think it would
Or
be
is it
good.
because the atheists will be fucking horrible to them?
No. It's just like if they
They'll
start
be
talking about
very kind and compassionate.
no. It's like okay, so like if they're in a room full of atheists and they start talking about God and people start saying like, oh, well, I don't believe in God and this is why. And they're hearing it from 6 different sides as to why these people don't believe in God, but they do. It could lead them to a mental break. I'm not saying that religion will lead someone to a mental break. I'm saying that if they have a religion and then they're in a room full of atheists, it would be very bad for them.
So,
And
Justin, I think you're right. I think that would be true for some people, but there are also other people for whom their religion or belief in God is based on logic and reason and arguments. And I don't think that they would be affected by that because they would be so sure that they're right.
And also, just to wrap up on that, is I think if you had an atheist in a room full of religious people, I think that atheist is more likely to have a mental break than a religious person in a room full of atheists. I'm
no,
surrounded by
I
these
think it would be
crazy
about equal. I
people.
think it would be about equal. It's about like mob or not mob mentality, but like a tribal mentality. It's that the majority of the tribe is against you. Like I'm pretty positive I'm the only atheist in here.
As long as you recognize it goes both ways. Somebody singled out in a group of people who have contradicting opinions, that's always going to be difficult. And there's going to be some adversity in that. But religious or non-religious, if you switch it around, you can't say that religion has something to do with people being more likely to have mental breakdowns. That's just
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Yeah, he's talking about people being in a room full of people with whom they disagree, not whether they're religious or they're an atheist. And he said correctly that he's the only atheist in this room.
right. Fair enough. I just thought he
Yeah,
was
and
making a general.
I do feel like I'm gonna die. So I mean, bring it on. I do feel like I'm gonna die right now.
Yeah, so I would suggest looking carefully at some of these arguments for the existence of the immaterial, specifically arguments for the existence of God, and carefully thinking them through before you get to the end of your life.
But I have, I have, and I used to be religious, and I'm not anymore because it's just like there's a lot of personal stuff with that I don't really want to get into. But
You're inoculated against it. Got it.
I'm what?
Inoculated against it. You've already had religion and didn't like it, so that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just that there were things going on, and pretty much I don't see the point in it. I don't want if it helps other people and if people feel good about it, then I don't want them to like stop, but it's more of like for me personally, I don't see the point and it hasn't helped me. So I don't see why I would do it.
Right. If it merely helps people and it's merely just to help people feel good, then I totally agree with you. I would say the only reason to believe in a religion is if it's actually true. That's my philosophy.
I mean, but you can't really prove a religion is true. Like, I don't care if someone is like Christian or Catholic or a Jew or a Muslim, and like I don't care if they can't prove.
I'm not a flying spinning space monkey?
You're not a what?
What if I'm not a flying spinning space monkey?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's a euphemism for believing in a globe and evolution.
You're not all chemicals, buddy. Right?
I don't know. You believe what you want. Yeah, you just believe what you want. Like, go ahead.
No, you're the most religious person here.
Am I now?
Yeah, maybe behind Matthew.
Amen.
I think same.
I'm glad to be called religious. I don't think it's a bad thing.
Well, I mean, you believe what you want, I guess, about that. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of a retarded argument, but you're entitled to your opinion.
Dude,
You
you mean
fired me.
that atheism is a religion of its own?
No, I never said that. That's what he said.
Yeah, I'm asking the other guy. You intending that atheism is its own religion, and that's why he could be called the most fervent, and most religious amongst us?
No, it's because of his ball belief. And then how that ties into his he believes he's a monkey or a rock or whatever. Or just the chemical reaction or some nonsense.
I just know that I am. I just know that I exist, and I just do whatever.
Cogito
That's
ergo
all
sum.
it is.
Well,
anybody thought about
you're
how
brave
water
to be in
is
here with a bunch of theists. At least you have one other Glober in here, so it's not like you're alone in that. But you're the only atheist.
Wait, can you please call us globalists?
Oh boy.
Yeah, call us globalists.
How about this? You're not the only person who thinks that the Earth is generally spherical in shape, and that the geocentric model or the heliocentric model of the solar system is correct. That's just a mouthful.
Sir, we prefer the term globalist.
Globalist has political implications that I wouldn't want to take on for myself.
Sir, please call me a globalist.
What do you suggest I call myself if I don't want to have any political implications?
I don't know. I wasn't talking about politics. I was just saying, call me a globalist, please.
Globalist has strong political connotations.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Ask 50 people in
100%.
Walmart what globalist means, and they'll tell you all about politics. Maybe one person.
No. I just believe that the globe is. I just believe the Earth is a globe. So, I'm a globalist, right?
Good for you. Other people
He's
don't have
talking
that
about one
definition.
world government.
No, I don't believe in a one world government. I just think
cabal
that the globe is a globe.
World government. That's globalism. It has nothing to do with topography.
Well, I'm a globalist. I believe that the Earth is round.
When you say you're a globalist, most people hear that you believe in a one world government and are making a political statement. So if you want people to hear something different, then
don't
use
say it.
different language. That's how language works. You use
Wait,
language.
why are you guys
in a way that people
why are you guys so triggered? I'm just saying.
We're not
I'm a
triggered. We're
globalist.
helping you. Listen, we're helping you.
Yeah,
We're
you're
helping
saying you're a
you
globalist, and we
right.
understand what you mean. But if you go to Walmart and say that, everybody's going to think you mean something else.
Walmart. Why? You know what? Walmart. You guys want to know something about Walmart? Take the last four the last four letters of it, Mart, and take the first three, Wall. It's martial law. You gotta put you gotta reverse Wall. It's law, right? And then you take Mart, and it stands for martial. It's
So the
martial law
ground's not
because they
going
want to
to-
all put us in a bunch of
If
WalMarts.
the
Do you
and,
think we're
they're
stupid?
concentration camps.
thing, then it would turn underneath everything.
I
We
brought
would-
up Walmart merely as an example, as a cross section of people in the U.S. That's what I meant by that.
GameStop doesn't want you to stop playing games, but their name is GameStop.
Yeah. Now you're getting it.
Am I? What am I getting?
And Target. That's where they're gonna put all the fucking people that they just want to kill. Target. They're the targets.
That's your people.
Yeah, you're right. That's my people. It
Yeah.
is the Americans, I guess. I don't know who you mean by my people, but I would assume Americans because I'm American.
Well, I'm a
The
glober.
bad ones,
so
though,
I'll
right?
just call myself glober instead of globalist.
No, I'm a globalist. I believe the Earth is round. That makes me a globalist.
I'm calling myself a glober, but not a globalist. How's that?
I almost respect a glober who's not a globalist more than a globalist who's not a glober.
I would
Yeah,
say
I'm all for globalism. I'm a communist, so you know.
most Christians are globers, but not globalists in the U.S. Well, this is a good time for me to say goodnight. It's been good
Did you
talking
ask?
with you guys. Jetson, I'm going to leave you on your own with these guys.
Matthew, I love you.
Thanks. Good talking with all you guys. And Jetson, one word of advice, just sort of slow down, listen carefully to what people are saying, and try to directly answer their question, even if you go about it in a roundabout way. Try to address exactly what they're saying so they can see how it relates to what you're saying. That's all.
In the
Good
future, I will listen to them a little bit more before I call them retarded. Thank you.
Thanks, I think. All right. Good night.
No, it was good. It was good. Thank you.
Did anybody see in the news today that Caitlyn Jenner called some people retarded on Twitter, or X as it's known now, but she spelled it wrong?
Did anyone see the fight in the halls of the U.S. Congress?
I did not see any news.
You might be the smartest one of all of us. Can you imagine tweeting about something being retarded and you spell it wrong? Oh, fuck.
That's a cell phone. That is.
Talk about a backfire.
Wow.
What did she say? Retarded?
Retarded. Retarted. Retarded.
Oh, kind of like Pop-Tarts?
I guess.
Someone should put her face on some Pop-Tarts and put it as the cover of like the strawberry Pop-Tart and just name them Retartids.
What is happening?
I would buy them.
I don't know. I think she should probably do some insurance company commercials. If you run somebody
insurance agent.
and hit them with your car, then you could just change your gender and then say, hey, I didn't kill him. Somebody else did. That was a dude. I'm a chick.
I'm an insurance agent, and I'm telling you 100% that would totally work.
You have to sue a totally different person in the eyes of the law.
Insurance has nothing to do with law, I assure you.
No, but if you have a pseudonym that you've adopted, you've changed your name, and somebody is suing Bruce Jenner, but no, I'm Caitlyn. You can't sue me. Kind of how it works out.
That's the outer space monkeys right there doing all that stuff.
Yeah, we're all outer space monkeys with our $40,000 in a month.
There's a bunch of them out there. See space monkeys everywhere.
There aren't any trees in space. What branches are they swinging from? How are they coming from space?
I'll tell you what branch. The
Space Force.
Where you folks at now?
Half a joint from Saturn?
Ain't that the truth, brother?
Yeah.
I'm on Mars currently.
You know, Mars is further away from Earth than the sun.
This guy's big brain.
That's true.
The hell was I getting at before I left?
There's a lot of gas in Uranus.
Oh yeah, just on your points that you were making, it's not so much that you're necessarily wrong about them. It's more so just the lack of understanding of them and how it's just as much faith that, the Earth is a certain shape or not.
Listen, dude.
That it takes. Like, the lack of understanding of something is the equivalency to faith, right?
Look, I get that you I understand and respect that you believe that. Right now, I have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 beers, and I am too fucking fucked to engage any further. I'm telling you what I believe. You can believe what you want, but I'm telling you what I believe. You can
10
disagree
years.
or agree.
You
Come
don't
on,
have to
man.
prove your point further. I'm just explaining to you what I'm getting at.
I get that. I'm just saying, you believe what you want. I will believe what I want, and we have established, our arguments, and the people can come to their own conclusions.
Who's the people? Who are you talking to?
The people who are watching the live stream, because this is what it is, right? It's a live stream.
I promise you,
So
nobody
It's
see
being
this.
live streamed, but nobody's thinking about the people watching. Kind of weird ass way to go about life is that?
that's rude. There are people watching in a live stream. That's not nice. I think they're all very valid people. I just,
Unless they voted for Trump.
no, they're still valid. I love Trumpers.
Okay.
I think that they're fun. I just, this is just what I believe. You can believe what you want. I'll believe what I want, and we can all have a beer, and we can all go home afterwards and just cry.
And maybe in 6
Sure, but the
months
whole
you'll
point
be
of the
able to
server
handle
is
20
to
beers.
talk about later, so I'm going to do that. The point I'm making here is that, just as how do you say, in that conversation, you're doing a lot of dodging. You're doing a lot of whataboutisms. You're like, oh, well, you don't have the answer to this. Oh, well, what is your? You were doing that because you had a loss of understanding of the thing that you were talking about. If I
No,
was
that
making an
was you.
assertion,
Like,
well, let me
and you
finish. If I
know
was
that
making
you
an
were, because
assertion,
you like
well,
projecting.
I can't hear you if you're
really
talking at the same time as
fun.
me. Wait for me to finish, and then you can get yours off, right? But if
No,
I was
you're
making an
fine.
assertion, I would not say, "Oh, well, the other side doesn't believe or believes this or believes that." That's silly. I wouldn't do that. If I had a firm assertion, if say I'm an accountant, right? If I was talking about accounting, I don't care what the other side thinks. I know about accounting. I don't need to assert that the other side doesn't know what they're talking about. I know about accounting. And you're doing the very opposite. You're trying to talk about something, realizing you don't have full knowledge about it. You have a very limited knowledge, which is fair. Most people have very limited knowledge about most things. I have very limited knowledge about most things, just as you would, right? But at some point, you have to admit, hey, I have very limited knowledge, and there is a lot of faith going on in my belief in this. I believe that these are scientists that are asserting things with actual proof and evidence for what they're saying, right? They're going through the scientific method, and it has more. I don't know. I'll accept it more than just a religious belief,
Provenance.
right?
Substance.
Sure. I to accept it more than just a religious belief, right? Sure, you can say that, but you also have to accept that if you're not actually looking into it, if you're not studying it yourself, if you're not digging into it, you could be getting lied to, and it's happened repeatedly over our history that people assert one thing, it's accepted widely, and it was just wrong, and people were just asserting it because they had the power to, and nobody had the power to challenge them. And so you do have to accept there is a lot of faith that goes into a lot of your beliefs. And you can't just say, well, people told me this, and so this entire model
I get it.
has to be the truth.
I get it. You're saying the same thing over and over again. I get it. Look, man, we had this conversation like an hour ago. Just take the L. You ran away a while ago. It's fine.
What do you mean
I
ran
believe what
away?
I believe.
Disrespectful
You
piece
believe-
of shit.
You were
Get
stuck
rewarded.
in like
you believe
a
what you
circular
believe.
talk about like some
Yeah.
shit that we're not allowed to talk about on the server.
Okay. Well, you believe what you believe. I believe what I believe. I respect your beliefs. But we talked about this like an hour ago. So just let it go. If you're really that upset
Why are
about
you
it, we
still
can
here?
talk about it another time.
You don't
I'm
respect it
I'm not
enough to
upset
listen
about
to
it, but the whole point of this channel is to have this conversation. If you don't want to have a conversation, you can leave.
Okay, we had a conversation. We had a conversation for like 2
Yeah,
hours.
this is a
And you got
24/7 live
absolutely
stream, as in it does
yeah,
not
you got
stop.
absolutely destroyed. It's fine.
Okay, well, there's no
It's
reason for you to believe that, but I'm at least trying to explain to you why I was saying the things that I was
you
saying.
couldn't answer my questions, and you just deflected on every point. So I mean, what would you call that? But it's fine.
How was I the one that was deflecting? When did I deflect?
About 1,000,000 times. I mean, you kept like
No,
Yeah, it's
jumping
easy to
from
say
one
things you
beer
brought
topic
me.
kicking
to
in.
When
the other.
specifically did I deflect?
You are the man.
This
Yeah,
is the beer kicking in.
you
He's
get
not.
from one thing to the other. It's fine, man. It's really it's okay. We can talk about it when
Did you
you're
say
in
when
a
you move
better
from one thing to the
headspace.
other?
Dude, you just need to retire for the evening.
Yeah, bro. There's no shame in this world today, right? Just yeah. There's no honor in any of this shit that you're pulling tonight either.
You're spiraling. Just have a good night, bro.
You were fun, but it's time to go home.
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Yeah, like I said, if you don't want to have the conversation, you could leave. But if
Who,
you
me?
do, yes, you obviously. You're the one that's trying to
Oh.
say, "Oh, we're done with the conversation."
No. I was just saying, you deflected every point and you ran
Yeah, and then I
away.
asked you what specific thing did I deflect. You're talking
No,
broadly. What specific thing?
you were very clear that earlier. Like I don't know, you just stopped talking and then you were like, "Oh, I'm back." By the way, about like
Stop
after about 20
projecting,
minutes
bro,
of talking.
Yeah. I left because you guys were going in a circle about some shit we couldn't talk about, and then I came back.
Okay, so you were a coward and you ran away.
I'm a coward because I leave when I'm wasting time.
You weren't wasting time. Apparently, this is
Yeah, if you're
very
talking in
important
a
to you
circle for
because you
10
didn't
minutes
leave.
straight and everybody wants
Well,
to
you
continue
didn't
that
leave. You
circle, I'm
didn't
going
leave.
to
You
go
didn't
do
leave
my
the
own thing.
stream. The thing is, you didn't leave the stream. You know,
Dude,
so
you're
it's kind of like,
embarrassing yourself. Stop.
It really is embarrassing. I don't know what this point you're making is that I left when we weren't talking about anything. That's not dodging or deflecting. Can you give me a
no, we
point
were
of dodging or
talking.
deflecting?
You just left. You left
Sure,
when we were
sure, whatever.
talking.
Can you give a point of me dodging or deflecting like you asserted?
Yeah, no, you kept asking me these questions. Like I asked you, "Where is the sun?" And then you were like, "Can you quantify like what nuclear fusion is?" Like that's retarded.
Is that what happened?
You gotta come.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, no, you gotta come prepared. I mean, I don't think you're ready
Dude, you're
for.
embarrassing yourself.
No, I mean,
I don't think that's what
I don't
happened.
think you're ready for a civil conversation about the reality
I think you asked
of the earth,
how
which is
far is the
fine.
sun, and then I told you I don't know. I answered your question. That wasn't a dodge or deflect. I answered your question, and then I asked you further questions, and you didn't want to
you're
answer.
doing it again.
That's what
No,
actually
you're
happened,
doing
right?
it again. You're doing it again. When I said, "Where is the sun?" and then you asked me about nuclear fusion. That is a deflection. That
That
is what
never
you did.
happened though. This is on live stream. You can literally go to the live stream channel, roll it back, and look. That's not what happened.
You should, and everybody else should too, because that is what happened.
Does
So
anybody
please
else
do
think
that.
I gave any answer other than I don't know,
It
and then
doesn't matter
moved
what
on with the
anybody else
conversation?
thinks.
Don't worry
They
about
can
it.
go look at it. They can go
Okay.
look at it.
Yeah. So
You're not-
everybody here agrees.
You're not alone.
We all heard what was said.
Yeah, everybody can go look.
Yeah, we don't have to. We were here and we haven't had 10 beers. So
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So
I've had
it's
6, okay? 6 is way
good for
less than
you.
10.
Yeah. You should stop at 6 because
You should have stopped at 6 and we would have been friends.
no. I should continue to go. I've got 2 more, so you know. But yeah, no. You didn't substantiate anything, my man. You didn't substantiate anything. You ran away from most of my points, and I'm just like I'm disappointed. You know, I
You
thought
need
you
a
would be more
friend.
alpha than that.
Sometimes I wish I had a friend to help me away from this microphone.
What was your
Preach.
point?
Hit
You
us
didn't
with
get
it.
the point.
Preach.
What was your point? Start from one point and stick on it for
Yeah,
one time.
Jetson needs a friend. Or you people in here are trying to be your friend. They're telling you back away from the microphone.
Oh well,
Dude.
yeah. No, they can look at the you know the video. They can rewind or whatever the fuck.
We were all here, buddy. We were all here.
Yeah, I know. And you were very silent until you brought up some dumb shit argument. But for the most part, you were very silent. So, I mean, you know, like people can go back and watch and they can make their own decisions. It seems like you guys kind of follow a cult and you want them all to think a certain way. And, you know, that's fine. Just be open about
You know
it.
what's funny though?
But
You know what's
I'm
really
actually
funny
going to
though
go to bed.
is that
I'm going to go to bed.
he was in this conversation this whole time and didn't realize that the majority of the people in the channel are glow earthers.
Yeah, I don't care. what the majority is or isn't. I'm
Like
gonna go to
the
bed.
point that's being made here is that you were making bad arguments. You're
Yeah,
not being
you're
true to
oblivious.
Yeah,
yourself.
no, I was
You're
making pretty
being
good
very
arguments.
disingenuous to yourself, and it's not a good way to go about information. And people were
Yeah, no,
telling you that we're
I
globe
have a pretty good
earthers, and you still
rhetorical
wanted to deny
strategy.
that it was
You
the case.
sound about
I really
around
think
the
you need to
age
look
of
inward on yourself.
maybe between 18, maybe between 17 and 20. I guarantee I have better rhetorical argument strategies than you. It's fine. I'm gonna go to bed. So I hope you guys have a good
What the
night.
hell you just said?
Well, you
Boy,
showed
drunk.
us.
I agree with you. He has to go inside because he has traumas.
I am inside, but I'm gonna go to bed now because I have a
Yeah.
home. I don't know if you like.
Yeah, we're
don't,
all
but-
homeless.
What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He said I have to go inside. I'm already inside because I have a home. I'm saying specifically for him. I don't know about his situation, but yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. So have a good
No,
one.
inside yourself, not your home. Inside
I can't
yourself.
even
You have a
understand you. You
mentality.
sound like you have peanut butter in your mouth.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so later on, have a good night and research globe Earth.
He says to the Glober. Yeah, that guy's adorable.
Yeah, that
He
just
was
happened.
amazing. He was amazing.
You know, I wish that there was
Good
more
fun.
of this on the server, that like they would allow more like globe earthers that are in good faith but are open to hearing what's being said and open to like observing things on their own. I wish they would allow more globe earthers to be like mods on the server and have their own power so that you could have like a balanced opinion when it comes to flat earth.
Rivers, by the way, you were amazing, and I appreciate the way you handle it. It was amazing. I was going crazy. I was going to shout, and I was like going unmute, no mute again. I was going crazy, and you were like handling amazing. Thank you, and I learned a lot.
To the guy who was talking about, I wish there was a more balanced globe Earth. I would say that if globe Earthers would police themselves a little bit, and if other globe Earthers would step in and say, "This guy needs to shut up. He's making a fool out of himself and our whole argument and premise," I think it might be beneficial in the long run for conversations as they go. If somebody had been like, not this guy. Overruled.
Actually,
Well, that's exactly what you just saw.
Matthew-
Was me? I'm not a globe earther. I'm agnostic to it, just like I am to a religion.
Me too.
But like that's exactly what you just saw, was me saying, "Hey, you're not making a good argument. Your argument does not follow. You have big holes in it. You're doing multiple fallacies. That's what that is." But I actually see it, especially when I was on the original server, right? I saw a lot of what you're talking about on the flat Earth side. That's what one of my biggest complaints with the server back then was, that I heard that, like, I would hear from very intelligent people like Indigo, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
I would hear from him, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's intelligent. This guy's actually making rational, statistical points to what he's trying to say, and he's being fair and having a fair conversation, right?" And then you would hear, immediately somebody that just joined 20 minutes ago that's a flat earther, and he's saying stupid ass flat earth shit that doesn't make any sense, and all the other flat earthers would accept him. They would stay quiet and allow him to say bullshit and not even question what he's saying, while also attacking all the globe earthers that are actually making assertive, fairly rational points.
Yeah, that's a good point. It does occur in both directions, and I guess if you're wherever your perspective resides, you notice it on the other side more than your own. But I've been a moderator in a lot of side servers and this server at a time or two, and I didn't tolerate that type of shit. But it's a 24/7 job to stay on top of it, and it's almost impossible. So,
And I think Matthew did a good job as well. Because he tried to bring him back into the subject, tried to explain him the fallacies he was doing in a very nice way. And Matthew was actually trying to support him, and he's amazing as well doing that.
Absolutely.
He was very good. But
Yep.
he was completely gone. I mean, the guy, he was jumping from one place to another place. He didn't know what he was talking about. I mean, he didn't even have a point. They
No,
said.
he
So what
lost
you?
the plot a long time ago.
Oh yeah, from the beginning he was saying the flat earthers say, and what do you say?
He
What's
wouldn't
your
even
point?
finish saying what the flat earthers say. He'd say the flat earthers say,
Yeah,
"Oh, by the way, my mom got some fucking
yeah,
chicken
whatever.
wings
Yeah,
for dinner."
it's
Well, the
Unrelated.
biggest issue was it wasn't. I couldn't even really get to the point of you're making wrong assertions about flat Earth and you're making wrong points around it. It was mainly just he was in argument style in general. He was just making too many like fallacious points and like
yeah,
Yeah.
conversational issues that we couldn't even get to the point that we were trying to make, right? Like if he
Yeah,
was
it
on
was in a
he's a part of the
disingenuous
politics server.
fashion.
If he's on that server, he'd get muted anywhere he's going because he's making fallacious points repeatedly, and then when he's getting pushed on things, he's like falling back on ad homs, he's falling back on whataboutisms and all these other fallacious things. He would
Right, and
immediately get muted anywhere else.
if he makes 5 criticisms, blanket shotgun fallacy style, and then as soon as you try to respond to the first of 5 rebuttals that you want to make, and he's like, "Oh, see, you're just doing the thing that they always do," or something like that, and adds an ad hominem on top of it. It's just like, how do you even approach somebody like that? If you make
well,
a
the way he
good
did
faith
it.
argument, he's going to dismiss it outright. What do you do?
Excuse me.
Yeah, but it was a lesson today. He did it perfectly. Reverse, he did it perfectly. The way he went, tried to wake him up, but he couldn't wake up the guy. I mean, I lost my patience from the beginning when he started to say, they say, and what's your point? What is the sun? What is the sun? I mean, the guy, he said, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. But yeah, tell me, it's like a kid, 8-year-old kid or 5-year-old kid crying for his ball. Give me my ball, give me my ball, or give me my toy, give me my toy.
Well, that's why I was saying that. That's why I asked him his age. I don't believe he's 26.
And
I
that's what
believe
I
he's really
realized.
young.
And
He's
that's what I was.
18 tops.
And that's what I realized why you were doing that and how you were doing it perfectly. And I was like, okay, now it's time to learn. So I put my microphone off and sit down and learn. And it was amazing. Thank you.
I
Yeah,
think
Because
go ahead.
I'm new on this thing, I get very excited and very nervous very quickly.
no, he did a good job.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
time tonight too, Migo Wigo.
Well, yeah, I realized
Oh, should I
when you
just read
went to
your
the.
name? Migo Wigo? That goes hard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And when you said about the pressure and the space, and wow, are you taking away the subject? Leave it there. You got excited, right?
Yes.
Yep. I realized
Yeah.
that.
Passion was bubbling very near the surface. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was I guess it was entertaining. I guess you guys got a kick out of it. Ah,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. But you
And
see,
then
once you see the
next day,
magic, and then it's fun. Everything is fun. So once I saw that, okay, the guy is playing, and or he's stuck, so he doesn't know what he's saying. I mean, it's visibly he's like stuck somewhere. He's like he wants. I think he has a trauma and he's stuck there, and he was trying to project that
Oh,
out.
that's very clear.
That's why he had this
That's
his
way
beard, yeah, to release it. He wants to release
100%.
his tensions, yeah,
Didn't he say that for like 2 or 3 different parts of his life? He was like, "Oh, I
yeah,
was this, and then I switched. Oh, I was that, and
yep,
then I switched, and now I'm
yep,
this."
yep.
Like
That's why I can
clearly,
see
that's
that.
how he gets to his points of view. Is that like he gets traumatized at some point, and then he switches
Yeah,
over. Like is like wildly anti that thing now.
He's a path of least resistance type of person.
because when he realizes that he lost the point, automatically he start to ask the questions. Oh, you didn't tell me what is the sun. Oh, what is the sun? You see, every time he's coming back to the same thing, trigger point that oh, now I can because
Oh yeah,
probably he
that's
knows
where I
that.
initially was just like, yeah, this
Yeah,
guy's he's lost the pacer here. He was like, he told me like let's move on to this other thing. I was like, no, I'd like to stay on this. Like, no, let's move on to the other thing. Then I moved on to the other thing. It was like, well,
Yeah.
you're not talking about the point that we were talking about anymore. Like you're off topic now. I'm not going to talk about this. We were supposed to be talking about this other. Which one is
Yeah.
it? It was like, fuck.
Yeah, that was amazing. I was laughing. It was like comedian. I thank him. He made
It
my
reminds
night.
me of a
I
little
learned so
information.
much, and I laughed, and I learned, and it was amazing. Yep.
Yeah, I think
And I have
like
a good
that
time.
saying, a little information is dangerous.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Oh, that got
That's
some
why
sauce.
I don't try to go into conversations a lot because I have language barrier, but I'm okay with it. But still, I have, when I hear you, the way you talk, the way you express, it's like different way of my thinking ability. So that's what I'm learning now most of the time. That's why I don't talk a lot. I just listen.
What's your main language?
It was Armenian when I was like until 2 years old, 3 years old, and then Arabic came into it, and then I went to school. French came into it,
God damn.
and then
What?
I learned English little bit later. So
This guy.
yeah,
Where'd you
it's
live
crazy.
throughout your life?
I lived in Lebanon. I grew
The
up
whole
there.
time?
No,
Oh,
no,
that
no,
makes sense.
no,
Oh.
no, no. About my 18th years, 19th, I traveled away. I went to Europe, and then I went back again, and then I went traveling again. I'm like a gypsy.
Hey, Migo Wigo. Earlier there was a joke that was said, and it was what do you call a three-legged donkey? Maurice. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, what was? I didn't understand that one.
I don't know. I thought maybe it was a French thing. I don't know. Maurice. Is it-
I don't know. I know Maurice has a name, but probably there is a guy with
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, Maurice. I get it. Yeah, it's a guy with a big dick. Yeah.
Oh
Probably
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
the star, maybe.
Now I gotcha.
I don't know.
That was. It took me
That's
a
what I
while.
was thinking about.
Is it?
But
I don't know. That's a little bit too much of a turn.
but depends the context. What was made when it was said? What was the context?
Matthew told it.
Yeah, he was
Ah,
literally just telling jokes
no, I
slash
didn't
riddles
hear
and
that
whatnot.
one. But I didn't hear that one.
I don't know. I don't know if it makes any sense.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know. It's too
probably.
much of a
He
turn.
meant because probably he was acting like Maurice.
In my mind, like I was thinking like Maurice, ass. I was thinking like what are other words for donkey? Because three-legged that makes sense, but the donkey part threw me off. It was like it doesn't quite fit. It's kind of a
Like
stretch.
I think maybe he meant like the guy. Well, Jetson or whatever it was his name. Uh, the start of the night. He was like acting like an ass, but thinking that he has a three leg.
I don't even think he had joined yet though. Jetson when he asked that.
Yeah, maybe not.
Because I wasn't even talking yet when I heard that. I had just joined. I usually stay quiet initially when I join.
Yeah, it was awesome. XX reverse XX. Yeah.
Yeah.
My name's just reverse. Why do people like to read the X's so much?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know.
I know y'all lived in olden times of this like old Xbox name or old PlayStation names. You just need
Yeah.
something to make it unique. So you just throw random shit around it.
I gotcha. Reverse. Old Xbox games. There's a flat world for you. The sky
The
is flat,
platform
fella.
game.
You know, Oh, I lost it. I had something I wanted to talk about and completely just lost it. This alcohol and weed is catching up with me.
Man, I haven't drank. Like my feet been hurting, right? And I haven't gone to the doctor yet, but I suspect when I drink, like I guess I get gout in my feet.
The
So
fuck?
I haven't been drinking, right, to see if it still hasn't helped, right? It's been a couple weeks or whatever.
What
And
is
then
gout?
I guess it's like a crystal in your blood or whatever. Hold on.
So it's just like a bump on like your
No,
foot or
there's
something?
no like. No, it's like it's just your ankle or whatever swells up, and it's just sensitive to the touch. There's no like. It's probably red.
And you get that from what? From your food?
Yeah, they said red meat, seafood like shrimp or whatever, and
I might have some.
beer will do it. Beer.
Well, you sound
Some
southern. You
others
sound damn near
maybe.
Louisiana. You've been
Yeah, I'm from the
eating that
West Bank.
shrimp and shit.
Yeah, I'm
The
from
West Bank.
the West Bank of New Orleans, but I've been in Texas
Hey,
since.
dialed in.
Yep.
So you have been hitting the shrimp and all that. Were they on point? Did it fix it?
Who's that? Did who
Did you
fix
say
what?
you said like it was like seafood and whatnot, red meats and seafood that causes it?
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
you?
that causes it too. Yeah, but
In,
really, I didn't eat. No, I ate some chicken. I've been eating chicken, a lot of chicken, and even turkey, fish. But I haven't eaten like steaks or anything in a while. So I don't think that's what it was. I
I
talked to
mean,
brother.
are you so you're still getting it though?
Oh yeah, dude. For the
So that
past
didn't
like
fix it. Okay.
a month
Uh,
and yeah.
can I tell you my experience when I moved to United States and the chicken was not good for me because of the antibiotic that they put it in the chickens. So probably you have something similar that doesn't go with your
You
blood
still do that?
in meat or maybe even in the chicken. So maybe you have to stop all the things. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, I
you
should
That's
know,
what
take.
happened.
funny enough, I was gonna. Oh Jesus. Sorry, some we didn't. But funny enough, that's exactly what I was just gonna say. Was that like you should try fast? Have you done fasting before, like water fasting?
Mm-hmm.
It's been years, man.
Say it again.
It's been years.
Well, I think you should try that out when it comes to things, especially when it's like diet related. Oftentimes,
Yep.
just stop eating. Just like take 2 weeks off of eating. Like I do like 1 week to reset my stomach, but you do like 2-3 weeks off of eating completely. A lot of your health effects will go away because there's so many factors that affect you just from the things that you're consuming and the times you're consuming it and the amount of water you're consuming at certain times of the day. But when you dial in, get the right amount of water every day, get the right amount of electrolytes every day, your body changes up so much. It and a lot of the like ailments, pains, and all these shits, they go away so quick. It's just your body is just in a constant like stress mode for the most people's lives because of this awful shit that they're putting into it. Just
But I
rapid
think,
inflation, inflammation. I
but I
mean,
think it's a good way to start one day at a time. Maybe not like 2 weeks or a week,
of
and
course, I
just
did
try
it.
like one day only water without electrolytes, and then
I don't know about one
go
day. One day is not
maybe.
gonna do shit for you.
No, but I mean at least for the body to start to and the mind to start to take it in because it will be like you're forcing it too much and then some bodies they don't take it and they do reverse reaction and it's not good.
I get it, but I will say that like for me, a how do you say a
Yeah, for you. Yep.
what's the word for like complete abstinence from something?
Abstinence.
No, like a something
Abstinence.
diet, like a holy shit. I'm blanking like shit right now. I guess I said too much weed.
The only thing I got coming to me is extra virgin olive oil.
Fuck.
Oh,
Complete.
that's amazing too.
Exclusion? Is that the word I was looking for? I don't know.
If you use
Exclusion diet, maybe.
uh, y-
I don't even
intermittent
remember the
diet,
point I was gonna
I,
make. Never mind.
exclusion diet, probably
Intermittent.
exclusion diet,
I don't know.
like nothing to eat, only drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, just any exclusion diet. When you take things out, like I think
Oh
in
yeah, yeah,
general
yeah.
that it's
If
gonna
you take
have
like
positive
sugar
effects, so
out,
you can understand your body more.
yep. If you take sugar out, if you take tobacco out, if you take whatever out, you will feel and you will learn about your body, right?
But I feel like for me personally, like specifically doing an exclusion diet completely to like the fullest extent to where I'm not eating at all is a lot easier for me than doing like, having salads and fucking cashews and shit throughout the day. Like that that would rule me because I feel like I'm not getting satisfied at all from that type of food, but I'm still having these like hunger pangs throughout the day. But when you stop eating, after the third or fourth day, you'll go through like a keto flu to where your body switches over to
Yep,
using
I
fat.
know.
And
I
then
know what
after
you're
that,
saying.
like you don't have these hunger pangs, you don't have these like desires to eat in the dead middle of the day. Like all that shit is gone. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
like these
I understand
diets,
what you're
I'm so
saying.
bad with most diets, but like when it came to just not eating, yeah, I mean that's a lot easier for me.
But when you started straight away, like 2 weeks or what?
No, the first time I did it, I did like 2.5 days, right? And I
That's
was
what
like,
I'm
oh,
saying,
that's
right?
pretty easy, but I started to feel bad a little bit. And then the next one, I was like, let me try this
That's what
really
I'm
out. And
saying.
I did 2 weeks, and immediately, like, yeah, I loved it. I was in
Yeah,
love
yeah.
with it.
My approach is not that. My approach is like to when you say to people like, "Oh, do it for 1 week or whatever." It's like it's not easy for somebody just to give up like that.
I get
I
it.
mean,
I get
so
it.
that's what I said. It. I mean, I just said that to say it. It's like I know what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
I try sometimes the extremes as well. Like when I want to stop drinking or whatever, I just cut it off and move. Yeah, I go through the pain or withdrawal or whatever you want to call it. I do it. And but like a lot of people, they don't have that and they cannot. So it's better to start one day and then like the next week you do it 2 days and then the next week you do it 3 days and then already like in 1 month you're doing 3 4 days of fasting without knowing. It's like because the mind and the body adapts and they come to like kind of a balance and like harmony together. So that's my approach. But
Certainly.
I
If you want to
understand
stay with it,
what you're saying
absolutely,
too,
that is the move. But I was
because I
just,
think most of the people they don't have that willpower that they will say,
that's true.
"Ah, I'm doing," because I mean I know from myself as well, and I know from people around me as well. Like, okay, you give up, like, and then you go like, "Oh, okay, you found the stupid reason, and then you say, okay, I want to go back. Whatever you cut out of it, yeah, whatever you're fasting from, sugar, alcohol, tobacco, whatever. You say, okay, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, and then you say something happens. You say, let me smoke one and just like give it away. Not
No,
people,
no,
not
that's completely right.
something.
You got to work towards it. I was just
Yeah,
thinking more so for his benefit of like seeing how his
yeah,
diet's affecting him. I do feel like at least somewhat past the like keto flu like fourth day is needed to get that like cutting out everything for your diet and seeing how it affects your body, and also to get like autophagy you get once you're in ketosis, once you don't have food for a long period of time and your body's eating all the unnecessary cells. I really feel like for that specific case, maybe just doing like a day or two is not going to do it for you. You really have to commit to it to
oh
see
yeah, yeah.
results.
Yeah, probably he has. Yeah, he has serious situation. He has to do it. He has to go for it. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yep.
Is gout like a long term thing? Like, is it a chronic thing? Like you just deal with your whole life, or?
I don't know.
Hmm.
I haven't been diagnosed. You know what I'm saying? I think they do a blood test. Find out if you got it.
I personally use something. It's called MMS. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
NMS?
Usually MMS.
What's that?
I don't know if we
Mul-
have to talk about it on this channel, but yeah, it's something. chlorine dioxide. So it's some things that you mix together and you create the chlorine dioxide. You mix it with water, dilute it in the water, and drink it.
You
And
said
he had
chlorine dioxide?
chlorine. Yep.
Oh shit.
And but you dilute it to like very small, couple of drops in a glass of water, and they have the because you're making you see the things because you heard the chlorine and you went like you see it's not chlorine, it's chlorine dioxide. It's completely different components. Yeah. So I make it myself, so I don't buy it from. I know some sources, but now I cannot because of the pandemic. They stopped everything, and so I do it myself. And I know like people and myself when we have like some. Usually I don't have, but if I have some things, I use that one. Even open a skin or whatever. It's like kind of a miracle mineral solution. Any cuts, anything that as a disinfectant, as a drinking as well, because it has uh, 0.9 volt energy in it. It's a molecule that contains extra oxygen particle, and he goes and bonds with everything is in your body that is not is acidic, as it has lower voltage than your body's balance. I think I'm going too detailed in it.
No, you're good.
Okay, so it's like when you're taking medicine, they tell you, oh yeah, it goes do this that, and this one it only affects on your cells that are not good for you because they have lower vibration, lower electricity charge in them, and he goes and bonds to them and they automatically decompose because the molecule doesn't stand anymore extra oxygen or whatever. So, and usually the fast of this one is like 1 week. You do like 3 drops or 24 drops a day, but you divide it for 3 drops. And it's like cleansing your blood system and everything in your body is like amazing as well. I did many times. I mean, I did for years, so it's like it's crazy. The thing is, it's like very cheap to do, and it's like prevent many diseases or illnesses or whatever, and helps the body to cure itself, like kind of, yeah. It's not like it's a cure. It's just helping the body to cure itself.
At my age, I don't get sick much, and when I do, I actually enjoy it. I think it's something unique to me, but when I get what are they called? V word for not bacteria. Virus. When I get virus sicknesses, right? Like the flu or something like that, right?
Yeah.
I like 3 or 4 days in, getting sick, I'll feel bad for like 3 or 4 days, right? And then after that, I'll just get like a euphoric feeling, and I don't know what it is. I think it might be like a nostalgic thing from my childhood of being able to stay home or whatever. Getting pampered, stay home, watch cartoons and all this shit when I get sick, right? But like after 3 or 4 days, like the smell of my mucus in my nose or something from it, like I think it's like some nostalgic shit from it, makes me just get pure euphoria, like chemically euphoric, like there's no reason for me to be happy, but I'm just like on a fucking high, like real high, noticeable. It's not like something non-noticeable. Maybe it's it's placebo effect or some bullshit. No, it's noticeable. It's serious. Just feel happy in general, and I'll feel like that for like a week afterwards.
Well, thank God for that.
Yeah, but so I enjoy getting high, or not getting high, but I enjoy getting sick because of that, and I don't get sick very often, so I don't mind getting sick anymore. I almost see it as like an experience in life. How many times do you get sick in life, really?
Like to me, usually it's like every 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
I don't
and if
know.
it's that
Like
if it's
sometimes it
that rare,
happens
so
twice.
what? 20 times maybe in your lifetime, and then you're dead.
It-
You should enjoy
But
every
then
single
it
one of
happens.
those.
But then it happens like twice a year, and then you go like, "What the hell happened?" So okay, I have to go back. I lost my balance, and then
Yeah,
yeah.
I really do subscribe to this whole like enjoying every human experience you can have because you got a limited number of them.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Can I ask you guys some questions?
Yes.
Sure.
So, do you guys know about the politics server? Are you guys on that shit, or it's pretty big recently on this server? But
Yeah.
Politics. I'm not much into it, but I
oh no,
I follow
so
a little
so
bit.
you're on
But
the politics and religion server, right?
I
Miguelito?
I went twice, but I don't like it.
Yeah, so it's a debate server, but politics, it's just called politics, is the main one. It's like one of the biggest ones that I know of, right?
Mm.
And just recently, this server got a guest channel in that one, so that's why there's not a ton of people in the live stream. Usually there'd
Mhm.
be like 30 people in the live stream or whatever, but they're all over there, and that's why it's so small right now. And so I was just saying, yeah, I come from that server, right? And so sometimes, just throughout my days, I'll just write some stuff down as like, this is a good debate topic. This is a good like a thought that I had that was like interesting. It made me, I don't know, think about less. So I just, I got a list. Maybe throw some out and see what you guys think.
Word.
Yep.
All right, the very latest one that I said was the draft should only exist. I don't know what countries you guys come from. I don't know if you guys have a draft or not. But in America, the draft should only exist for homeland defense and not international fighting. So if we're sending
Ooh.
people over to a country to like, do whatever war for our defense in some way, I feel same thing for like take the Russia Ukraine example. I don't think Russia should force their citizens to fight if it's a situation where we're invading somebody else. If it's defense, it makes sense. That's to keep us all alive. But when it's like progressing some I don't know goal, it just doesn't seem morally right to me at that point.
I
To
think
force people to go to
all the
war.
countries they have to do the same thing. It's just like has to be for self-defense, not like attack. It has to be only for self-defense. I mean, why any country should attack another country? I don't understand this. Like, why you are attacking anyway? Why you are attacking for? Piece of something that is not yours. The land is not yours. It's not mine. The body is not mine. So why I am attacking somebody else or killing other people? I mean, it's all stupid. It's all uh,
I don't know if it's stupid. I
unbelievable.
think it's oftentimes for a reason for the benefit of said country, right?
I mean, the force. I think the force should be used only for self-defense, not like I want to go to my neighbor and say how to treat his wife, or I want to go to my neighborhood and tell them what to do. I mean, it's not my job. Somebody come to my house, I want to defend myself to death, but I don't want to go and tell my neighbor what to do.
I think my point is focused on just like the difference between if I voluntarily, sign up for a military of, whatever country I'm a part of, if I voluntarily sign up, and then this country sends me to do some war for the benefit of the country. Maybe it's not justified, but for the benefit of the country, right? I think that's fine, but I would not accept that if we're forcing people to go to the war. I think it's fine if it's voluntary people in that situation. But if we're getting attacked, I think that's the second scenario. If we're getting attacked, then everybody should be forced to help in the defense. But if it's this
That's
whole
what I'm
like,
saying.
if I'm sending people outside of my country to
But why
benefit
you
us
want
in
to
some
send
way,
people outside? That's what I don't understand. Why you want to go to to say to your neighbor, don't do this, don't do that.
yeah, I don't know. You had any thoughts about that, Just Spool?
I hear what Migo Wigo's talking about, and I hear what are you saying?
I
So
mean,
you talking
no,
like
you go.
you volunteer for service, like say in the United States, because I'm presuming that's pretty much what you're talking about.
That's usually what happens, and not during wartime. Yeah.
And they send you on a political police, I don't know, incident or something, or maybe even a war.
Yeah, we're like the police of the world. You know, we're everywhere. We have a ton of base virtually in every country. Right? We're everywhere.
Right. So you're you're asking if that's just or what? Like,
I'm saying, so my assertion is that, so you know, we have the draft. Virtually every country has the draft. If we're in a war, you have to come to war or you go to prison, right? And I'm saying that specifically that draft, we already have our people that, like you said, volunteer and they get placed wherever they get placed for whatever benefit for us, you know. And it's not like necessarily wars, but it's like maybe it's like pressure on certain areas, you know, threaten this, threaten that, whatever it might be, right? I think that is okay for when it's voluntary, but when it's like that, when you call for a draft, I don't think you should be able to say send people over to say Vietnam like we did. That seems like
I
not
have a
independent country.
suggestion.
I think it should only be when people are about to invade the country that you can force people to go to the defense of the country.
I
I
wouldn't
have a
have any objection
suggestion.
to that.
Let's say, okay, we are in United States. There is war going on in Russia and Ukraine, and I go and say, okay, guys, anybody wants to go and fight in Ukraine, and you volunteer to go, that's your problem.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If they volunteer, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's your problem. But when I am coming to serve my country, and you tell me go fight there, why there?
I get, yeah,
In,
yeah. If
in,
you're forcing
in,
them, it has to be like very strict. It has to be not just vaguely. You know,
Because
there's some benefit we have to get from this.
as a soldier, I want to protect my country, right? Why I want to go there? Whatever is there, why I want to go there? I'm in my country. I'm willing to serve my country. Why there? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I just think it would be a good law to, you know, pass to like put into place to like. First off, I think women should be forced into the military draft in today's society, and a lot of people wouldn't agree with me on that. A lot of people, and I think they wouldn't agree mainly because there is like this how do you say I should add that question to me to my list. But there is this feeling of like, you know, guys love women, and so women come first in society generally, right? And in today's current society, I don't know if that's true so much, especially with like the independence of women, you know, gayness and whatnot. I think in a lot of situations, it's not primarily the women that are like the loved ones that we want to keep safe and keep at home. So things have changed. Anyways, let me hit you guys with a
Yeah,
different one.
that I think that comes from the distracting the family, destroying the family, because they destroy the family. It's like there is no more the family structures like it was before. It's like now uh, the baby born with an iPad in their hand is like in 2 years they know more than their parents. And what are you talking about? You know, and
Maybe about
this is
that.
the destruction of the family, right? So
That was a
that's
whole
why there
different
is
topic
no
I was
more.
thinking about too.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't.
because in the family always the parents they were respected. The father for um,
Do you think they should
educating
be
and the
today?
mother for like giving. Yeah, it's like but it's
My
all gone
issue
now.
my issue with growing up was that I felt like I had access to this thing called the internet that provided so much answers and information to my life that I don't think a lot of people had before this time. I think a lot of people existed on this like I lie and nobody knows. I could just make up one random fact and nobody would know whether I'm right or wrong unless they went to the fucking library and researched it or something. And so people existed in this I don't know type of world to where you knew things in a way that's like I heard it from somebody, but I have no clue if it's true or not. To a world where you can literally look up what the experts have to say at any given time, and so
Yeah.
it's hard for me to. It's. I think the conversation I'm trying to get at is like a death of wisdom versus knowledge.
Yep.
Like we have access to knowledge now, but we don't have the wisdom because a lot of the wisdom like comes from the older generation, but the older generation didn't have the kind of technology we have, so it's like hard to pull good knowledge necessarily from or good wisdom from
Because
certain people in my mind.
because knowledge without wisdom, it's nothing. You have the knowledge, but you don't have the wisdom because you don't have the experience. You didn't go to the Sixtine Chapel and smell the painting there, but you saw it, the pictures from the internet, and now you think like you know everything. This is what happened to the generation. There is no more mother's love and father's respect, but because I
It's
don't
a
know, they see.
distrust. It's like a postmodernism like type distrust of like not believing anybody because it's like I have the right answer dead in front of me and it's oftentimes I can see
Yep.
like almost like on a percentage basis, like 80% of the time what this person tells
Yeah.
me is
I
probably
forgot
wrong and
the
I can search it
policy.
and it's wrong, right? And so there's like this trust that exists. And so a lot of the wisdom that would just come from like I have faith in, a parent or something like that they can
Yeah.
pass on.
Authority.
I feel like a lot of the kids are not accepting it anymore because they have this like, they have access to good information at that point, and so there's like a distrust that's created there.
Yep. And that's happened very very early in the ages now. In our time, well, we were like, ah, it was not in my time, but um, I see the generation like how fast they are coming to the technology and forgetting the real emotions and bondage between the parents and family, and it's going crazy, and that's why there is no more sense of, I don't know, family construction. Like it's like everybody is like for itself, even in the
Well, I don't
family.
know.
There.
Are you currently in the West?
Yeah, yeah. I live in Las Vegas at the moment.
Ooh, Las Vegas. Well, my
Yeah,
homies live there. Nice place. But I'm sorry. What did you just say?
yeah. I was saying like the way the family structure, like they destroyed is like it affects
Oh yeah,
to
yeah.
the whole community, and then it goes to the whole state or like the whole village, and it goes it's spread
Well, absolutely.
everywhere.
I think
Like now it's everybody wants to know what the other one doing. Is like kind of after the patriotic act, it's like everything became crazy. I mean, I saw things like I couldn't believe that I would see it here. I mean, I thought like I was coming to ah
kind of things
the
you see.
perfect place, it's like and then suddenly you see like, oh my god,
What
it's
kind of things
bad.
you see? What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about like for example, I take my dog to the park, and like there is ladies bring their dogs, and so you talk when the dog's playing, so you chat with them, and like one of the women is like she keeps checking on this truck that it was parked, RV. It was parked on the parking lot, and
Hmm.
she was counting how many days that is parking because he's allowed only 14 days by law.
Oh, this is a
If it
Karen.
takes
You're
one
referring to a
more,
Karen.
yeah, whatever. I mean, where this mentality comes from?
I have a theory on that.
It
I
comes
think
from like uh, l- you be the policeman, like, oh, check if anything happening, believe in fear, everything is like happening, you have to say to I mean, what the hell? I mean, it's like you're living in a paranoia state, to be in that state of like checking of everybody, what everybody's doing.
I think what it is there's a separation. There's two worlds. There's a world where you have people who are living very poorly, and so they are living amongst people that are awful, and so they have to act awful. And so you have these people that they get immediate feedback from when they do something. If I, walk up to somebody and say something nasty to them, they bitch slap me. They just fucking hit me. I have that threat of violence immediately to me, and so I learned to behave, but it's a lot harder environment, right? Whereas you have the very opposite, which is the Karens, as they say, to where you're in a very affluent neighborhood. The police are always around, and if you have any issues, you call the police, and you always have power. You always have authority at any given moment, and so everybody behaves in some way. But the problem with that is they don't have this like social understanding of respect for each other because it was never garnered through danger. Through the threat of somebody smacking you if you disrespect them. And so you have these people that grew up in this environment that never had that and feel like they always have the power of, the authority that be at any given moment that they can call. You having a clash of those two individuals, bad things are gonna happen. You have what we're referring to where this
I
person's like,
understand.
oh, he's kept his car here for 14 days. I have the authority and the power to do something about that. I'm going to. You have assholes like that are clashing with people that are like, okay, we live in a real world and don't, depend on the authority.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the situation, the truck there is not doing anything to her. It's like for her, it's like it's not on her backyard. Is nothing to her. So
But you know how they say,
why
like,
she has to be in the state of paranoia, that, or she has to be in this protective uh, state, if she's not in a state of paranoia, that like, oh, this might be, if I don't say, maybe they gonna tell me like, oh, you saw the crime but you didn't say. Probably I mean, it's some
I
kind of
don't think she's no.
brainwashing.
Look,
It's
look.
like happening, I don't know, but it's some kind of a brainwashing that they are living in.
Have you heard the term or the phrase power corrupts and absolute power corrupts? Absolutely.
uh, that's No, maybe if you make it more simple, maybe I know something
So
about it,
just the
but
concept of like power corrupts people. It causes them to behave in negative manner.
oh
The
yeah,
more
yeah,
power
yeah,
you have, the more
yeah,
corrupted and bad ways you behave over a period of
yep.
time.
Oh yeah, of course, of course. I mean, that's why the corrupted
And I,
people that they are ruling, they are like using us, like, you know.
what I'm saying is, I think because these women and men or these individuals in these affluent societies grew up with having power already always nearby, having the police,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah, I
Always at
understand
a
that.
phone call away, that's like 2 minutes they're there, and their what's right can be enforced at any given time. Because they have always had that power, it corrupts them in the sense that
Oh
they
yeah,
they want to utilize it just to show that they have power over a period of time.
I
And I'm
agree
not
with
saying
you.
it's
I agree with
necessarily
you.
they're bad people for it. I
Mm,
think they just lose sight of the big picture. Like
oh yeah,
power
yeah, yeah, I
really
agree
is
with
that
you.
corrupting, and I
I
don't
agree
blame
with
them.
you.
And so I think that's why they behave that way. That's why they say, "Oh, he kept his car 14 days there. I'm going to stop him from doing that because I have the power and I'm going to protect everybody." And they feel like a
Yep,
superhero almost at that point.
yep. Like in my neighborhood, we have this lady that she works for the HOA.
Oh
Homeowner.
yeah,
Oh
HOAs.
my
Those
God.
are.
And
Whew.
like sometimes she comes and like send the picture to the owner, and the owner calls me. Man, they sent me a picture. I said, "What pictures?" "Mm, like a small grass growing between the stones, like maybe not even 1 inch long, or like maybe 1 inch long." And like she took the picture of that, and like, oh, there is a grass growing. It's like you have to clean it. It's like, what the hell you're doing, man? It's like you don't have anything better in life. Go hike with your dog. go enjoy the nature, go enjoy this lake. I don't know, do something in life.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you wasting your life for?
That is their
Checking
life
my,
at that point.
but but you see, it's like, is it? I mean,
Yeah, I was just talking. I was trying to move into a shared house, right? And I was talking to this, a homeowner. He's got like multiple properties or whatever. After a long period of time, he's older, and he was a part of the HOA at that point. He was like, "This is honestly the most excitement I get out of most of my weeks is just like having to deal with HOA. Like he's on the board or whatever, so like he gets to like make a lot of decisions. I feel like people just enjoy it. People just
oh yeah, because
enjoy the craziness of it.
I understand him because he's retired. He doesn't have to do anything in his life. And of course, probably he's not like, oh, okay, I work all my life in the offices. Let me go enjoy a little bit nature before I die. No, let me stay more in the offices. So he's taking more power. I don't know what he's doing, but he's crazy. I
Can
mean,
I ask you guys something? You still here, Just Bill? Just
Yeah,
Bill?
yeah.
You guys ever
Migo,
had? Say that again?
my bad.
No, go ahead. What'd you say?
I said Migo Wigo. I was gonna ask Migo Wigo about because he said he lives in Vegas. And he's talking about going on a hike or whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah. But get to your question there, reverse.
Oh no, go ahead. What were you saying about that?
I don't know. I was just wondering what is there to do in Las Vegas? I've never been. Like if you wanted to go hiking or something, I don't what's there.
oh my God. But this is the problem, right? Everybody thinks like Las Vegas is the strip. It's like this, I don't know, 100 hotels next to each other, and all these women's outside, or blah, 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 whatever. You can get whatever you want, and everything stays there, right? But that's not even 2% of Las Vegas. I mean, uh, I go camping here like I don't know, almost every week, summertime, but now it's like uh, taking off a little bit because it's getting cold. So I got my new pass for the lake, so I want to start to go to the lake now and hopefully say get some pictures there.
Oh, I thought you
And
were gonna say pussy.
but here is like so much things to do. It's like oh my God! I mean, nature is so amazing here. Outside
I
of
bet,
course
yeah.
the street, yeah. It just have.
Is
I mean, for me, I don't go to the strip like except if somebody came and says, "Oh, I'm here. You want to see me? Yeah, why not? Let's go and have some drinks and I don't know, play something maybe, whatever."
Now
But
you're gonna be playing some. I see you.
oh yeah, yeah. But, I mean, sometimes a year or 2 year goes like during the pandemic. I don't know. I mean, 2 years maybe I didn't go because nobody was coming and going. So I went like, I don't give a damn about it. For
I
me,
didn't
it
even
was
think
good
about
because
that.
nobody was going hiking. Nobody was man. The hotels was like for free if somebody wanted to come.
I imagine Las Vegas was like, yeah, fucking dead during the pandemic.
I mean, it still was busy. I mean, people was still coming, but I mean, it was a little
Really?
bit crazy. Everywhere you want to go, they want to take your temperature. I mean, anyway, I don't go there, so it's like, yeah,
They were coming to
yeah.
like casinos and shit, or what?
Oh
Were the
yeah, yeah.
casinos still open?
Yep, yep. Everybody with masks, and they put every machine has like distance between each other, and like I mean, oh my God, they went whole nine
You gotta
yards.
make that money, brother.
Hell
Yep,
yeah.
yep. You want to make the money, and people they believed in it, so why not? Let's play the game. It's all about the game. So, oh my God, it was amazing. But I mean, it was not strict like California, so like it was fun.
what's
It was.
camping in Las Vegas in the summer?
Oh my God, man, we have mountains here. They're like freezing cold in the summer.
Gotcha.
It's
Like
just cold
40
as fuck
minutes,
at night in general.
40 minutes, 40 minutes drive, like half an hour drive. It's like You are on the top of the mountain, all cedar trees and pine trees, and like completely different nature. It's just
So
like the desert.
Have you
It's the valley. You know, Las Vegas. It's built in the. It's like a big round circle, all covered, closed with mountains, and in the middle of it, they made like the strip, like a. I don't want to say it, like a lip shape. Let's say, okay, you get it.
yeah,
So, and everything it comes out from that. Yeah, it's like expanded, expanded, expanded. But soon as you go out of these mountains, if you live on the sides, you are like I'm away 15 minutes drive from the strip. All I see is the light of the pyramid, the Luxor pyramid, and that's all I see. I don't hear them. I don't. I'm away from them. I'm like. I'm not even in Las Vegas. I work away from the strip, so I'm not in the touristic place.
awesome, dude.
Yeah, the nature is great here. Like I mean, I drove. You see my picture there, my profile picture, is the latest solar eclipse. So I
Yeah,
drove like 7 hours to get it, like the to go to the totality, but it was cloudy. So this is one of the best pictures I took at like the diamond ring.
that's really cool.
have you
Yeah,
ever?
but
I've heard some of like, you know how they have like images of galaxies and shit. I've heard the best place to just view the galaxy, quote unquote, is around that area, that like Las Vegas,
yep,
Phoenix,
yep.
like area.
As soon as you go
Have
out
you
of
ever done
here,
like
like
went to spots for that?
oh yeah, I mean I'm just starting to do my I got my P1000 like a few years ago, but I just
What's that?
started the Nikon P1000.
Is that a
It's like a big
camera or?
telescope, yeah, camera like with a big zoom on it,
Oh
and
shit.
I take pictures of like Jupiter. I took like for a few months every day, every day, every day, and looking to the lights around it, how they are moving and how they are like rotating, let's say. Or I mean, it's very hard to say though. It's like you don't know if they are in front of it or behind it. You know, it's
Can you actually see the galaxy though?
uh, I'm just starting to learn now. I'm doing like 8 seconds. I leave the aperture open for 8 seconds. So I start to do some things like that. I'm playing with them and I start to take some crazy pictures. But I mean, I took the Pleiades cluster. I did a few pictures of that one, very nice ones.
Of the
And I
what?
go like very deep inside into that and like take, like, for example, I did last 3 weeks, I did 2 weeks, I did about the Polaris. We had a talk about on Nathan channel, Nathan Oakley, um, about that the Polaris moves. And I know that it moved, but I didn't know that it moved so much. So I did a few time lapses before, but I never zoomed in. I was doing like always zoom out so I can take more of the sky and bigger circle going around Polaris, right? Like this big wheel of mount stars going around the Polaris. That's what I was trying to take. And and then one of the guy he said like he took a zoom and he was saying like, "Oh, this is Polaris." I'm like, "It's crazy. This cannot be Polaris." So we had a chat little bit, and then I said, "Okay, I want to do it tonight." So I came and I started to do more zoomed in, and I see how it moves, and he was right. So I'm like, I have, now I have the things to show him, and but Nathan Oakley has problem with his computer and he's not online, so
That's cool, man. Polaris, baby. Everything
yep.
in the sky,
But
all the
you see, with the naked eyes, you don't see. With my camera, when I'm not zoom in or like zoom in very little, like just to pass above the tree or something, like maybe 5 times or 10 times. You don't really see moving, but yeah, when you zoom in, that picture, you can see like he has like a small rotation. So that rotation for me, it was like kind of, it's like very small rotation, because I never saw it with my eyes because I look to the sky a lot. And then, but when I zoomed in and I see how it's moving, and there is even stars behind the Polaris that they are moving too. So it's like, because I did 75 times zoom in, and then I did 300 times zoom in, 400 times zoom in, and then 1000 times zoom in, 1600 and 2000. And in 2000, it was like, because if I put on only on Polaris, it will be like one white line. So I try to take like what is behind Polaris, but I mean, anyway, it didn't come out very nice thing, but it was too much. But I mean, more you zoom in, more there is things behind. It's like crazy. The sky is amazing. It's like big, big, big mystery.
That sounds awesome, dude.
Yeah. I just enjoy it when I look at them. Like when I'm taking the picture, it's like amazing, when you look from the aperture, and then yeah, it's especially you're out in the mountain, no lights, nobody, even no telephones, nobody's calling. Like you're just like,
Well, let me ask y'all a question though. Have you ever had any supernatural experiences in your life? Nothing that like, necessarily aliens or ghosts or whatever. Just anything you couldn't explain at the time. You was like that's not how the world works.
yeah, a few of them.
What you got for me?
Other body experience.
Huh?
That was in 2000, and when that happened, I was like, I didn't know what was happening. I was in a very, very in the north of Thailand, in this uh, amazing village next to the river. I was on the outside. I rented just a mattress, like a dormitorium, but it's like open area. It's like there is no doors, nothing. All is bamboo. It's like you are in nature, right? It's like I can see the sky in front of me. The river is passing around, and the mountain, and I'm like just like laying there, and I'm like, and then I don't know what happened. It just like something like happened, yeah, right? It's like it, however I put it doesn't make sense, but it's like I could see my body lying there, and I was going, yeah, right, and I
Like astral projection
go,
type shit?
what?
Astral projection, have you heard of that?
Astral travel,
Astral
astral travel.
projection. To where like when you're asleep, people say you can like go outside of your body and experience the world in some way that they can remember when
Mhm.
they wake up.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they call it astral
Like people have
projection. Yeah, probably. I heard about astral traveling, so probably I was thinking maybe it's one
like
of
that's
that one.
extreme of it, but like the minimum is
I
just
don't.
like being able to like while you're sleeping, like
Yeah,
like looking down at your body in some way to where you're
yeah, yeah.
a third
And
party
you
to
can
your
see like,
body.
oh, it's there. Yeah, right. And then I don't know. You feel kind of like free, and
Mm.
you go anywhere you want, and you're like
So you
you
experienced
go.
this?
Yeah, and but you see in all that thing, but there was always something attached to my body, like a white line, like a cord line.
Uh-huh.
Like when you grow, when the mother gives birth, like you have the cord line, like it's attached,
Umbilical cord, yeah.
umbilical cord. It's like something like that was attached to my body. I could see, however I was going, wherever I was going, whatever high I was going, whatever I was seeing. That was always, I could see like it was attached to my body. And that's how I
Mhm.
said,
Yeah.
"Oh man!" And then I got scared, and I was like, oh, I'm too far. Like, oh man, I have to go back. And
Man, yeah. So yeah,
whatever. So
supernatural.
and I didn't know anything about this shit, and I was like going crazy. I didn't sleep all day, and the next day I was talking to this couple, Italian couple that I met when I was coming to this village,
Yep.
and I was telling them in the morning, and the guy was saying, "What man did you drink?" I said, "No man, I didn't drink. I mean, I said bye to you, and after food, I was so tired, I just went to sleep." And I don't know. And he said, "Oh, probably you had out of body experience, the wife." And I was like, "What's that?" And she explained a little bit with the English that she had. She was Italian, and I speak little bit Italian, so. And then I had that one in my mind, so I started to go and research what is out of body experience, and then yeah, astral projection.
You ever
Sounds
done it
fun.
since?
No, that one happened only once, but something else happened. I was in a temple. I went. This was. I know it's a lot of temples, and because when I was living back at home, it was very easy for me to travel to Far East. So I used to go a lot to Thailand, Nepal, India, Sri Lanka, uh, Cambodia. It's like Far East. So most of the things happens there, and because you are like kind of in a already you're going like kind of in a mystic place probably, and like I don't know, or the energy or whatever, or like I don't know,
The spirits.
something is happening. Yeah, probably because when I came to United States I had something else as well. And anyway, this one was so I went to this cl- I don't know how many steps you have to go up to this temple, and of course barefoot. So I don't mind the barefoot because I like to walk barefoot. And then I arrive at the top, and I was like a little bit tired. Donation, please. The first book you see is written in English. Donation, please. And I go like, okay. And so I go inside and I look around, and I went to this small temple, and it was like I don't know the pictures around. It was like you know Buddhist and Hindu kind of architects pictures, like deities or things like flying or. And I'm like wondering and like looking at these things, like I don't know. I was like kind of not understanding what they are. It's like I'm not kind of making sense. And it was kind of suddenly what opened up. It's like uh, a door of like Matrix, and I start to go into it and like
What the
opening
fuck?
up, closing, opening up, closing, and I'm like, what the hell is happening? And I don't know how long it took this, and then suddenly I feel somebody's looking at me, and I look behind, and there was this monk, like he had his namaste pose, and he was kind of laughing. It's like kind of he knew where I was or what was happening. And I look at him, I said, hello, and he said, good, 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 very good. And I go like, "Ah, I don't know what happened." So then I go back into it and I do a lot of, mental process, what happened, the feeling and all these things. And I remember in one of that like thousands of projections what was happening. It happened like maybe two pixels of him in that vision or whatever it was. That was crazy. So it's really like he knew where I was and he saw me in that vision or something. I don't know.
That is very supernatural, sir.
Yeah, you said there was a third one, Migo. We might as well talk about it.
Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe another time.
Yeah, that's real interesting.
What you got, Bill?
Sleep paralysis sucks.
Hell yeah, it does.
Yeah, but
What you got, Bill?
yeah, the sleep paralysis fit. I went through a bout with that crap, and then through prayer, I got through it somehow. But I don't know. Other
Prayer?
than prayer.
You did some prayer and you got through sleep paralysis.
Yeah, man.
Guys, I want to go mute for like 5-10 minutes. I want to put the fire on.
That's
I'll be
fine.
back.
Yeah, I don't want to. I really don't want to talk about it.
Why not?
Well, it's a strange story, right? And it's just an experience. And I mean,
Yeah, I'd love to hear it. Not gonna judge you.
I know, dude, but all right. So, all right, we move into a house, right? We move into this new house, and then I don't know. I usually don't take naps. I took a nap that day on the couch, and that was like the first time it happened to me, right? So if I was completely paralyzed on the couch, I wasn't asleep. I was awake, but I couldn't move. Like I was totally immobilized, and it felt as though like another consciousness was doing it to me. Like something else was doing it to me, and it was like very fearful. Like you're afraid, right? Because you feel like
Yep.
there's a anyway. So it continued to go on for a few weeks, and then but
Like
it happened
consistently?
every time I tried to fall asleep.
Every time.
Every time.
Was it like immediately after you woke up after sleeping for a long period of time, or it was like it was keeping you up?
Before I would fall asleep.
Would you still get to sleep? Because that sounds terrifying. That sounds awful.
Yeah. Yeah, I would go
All
to
right.
sleep. Yeah, I would go to sleep. So, but when it first started happening, right? You rationalize, right? I'm like, what is that? Like, I didn't know what it like. I had never experienced anything like that, right? So you kind of rationalize things, right? And it was going on. It was happening to me like consistently, And I didn't tell my wife or nothing, for like a month. And then what happened was there was one day I was late. I was like laying in bed. I got frustrated, right? I was like, this is bullshit. Like, this is my body. I can move my body whenever I want to move my body. Now move. And when I did that, like, it was like 1,000 volts of electricity surged through my brain, right? And when that happened, I cried out for the Lord Jesus Christ, right? And then after that, I stopped rationalizing it. I decided that I was just going to pray. I was going to pray when it happened. And then I finally told my wife about it. And then it got to the point like we were trying to time it. Like when I would go to bed, she'd be reading a book or whatever, and she would like think like it was happening to me, and she would just grab it because I wanted her to like grab me and shake me because I'd be like right next to her, and I'd be stuck, dude. And it feels like I'm paralyzed, like
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying. And but we could never time it. Like she could never like catch it at the right time or whatever. Anyway, I'm struggling with this stuff. And months go by, bro. Like it had to be at least 4 months, and then it would happen to me every time. And then, but the last time, right? The last time it happened to me, this is strange, right? So it was like pleasurable, right? It had like I could have entertained it, like it was pleasurable in my groin. You know what I'm saying? And then the thought crossed my mind. I was like, I could entertain this or not, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna pray, and I prayed, and then that was the last time it happened for like a long time after that.
Sounds rough.
It's probably more common than it's got to be common, bro.
Why does that gotta be common? What?
Because they like, the what
You think
like
most people have been like, you damn near got assaulted by something.
right? Yeah, I don't know what like. Yeah, you like I said, I used to rationalize it. Like you try to rationalize it, but I was like, nah. I'm not gonna rationalize this because the experience was it was strange, man. It's
I
like
think that was very unique to you.
yeah.
I don't think a lot of people have had that experience. That's a rough one.
You never know, bro. Like you never know what other people deal with, though. You know.
That's the truth. That's why I asked this question. That's why I love hearing from people. Because honestly, so it started out on the politics server. You know, I was just kicking in a channel. And I started asking people. Like, I was in an argument with somebody saying that like this person didn't believe most people like believed in the paranormal, and I was like, I think that's absurd because I think at least I don't know above half of the people that I talk to say they've had some kind of experience, right? And this person was arguing, was like, that's ridiculous. That's absurd. No, that's not the case. And so I was like, all right, every person that comes into, we're just going to ask them, hey, have you ever had, any kind of supernatural experience? Not saying it's like ghosts or anything, nothing. Just anything that you couldn't explain at the time. And I swear to you, 2/3 to like 70% of everybody that came in were like, yeah, I've got a story. I got something that happened to me that I couldn't explain. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. And maybe that, look, it's not conclusive evidence, but I think a lot of people live as if that's not the case, as if like the supernatural experiences don't happen when like the majority of the people that I talk to say they have had something happen to them.
Yeah, earlier was brought up knowledge and wisdom and right and experience, right? Like experience is valuable because you're like a person with an experience is never at the mercy of another person with an argument, right? But like we also overrate experience too. Cuz like if we only use experience to learn, then that's like you're being trained like an idiot. You know what I mean? Like only idiots learn through experience like alone. It's better to have wisdom and doing the right thing the first time.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, and if we could just have knowledge and wisdom more in our lives. I don't know.
I
But
don't know. I'm pretty happy with the way the world is. I'm not too pessimistic with it. I think there's a lot of possibility in the world, and there's a lot of terrible things that could be the case. And I think currently the world's pretty good. It's pretty damn good for what it has been in the past and what it could be. I think it's in a solid place. A lot of awful things happen all over the world. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I think it could be so much worse for so many more people.
I think it is going to get a lot worse before it ever gets better.
You think?
But oh yeah.
I think it's going to get better before it gets much worse. I think we're going to eradicate a lot of, big things, eradicate hunger, eradicate certain things on a grand scale, and then it's going to get terrible from some slips, whatever it's nuclear, war, whether it's AI, whatever it might be. I think there's going to be some slip up that happens, and
that's a great way to
really, really bad.
A great way to eradicate hunger is just kill everybody.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Thanos, these bitches.
Yeah, man. My brother had I don't know, man. I don't want to talk about no supernatural stuff.
Why not?
I don't. It's because it's somebody's experience. It's just a story.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
So what happened?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't share his experience.
Of course you can. What?
Well, I mean,
that's the entire point of a story.
Well,
He
you're not
said-
making any claims or anything. You're just sharing an anecdotal story. It's not like it's a debate.
He said something happened to him, like he was sleeping or whatever, and woke up, and he was like, I don't know, like these two dogs. Like he described these dogs came into his room and was like, I don't know, bro. Like I don't know, these like, evil fucking dogs like came in there, did something, went out. He like grabbed his pistol and everything, and was like really confused at what just happened.
Damn. It's what's weird about that is there's lore for these kind of black dog type entities throughout history. Like there's precedent for something like that. I'm not saying it is or isn't a thing, but there's people who've spoken of such things before.
Yeah, I think it's common. I do think it's common. It's got to be, right? There's
I think a
nothing.
lot of culture is common though. I think a lot of people have that image in their head. So yeah, I could absolutely see that. Like, just in general, yeah, a lot of people have that image.
Generally, they're also seen as like a bad omen type thing.
Yeah, that's how he thought of it. He was like, bad omen. That's a good way to describe it.
I can say this one's not necessarily. It's not supernatural. Let me say this. It's not supernatural. But I used to get into like lucid dreaming or try to get into lucid dreaming. I was never all that great. But I started getting into doing like wilds, which are called the wake induced lucid dreams, to where like you'll wake up in the middle of the night after like maybe 3 hours of sleep or something, like in between your REM cycles. You don't move when you wake up. You just wake up and then immediately start like chanting a mantra in your head to keep your brain awake while your body just falls back asleep. And it'll cause you to like go through sleep paralysis. Your body go into sleep paralysis, and then you'll start getting auditory hallucinations, and then you'll start getting visual hallucinations, and then you'll get into a dream. It's like the full process. And I remember when I was first doing that, the first time I did it, I got into the sleep paralysis, which was terrifying because I was looking at, at my door. My door was open. I could see like just a dark ass hallway, which initially was kind of scary. But then I started hearing whispers, like you can't really hear what the fuck they're saying. Just shit in the back, which is terrifying as fuck. And then I saw some silhouette of a figure with a trench coat on in my doorway. Boy, I woke up so quick. Oh my god! Like, and it seemed 100% real. Like, unlike any movie I've ever seen, it just seemed so authentic. It was terrifying. It's like you're accessing a new world. It was wild as fuck.
That sounds scary, man. Creepy.
Being able to control dreams is interesting.
Yeah. I've never had that kind of control though.
I've done
When
a
you
bit.
have controlled dreams, you don't have nightmares anymore. Like it's impossible.
Just to see if I could do it, you know.
When I was younger, one time I had a dream that was like zombies were trying to attack me, and I was surrounded, and they were everywhere. But I also realized it was a dream. In that moment, I kind of pulled like a Neo. Just flew up in the air really fast, and like the zombies went flying in all directions. And I realized, it's my dream, so I can do what I want. Spawned guns in my hands and just started destroying. Like, there's no more zombie dreams. They're gone. They're exterminated.
That's funny.
That's some confidence. That's some lucid dream confidence right there. No, yeah. I feel like every time I've become lucid, pretty quickly I'll wake up.
I remember I had this one dream. I was like, "Oh, I'm dreaming," and then I was like, "This is cool," and then I forgot I was dreaming again. So I lost control right away.
What sucks is when you know you're dreaming, but it's like a sleep paralysis in dream. Like, you keep doing the same motions as though you're dreaming and have no control, but you know you're dreaming. And so it's just kind of, you're along for the ride.
Right.
So I hate that. So having full control is way better.
Oh,
think there's
my
certain. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you go first. I'm still coughing from the shit anyways.
I was just saying, I think there's certain dreams that can't be changed though, and they're more like there's something important to them. I don't know what to call them. You could call them a vision or something. It might just be your mind processing everything you know and just kind of giving it to you in a way that you can. I don't know. This stuff's weird because the information is always something that it doesn't actually apply to tangible reality. It has to be interpreted. Like, why is the brain showing me this? Organic computer connects to the Ethernet through like a Dreamscape connection.
What is consciousness?
Oh, that gets
Dun, dun,
even.
dun.
That's an even deeper conversation than why do we dream and why do we sleep.
Speaking of, I should probably get an hour's worth of sleep. Good night, fellas. Good morning. Good evening.
Fuck. Yeah. Good morning.
Say bless me.
5 a.m. here.
Later, peeps.
All right, man. Deuces. Getting off too.
Yeah, I just hopped in to see what was up. I noticed a couple people in here, so I figured I'd come chat.
Yeah, it was a good chat. All right, man. Deuces.